Friday, January the 29th, 2021. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of That's What G Said podcast. Hope you've all had a nice week so far as we get set for a really fun weekend. It's that week in between the conference championship games in the NFL and the Super Bowl. So next week, everything will be Super Bowl overload. You're going to get Super Bowl on a bunch of different shows, podcasts all over the place, right? We'll have plenty of Super Bowl talk here. We'll discuss racing, and we'll have a lot of the variety that you normally get on That's What G Said. Oh, I'm excited to talk next week about WandaVision. I'm recording this late on Friday night, so I actually just watched the most recent one, but I'm not going to talk about it yet. No spoilers or anything. Just really excited to talk about episode 4 next week again with Tim Kelly. If you're into WandaVision, we recap the first 3 episodes on the last episode of That's What G Said podcast. You can go find that. And we spent, I think, an hour and a half talking about everything going on in the first 3, tons of speculation, and episode 4 is awesome. But that's for next week. For right now, for this episode, I'm going to talk some Sam Houston with Chris Griffin, track announcer. We actually recorded this interview a couple days ago, but there's nothing really that time sensitive. We were mainly talking about the big week coming up, setting everything up for Sunday, what to look forward to. So we'll touch base with Chris. Then I'm going to go through Saturday horse racing. There's stakes races at Gulfstream Park, at Oaklawn Park, at Santa Anita. So I'm going to talk Gulfstream. We'll hit on all those Gulfstream Park stakes. So races 4, 6, 9, 10, 11 with some thoughts on each, and horses that I'm looking at who I think has a shot to win, maybe horses to bet. Some races, if it's chalky, we're more of just a watch, but definitely some plays at Gulfstream. Oaklawn Park races 5 and 8, 2 stakes. Santa Anita, 2 graded stakes races, the 5th and the 7th. So tons on Saturday all around. Then we're going to get you Sam Houston full card Saturday. Then I'm going to go full card Sunday Sam Houston with Sam Sherman. We spend over 45 minutes going through all 10 races for the Sunday Sam Houston card. It's the Ladies Classic Day. It's their biggest day of the meeting. They have two graded stakes races, 6 stakes races. It is a massive card. 2 pick 5s that you can play. They don't overlap. 12% takeout on the pick 5s, 12% takeout on doubles, pick 3s, pick 4s, pick 5, pick 6s, everything there on the rolling exotics. We are really excited to discuss that card. So Sam and I spent a good time going through it. We get the Week in Wrestling with Chad Cooper. We recap AEW, and then we give you a Royal Rumble preview with Chad. And then we get to the old wrestling rewatch, Royal Rumble 2002. Andrew Champagne, Darin Zoccali, a star-studded Royal Rumble event. Sam Houston, Saturday stakes races all over the place. And Sunday, Sam Houston, wrestling current, wrestling old. Another hodgepodge here on That's What G Said. We get right into our first interview with Chris Griffin in a moment. Before we do, we have to let you know about a big event coming up this weekend with Stable Duel. Here's talking about Stable Duel all the time, those daily horse racing contests, the app where you can get involved for, free contests for as little as $1 all the way up sometimes to 100, 150 for some of the big contests. So this week, I'm a wrestling fan. I know some of you are too. If you're a horse racing fan, you'll love this. And if you're not a wrestling fan, it doesn't affect you whatsoever, but you can still have a chance to win money. It's the Stable Duel Rumble. It's a $30 contest where they give out cash prizes. There's going to be it's a $500 guaranteed pool, but there will be much more than that. The top 30 finishers of the contest, a normal Stable Duel contest that goes from Gulfstream Park for Sunday. The top 30 finishers are going to be assigned an entrant from the Men's Royal Rumble based on your finishing position. You finish first, you got 1. You finish second, you got 2. It's just easiest that way. You finish third, you get 3. Fourth, you get 4. Hey, if you finish 30th and you get the number 30, that's a good number to have. 25, 27, those have been really good numbers through the years. So the Stable Duel Rumble, $30 to enter. If you win the contest, if you're one of the top finishers in the contest at Gulfstream, you get the normal payouts like always. If your entrant number wins the Rumble, so if you're 4 and number 4 ends up winning the Rumble, you're going to get another bonus $100 credit and a wrestling prize pack. So You can. It's not like you have to pick anything. You don't have to have any sort of knowledge of wrestling to win or to beat someone like me who does know wrestling. You could have no idea who's even in the Royal Rumble, but you could just find out later that you get an extra $100 and a prize package. So give this a look. The Stable Duel Rumble. Make sure to follow me on social media at It's Me Gino B on Twitter and Facebook, Gino Bacola, Instagram at Gino Bacola, and I'll be posting all about this throughout the weekend. There's going to be a live stream on Sunday morning where we talk about building our lineup. So we handicap the Sunday Gulfstream card and we give some thoughts on the Royal Rumble. So pumped for that one coming up. And excited for the conversation with our good friend Chris Griffin, track announcer for Sam Houston. Does such a great job out there at Sam Houston. So let's set up the weekend with Chris Griffin. Massive week over at Sam Houston. Our good buddy, track announcer Chris Griffin, joins us to discuss the big week coming up. And Chris, I gotta say, on my end, as a fan, as a gambler, as a bettor, we checked in with you right before the start of the meet. For me, the first few weeks of the meet have gone really, really good. It seems like there's been a lot of buzz on social media, a lot of people really interested and really excited to play the races at Sam Houston. Lots of interaction. Your handicappers on track have been doing a great job. How have things been on your end first few weeks through the meet?
Yeah, it's funny, Gino. Good to talk to you again. But it's interesting when you start putting things together and start putting plans together, and you're like, how do we make sure that we maximize our footprint and get people involved and make sure they're paying attention to us. It always looks great on paper and it sounds great during meetings, and then you just don't know how everything will kind of pan out until they open the gates per se. But things are going well. It's been a very good start to the meet. Horseman response has been great, and social media response has been great. A lot of people talking about us and checking us out on Thursday afternoons and Friday and Saturday nights. And I think the low takeout has certainly helped from a wagering standpoint. I think it's very appealing to people that like to play horizontal bets. And I think that the quality of the competition has been very good. I think you've seen you continue to see Steve Asmussen have a very nice meet with Stuart Elliott, but you've also seen some other connections come in at prices to add some value. And I think that once you start seeing those types of things happen, then you get more eyeballs on the product and you get more people that want to get involved. And it's been very good. We had a little bit of weather last weekend, so it kind of messed with the turf racing a little bit. Just because we had, it's Houston, you get those rain showers that push through, and we really weren't seeing a whole lot of wind and a lot of sun. So it just gives the surface, it takes a little bit longer to dry out, obviously, when that's happening. So right now, sun is out, sun is shining in Houston, Texas, man, and we're ready to roll. I'm very excited, and we got a lot of things coming this week, and we appreciate your involvement and getting a lot of our folks down here in the Houston, Texas area on the show, and we are excited. It's going to be a very busy week and a very busy Sunday. So I'm glad that I'm able to get some time with you, because I'm not sure how much time I'm going to have towards the end of the week.
We're lucky to have you for a few minutes. So let's set up the schedule for the week. This will be the first week that there's actually going to be 4 days of racing, with Sunday the big one. So we got regular Thursday, Friday, Saturday, like regular post times on those days.
Yep. So we'll do normal post times on Thursday, 4:00 post time. And then on Friday and Saturday, we'll have our night racing. And then, it's a quick turnaround from Saturday into Sunday. It's going to be our still Saturday night program, and then we'll roll right into Sunday afternoon with our only Sunday afternoon program, the Houston Racing Festival. So might sleep at the racetrack. You never know. But, no,
you got the day game after the night game, right? It's going to say you don't get the day off like the ball players that play that night game and they don't get the day game. They get the Sunday game off. No way for you. See, but you wouldn't have it any other way with the awesome racing coming out there. And it's a great day, just to where, you guys have done a good job of where it lies on the calendar, right? It's perfect. A lot of us out there that are racing fans that like to play a few bucks, we're sports fans, we're football fans too. We're paying attention when the football playoffs are going on. I know you're a huge fan too, Chiefs, right? I believe. And so you're going to be paying attention in a few weeks, but that's what's great about this Sunday. It's the in-between week. There's no football game this week. There's no big racing anywhere else on Sunday. Sam Houston is going to be able to get the spotlight of the racing world and even some of the sports world, with the big barns coming in, with the big jockeys coming in, with the big horses coming in. Really excited for that. And you even mentioned there's going to be an extra wager added on the card.
Yeah, it's so yeah. I mean, you've said it all right there. You couldn't have said it better than I could say it. But we're excited about the spot that we're in on Sunday afternoon, and I think that we're going to attract a lot of people to check out our signal and watch us. And we are promoting the heck out of it. So I think that it's not going to be for lack of effort. You know what I mean? We're all working really really hard down here to make sure that we do everything we can to put on a great Sunday afternoon, great week of racing, not just Sunday, but just a great week of racing.
2 stakes on Saturday.
And also keep everyone safe, and follow the protocols and do that as well. So we're working all those aspects. And then, you talk about the early pick 5. There is an early pick 5 added on the program on Sunday, and you don't see that normally through our schedule. So the little kind of wrinkle there is the one thing that for your wagering audience to remember is that in the early pick 5, so it'll start in race number 1. That'll go through race 1 through 5, obviously. Race 6 will start the pick 6, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think so.
No, race 5 is going to start the pick 6. So
okay, and then 6. Yeah. So
you're going to start the pick 6.
They won't.
Math.
Yeah, they won't overlap though. The pick 5.
No, so the pick 5s won't overlap. So you're going to end that first early pick 5 in race number 5. The pick 6 will start there, and then you'll have the late pick 5 beginning in race number 6. Now, if there happens to be a carryover after the early pick 5, that is going to carry over right into the late pick 5.
That would be great. So, that would be so great.
So that's just something to keep in mind. And we had that, I believe, happen before probably a year ago or something like that. And we hope that, you have plenty of time to take a look at the card. So if there is a carryover, you're already planning on playing the late pick 5 anyway. If there is a carryover after that early pick 5, then it'll roll right into that late pick 5. And
that was me last year. That was my fault. I should have hit that one. I hit the pick 4 that day for 10 grand, but I messed up on that. I should have taken the whole pool. I still remember. We as bettors, we always remember those ones more than the ones we hit, right? We'll always remember the one that we woulda, coulda, shoulda. But Sunday, 6 stakes races, 2 graded stakes races, and we get some cool horses, some really big name horses. We have Latruska coming in, who has been razor sharp. You have last year's winner coming in. And what's great about this race is it's early in the year now, and both of these races, the John B. Connolly too, and the Houston Ladies Classic, the last few years, they've been serving as such a springboard for horses, right? We talked a little bit with Martha about Midnight Bisou, and this is such a great spot on the card with where this could lead into some of these horses going to run in the big stakes races at Oaklawn. It seems like people are sort of circling that as a move now. They're using this race and they're mapping their calendar around starting at Sam Houston with the Ladies Classic. So it feels like you're getting just top name and big name horses each and every year now.
Yeah, it's grown, and I've been very spoiled as a track announcer to be able to get Midnight Bisou my first year calling the Houston Ladies Classic, and then to be able to get a 4-horse thriller to the
right on the wire, yeah.
And Lady Apple getting up, and you sometimes have to pinch yourself and you just say, man, this is great. It's great for the region. It's great for the racetrack. It's great for the state of Texas, and we've got some real quality fields on Sunday. And it's just going to help our overall product at Sam Houston Race Park for the season. And so we're excited about it. We've got a lot of people handicapping and giving selections, you included. The history behind the John B. Connolly Turf Cup, and Mike Maker is going for yet another one, and you'll probably see him, very, if not with the top 2 choices, he's definitely going to have live shots in there. And then, you talk about a horse like Latruska, and they probably are going to point to some grade 1s after this race. And so, it's been a very good starting spot for those connections that are looking for some nice money, $300,000 in the Ladies Classic and $200,000 in John B. Connolly Turf Cup. And don't forget about the Texas Turf Mile. I mean, that's going to be a race that really just, I think, is going to develop into something really big here in the region. I just think that for 3-year-olds on the turf going a mile, it's just a really great spot, unique spot, especially during the winter, to be able to get a race like that. And I think you see the response. You see a full field, and then also eligibles. That's where you want to be as far as getting those horses entered and finding these connections. And so the horsemen have done their job, and they've responded, and they are ready to run. I will tell you, we're not handicapping a bunch on this, you and I, but no. Before the Connolly and before the Jersey Lily, it looks like there's a lot of speed in all of the races leading. I mean, there are
it should be fair,
that
right?
love to be on the front end.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of horses that like to be on the front end. So I think, the Connolly has not a there are some speed types, but I just didn't see that quite as much as I saw earlier in the card. I mean, I started taking a look at the Pulse Power Turf Sprint, and I started looking at the Stoner side, and just, even the Texas Turf Mile. I mean, there's some horses that really like to be on the front end, and I think that you're going to see them go, and that's going to be a really exciting handicapping puzzle for you and your listeners to put together. And yeah, man, we're just looking forward to a lot of the coverage and a lot of people getting involved, and I think it's going to be a really fantastic day on Sunday. Now I just got to call the races and get it knocked out, right?
I was going to say, and we've seen horses winning from all over the – you really didn't want to be on the front end as much, especially on the dirt. Horses can win all over the place, coming from off the pace too. It just is setting up for a really great week, and we'll sort of keep our fingers crossed, and maybe we got the rain out of the way last week, so that way we could have a really great week this week, how it looks with 4 days of racing, with big action. You mentioned even the Texas Turf Mile. We've got 8 stakes races between Saturday and Sunday. You got 6 on Sunday. We've got a total of 2 graded stakes races. There are 4 stakes races over $100,000, so big money up for grabs. And again, we got to give it up to Texas, Chris. This is not the only big day of the meet. The big days coming up after, when we'll have you back to talk about, and we'll give some love to the Texas breds, because those are sort of the focus on some of the other big days throughout the meet. But just everything that they've done, Texas racing, in the last year and a half, 2 years or so, with the purse influx coming in, and Texas basically saying, you know what, we are going to do everything we can to continue to improve this product. The way the coverage of Sam Houston was last year, the elevated broadcast, the HD, the social media, everything. I really got to give it up to Texas, and I know you and I talk about this a lot, because in racing, there's a lot of things now, as things get smaller and smaller. We're cynical as horse players. A lot of stuff that we have to complain about. There's not, as a fan, I can't really complain a lot about what Texas has been doing the last couple of years. They are trying for me, and that's what I want.
Yeah, it's been a great response. The state of Texas has given a real big opportunity for not just Sam Houston Race Park, but the entire state, and just across the board year round. And I'm happy to be a small part of it. And we are doing what we can, and we're working our tails off to get all the coverage we can, because the sport deserves it. If we can get to talk to as many connections and shoot as many videos and find as much insight as we can, whether you're 3 to 5 or whether you're 25 to 1, I think it just adds to the experience of keeping eyes on us and being interested in what we're doing. And as you pointed out, Texas Preview Day and Texas Champions Day, we're looking forward to that as well. And that's going to be later on in the meet. And this is just a great way to end our month of January. And we're hoping that we do some really big things and just have a really great on safe surfaces racing on Sunday. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And we can't wait to welcome some folks. There will be some folks that are able to attend in attendance, and
you're always reminding them to stay safe. I hear you. Telling them, please keep the masks on. You just want to make sure that it's safe for everyone, that they can keep coming, and that more people can come in as long as you follow the rules, right?
Yeah, I shouldn't be even chuckling about that, but
but it's true.
I do get a lot of text messages from people about, like, Chris, have you reminded everyone enough? Well, the truth is, you have to,
Yep.
and it's important to remind and reinforce and just keep everyone safe. And that's where we're at. That's where I'm at. And I'm happy to do my part. And we've got some real exciting things lined up on Sunday. And I will do we'll have our pre-show, and Jessica Paquette's going to do some handicapping with me on our simulcast, and then Trey Styles is going to join myself, and then some surprises on the way there during our broadcast. So it'll be exciting for everyone to check that out and follow along, and hopefully get some winners, hopefully find some prizes in there and make some money, and just have a really fun day on Sunday. It's going to be a really great one. And like I say, I just appreciate your coverage, and I appreciate the people that listen, and I know you got people that like to bet and like to get involved, and we appreciate those bettors, and we hope that the low takeout is appealing to you, and let's let them run, man. Houston Racing Festival is right around the corner. We're excited, but we're back on Thursday at 4:00. Let's start there first, and then we'll get to Sunday.
We'll get to Sunday. We're going to build the bankroll all week long. I've got Andy Villanueva talking about the Thursday races. I'm going to go through the full card Friday, and then Saturday, and then Sam Sherman's going to join me to talk about the full card for Sunday. We're going to go through all of those. So we'll be talking about every single race for the entire week here from Sam Houston. All those low takeout wagers, even the new changed pick six, even more fan friendly with the low takeout there. Chris, we're going to be following you along on Twitter at In the Grandstand is where you can follow Chris Griffin, and then where you can follow Sam Houston at SHRP. They are having videos out all throughout the week, handicapping stuff. You get tickets from all of their different handicappers. I wish the best of luck to you, Frank, Martha, the whole crew, everyone over there this week. I hope everything goes smooth. We're going to be watching. If you need anything else, you just let me know, and we'll be firing away.
Thank you so much, Gino. Thanks to your listeners, and look forward to seeing everybody this week. It'll be great.
Track announcer Chris Griffin. We're going to be hearing his voice all week long out there at Sam Houston. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with plenty more on That's What G Said. Horse racing fans, many of us have been using the DRF, the daily racing form, for years, studying the races, keeping up to date on news with all the articles. I remember looking for a copy at the local liquor store or picking one up at the local racetrack wherever I was going. Now it's even easier and cheaper than ever to use DRF with DRF.com and the newly optimized DRF Mobile. You can get all the tracks that you want to bet and handicap. Past performances that are mobile optimized for on-the-go handicapping on your phone. So you go to DRF.com from your mobile device, no additional cost. Tap the calendar icon on the top left. It opens all of the options for past performances and for the tools that are available. One click to bet now on DRF bets. Get real-time odds and scratches on race day. You can tap on any horse, and you get those same DRF past performances that you're familiar with a larger font for your mobile display. One click to Formulator for charts, for replays if you get the Formulator version, and even on the classic past performances, you get the home screen with horses, with odds, with buyers. You get a lifetime buyer speed figure graph. You can rotate your phone for the best view, and any horse that you click on, you'll see the running lines. You can easily move from horse to horse. The same data as those traditional classic DRF past performances. You get an interactive format, which is very similar to the DRF Classic version that you're used to on the desktop. Every card includes live data updated instantly with those scratches, and so you get the accessibility from desktop to phone, cross-device functionality. You can take your notes and save them from one device to the next, and then access your account on any of your devices. On-the-go handicapping and wagering, multiple formats to view. You got the overview page with recent speed figures, current day's odds, easy access to expert selections and analysis. You got the buyer speed figure graph with lifetime buyer speed figures and chart notes for every horse. And you got those traditional DRF past performances that are just newly optimized for your mobile phones. They are constantly upgrading, improving, and making everything easier for you to get your handicapping done at DRF.com. We're all excited for the big week coming up at Sam Houston, and we're going to get to Saturday and Sunday Sam Houston in just a moment. Right now, let's bounce around the country first and talk about some of the other stakes races on Saturday. Let's get to Gulfstream Park. 5 graded stakes over at Gulfstream Park. They begin in race number 4 with the Kitten's Joy Mile on the turf course, grade 3 event. In the one-horse Chess's Dream is actually cross-entered in a race at Sam Houston in the Texas Turf Mile, so keep an eye. I actually think he's got a shot wherever he shows up. He's going to be in tough either way, but he's moving from Florida Breds to Open Company on either spot. In this spot, too, it's going to be a difficult race, even though it's not a huge field. But what's sort of nice for him in this race is, Kentucky Pharaoh's got speed. Never Surprised is got speed. You'd imagine that Original is not as quick as those, but is probably going to be close. I actually think Original is sort of the wild card in here, just because you can completely excuse and dismiss his last race in the Jerome, right? He was eased that day, so put a line right through it, and we're playing him obviously off his turf victory. Doesn't seem like he's as quick as either of the other two to the outside who have more speed. So does he end up sitting third and maybe getting the jump on Chess's Dream and It's a Gamble if they're going to come running late? Original's a total wild card in here. If you're playing any sort of early pick fives, I think you want to throw Original in. I probably lean towards It's a Gamble, just because I feel like I know for sure that he can come running. He's good enough to compete with, I think, with the best in here with the right kind of a trip. And that's the trip I'm envisioning. If Never Surprised or Kentucky Pharaoh sneaks away, then it's going to be tough for It's a Gamble. I'm assuming those two are going to put some pressure on each other and not let either one get too far away from each other. And then when you throw a horse like Original into the mix, the wrinkle, the fact that maybe he actually does show a little bit more speed than we think. And a horse like Chess's Dream has shown a big middle move. So if they're not going too quick, maybe he just decides to get aggressive and try to move into it. And then I know for sure It's a Gamble is going to settle and make that one run. So I'd probably lean towards It's a Gamble, especially if you can get like in the 4-1-ish range. Let's move along to the next stakes race. It's in race number 6. We've got the Grade 3 Swale in here. I would just be using two horses in the exotics, and the 2 is one of them. The 6 is, to me, the horse to beat by George, who's drawn very well. He had to deal with pressure to his outside. He drew the rail, and I don't think he wanted to be on the lead. They weren't even really going that fast. He sort of just got the lead by default because he was better, and he actually didn't have it for a while. He was about a half length behind and sort of pressing up from the inside and just decided to go. I thought it was a good ride, and how you're supposed to, ride a horse like this when you feel like you've got the best horses. Just make sure to keep them out of trouble, and that's what By George was doing. I liked the effort, and that was going 6 furlongs. He's going to have to stretch out a little to 7. I love the fact that he's drawn to the outside, in particular, drawn to the outside of Drain the Clock, and Poppy's Pride, who are probably the other pace factors in here. By George, he is very impressive. The price horse I would include in some exotics is King's Ovation. So if, let's say, By George can't sit, maybe he is just a horse who wants to go to the front. By George ends up getting hooked up in a battle with Drain the Clock and with Poppy's Pride, and the 3 of them go, crazy early on. Then it comes down to the 3 inside horses. Ultimate Badger, tough to really love coming off of those last 2 efforts. They were in tough spots, but maybe the turn back, to 7 furlongs could help. Good effort sprinting when, breaking the maiden at 5 furlongs. I kind of like King's Ovation, though. The October 25th race I thought was really good. And he got going late. He started to get into a nice stride late. That's what I liked about the effort from King's Ovation in that one. So 6-2, and 2 really the key. He was in between horses. He was 6 lengths off, down inside. He moved up to 5th, about 5 lengths off, and it was a sustained rally on the outside, and then he really started to get going. So King's Ovation in here, 2 and 6 in race number 6 as we move along to the 9th for the next stakes race, races 9, 10, 11. All graded stakes races there too on the 5-bagger of graded stakes Saturday at Gulfstream Park. The 2, 3 Tipsy Chicks feels like the horse if you're looking to bet. I don't know if she's... Zoccali is the one to beat, right? I'm not going to come on here and tell you to go bet the heavy chalk. I'll always tell you if I think a horse is beatable or vulnerable as a favorite. I don't think she is. If you want to single her in some sort of late exotics, I wouldn't talk you off of doing that. I do think she looks like the best horse and the most likely winner in this field. There are a couple other good ones. And, competitive speed is nice, no doubt. But I'm quite intrigued by 3 Tipsy Chicks who seems to be on the improve. Does she have to take another step forward here? Absolutely. But she's progressed nicely. And another one who, if they just get caught up a little bit early on, Zoccali sat in her debut, but if she goes, she wants to be more forwardly placed, if competitive speed, is trying to, get a little more aggressive, you could see ways where there, might be 3 or 4 horses here who end up going. So if that is the case, 3 Tipsy Chicks is interesting to me. And let's say the opposite is the case. that would probably steer you towards a Dial Twin or a Coach Jers Joy. If maybe, you think that there isn't as much speed and one of them could go. So I'd probably want to use combinations of, Zagil, 3 Tipsy Chicks, and, probably Coach Jers Joy toward the outside if you're playing some sort of exotics, 3 Tipsy Chicks if you're looking for a horse to win. If you're looking for the most likely winner of this race, it's, I definitely think it would be the chalk from what we've seen so far. We get to the 10th race, the Swedish Chant. I go to the 5 in here, White Frost. So she stepped on the grass on November 21st for the first time. It was actually in her 3rd career start when she tried the turf. And she just was much, much better. She broke really well. She's shown a pretty good amount of tactical speed in all 3 of her starts. Even the sprint races, she wasn't too far out of it. She was right with the top group early on, going long on the grass in November. She settled 3rd, in that 3rd, 4th spot. She was on the inside, about 3 lengths off. She was tucked. She was in a tight spot, and she was just loaded, waiting for room, angled around, got going very nicely late. I was visually extremely impressed with White Frost, the number 5 in race number 10, going to be my top selection in there. I'll make a win wager, most likely on White Frost. Let's go to the Holy Bull. Muzdabek, unfortunately, was a horse who I selected in one of my fantasy horse racing leagues and just came down with a shin injury. Would have been in this race and would have been either favored or one of the betting choices in here. And so now it looks like Muzdabek's going to be off the Derby trail. And they said a minor shin injury, but we'll keep our fingers crossed. Hopefully we can see him back sooner than later. The horse that I'm the most intrigued with from just a sort of wild card, can I bet this horse? It would be the 5, Tarantino. I do think Prime Factor is the most likely winner. And I would be, if you're looking for, who you think's going to win this race, if I was forced to single a horse in some way, shape, or form, or just pick one horse, I think it's Prime Factor. He was awesome going 6 furlongs. Now, again, stretching out from 6 furlongs to a mile and a 16th, completely different story. But I loved what I saw from him, and I'd have to expect he's going to be right on the lead or close to it throughout. Tarantino was the wild card. In the Baffert barn, out in SoCal, broke his maiden going long on the turf, which you just don't see very often for Baffert. Beaten just a neck in a stakes going long on the grass. Then changed barns, comes into the Brissett barn, wins pretty easily going long on the turf at Gulfstream. And now they just say, hey, let's take a shot going long in the Holy Bull here. In a race where you don't have a ton of horses who have all that much experience going long. So, hey, why not? Tarantino. I would use him in some of the late exotics here. And then you got Greatest Honor, who feels like the one to beat. He's sort of been progressing. I mean, I like Prime Factor better. I think because Greatest Honor is proven going longer, he's more of he's the measuring stick. He's the horse you have to beat. Prime Factor is probably talented enough to run them off their feet, and that's what I would be banking on. But as far as what they've done and the way this horse has progressed so far in that sort of typical Shug progression, just getting better and better with a little more experience, Greatest Honor. So it is 5, 6, 7. They do seem to make the most sense in here. To me, I'd like the 6. I'd have them stacked like 6 is the most likely winner, 5 is maybe the horse to bet, and then 7 as probably a horse you wouldn't want to leave out of any of your late exotics. So to look at the Gulfstream Park stakes races for Saturday. Let's head on over to Oaklawn. There's 2 stakes races at Oaklawn on Saturday. Let's jump to Oaklawn Saturday on January the 30th, and let's get to race number 5. It is the Martha Washington Fillies 3-year-olds, $200,000 up for grabs, some of them on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. It looks to me like Joy's Rocket is just a lot quicker than anyone else in this field. You look towards the outside, and Sylvia Q has shown route speed. She's going to add the blinkers. Is she going to be even remotely close to Joy's Rocket early? I mean, has she dealt with anything like Joy's Rocket early? No, I don't think so. I don't think at least quick, early-wise. Can she sit off? Sure. And she's, lightly raced with talent. I don't think Lady Lily is quite as quick. and she doesn't seem to have the sort of class speed that Joy's Rocket has. I just, and the question with her is obviously, can she get the mile? We saw her try to go a mile in the Frisette. That was against Grade 1 company. She was behind Day Out of the Office and Vequist there. So a race that came back really good. I like the fact that out of that race, she won her next start going 6.5. So she proved that she can relax a little bit and get more than just a 6 furlong sprint distance. She was able to get more of an elongated sprint going to 6.5. And then at Fairgrounds, last time out, she beat Charlie's Penny, and Charlie's Penny came back to win the Silver Bullet Day. Joy's Rocket's got the inside draw. Send hard has to be the plan here. Try to open up on this field. Coach is a really nice filly. I just feel like with her, this can't be the race that she's cranked up and ready to go right now. She's got bigger fish to fry down the line. They're probably looking at her as a filly that they want to try to get to the Kentucky Oaks. And so I'd imagine she's going to be one that gets better and better. I think she could absolutely win this race, but I don't know if she will be as good now as she might in her next race or two with, this not being the goal. The other one for me would be Will Secret, who, again, you look at horses like this, when they're 2 and 3, a lot of times I really like horses that just show that natural progression. Even, I'm much more of a visual handicapper than a speed figure, plain and simple handicapper. But when you can see the pattern of the improving speed figures and then it matches what you see with the replays that you watch, that's when I really like it. And you sort of see that with Will Secret here, who has just shown a lot of improvement and ran into a nice one in Clairiere a couple starts back, broke the maiden last time out. This is a good spot for Will Secret. If they do go a little too quick early, let's say Coach and maybe Lady Lily, maybe Sylvia Q, maybe Novel Squall, they all have the idea where, hey, we can't let Joy's Rocket go. We have to ask our horses for a little more. Will Secret is not quick enough, I don't think, to be even asked and keep up with them. So she could be the one that would benefit if things do get a little crazy early. I have them stacked 1, 4, 3. Again, nothing really against Coach in here, just that I think she will be a little bit better with the race under her belt and probably not quite pumped up for this race with bigger races down the line. Let's get to the 8th race at Oaklawn on Saturday. It's the American Beauty, 6 furlongs the distance. Now, this is an interesting race because the major contenders are all really, really fast. Frank's Rocket, going to get a ton of money. She faced the boys in the Breeders' Cup Sprint and was less than 6-1 against the boys. Now she's in here, but she's facing Amy's Challenge, who's really, really fast. Amy's Challenge is very quick. Ladies Island to the outside. Really, really quick. Sunny Dale, not slow. She can sit. I don't think she's as quick as some of the others, but we're not exactly talking about a slouch here. She's So Majestic is another one who at times has shown a lot of speed and wouldn't be shocking if she was in the mix. So it looks like there's going to be at least 3 pretty good speeds in here, and then maybe 2 other pressers who are going to be in the mix early. I'm looking for the horses who are going to be sitting mid-pack to off the pace. The 2 that I'm sort of drawn to, the 3 and the 5, I prefer the 5 Wildwood's Beauty, because I just don't know if Magic Dance is quite good enough. She should fall into just a great trip here, though. So I would use them both in some of the late exotics. I would probably bet Wildwood's Beauty to win the number 5 if we can get anything around 5-1. She had a wide trip last time out. She took a big shot at Amy's Challenge. Amy's Challenge just snuck away, though. And Wildwood's Beauty moved up to second, early stretch. It just had no pace to run at. Tried. Could very easily have a much quicker pace to chase in here, and that result could be a lot different. She's really honest, Wildwood's Beauty. And if you look at her record, she's a 5-time winner with 8 seconds. I think a lot of that has to do with just the fact that she is a sprinter who doesn't have speed or doesn't have legitimate sprint speed. At the very most, you could say she's maybe tactical. but she just runs into fields a lot of the time where if they're faster than her, she's in trouble. She's also faced some tough company. Bell's the One, Serengeti Empress, Gorana, Mia Mischief. I mean, she was in back-to-back Group 1s after, placing in back-to-back graded stakes races earlier in 2020. This is a quality animal. She's got just some ability, and she should get a really nice trip in here. So I'll be using I'll bet the 5 to win. I'll be using along with the 3 Magic Dance. Those are the 2 stakes races at Oaklawn Park over on Saturday. Tons of rain expected in Southern California over the weekend, so they canceled Friday racing at Santa Anita. They have now had a Saturday card drawn that's only going to have 8 races, but there's still 2 graded stakes races at Santa Anita on Saturday in the 5th and the 7th. Let's talk about those 2 real quick. Get the past performances out. So the 5th race, unfortunately, like a really small race in the San Pasqual, but it's kind of interesting just from a wage handicapping standpoint. I don't know about a gambling standpoint, but just how is the race going to unfold? So you got Tiz Magician from the inside, who's really quick, and he's gotten pretty good in his last couple starts now. You'd imagine he's going to try to send hard. You've got Idol, who I just did not like the ride on him last time out. I thought he was probably the best in there and should have won that race. I definitely needed him for quite a bit of money that day. King Guillermo, who should take a massive step forward off of his last start. You can excuse the race a little bit too because it was in the slop. He hadn't raced from May to December, and he was facing Older in the Cigar Mile for the first time. The race has already come back live with Performer coming out of it to win, so he's interesting. And then you have Express Train, who's always teased of ability, cross out the turf start 2 back, and you're left with a horse who hasn't done a whole ton wrong and just chased Charlatan around the racetrack. And maybe he's ready to step forward now as a 4-year-old. I thought it's a small field. I don't know how the hell you bet the race, to be honest, because how is Tiz the Magician going to be able to sneak away from this group? Is King Guillermo going to let him go? Is King Guillermo faster than Tiz the Magician? So if those 2 hook up, does it just perfectly set up for a horse like Idol? And then you throw Express Train, who's just a total wild card, but he's going to be a wild card at 2 to 1, 5 to 2. So we're not talking about the kind of wild card that you really love, because that's what's hard when you have a short field like this. It's just, there's nobody that's an enticing price to play. So I just do think the more I look at the race, I'm intrigued by all 4 of those contenders. And the more I'm talking about these 4, now you know what's going to happen, right? Like Zestful will just win. But Zestful's speed is what throws a wrinkle into, getting confident about playing either Tiz the Magician or King Guillermo. Because Zestful from the outside with Maldonado, he's not going to be in here to just sit. He's going to at least make sure this pace is honest. And so does that make it more difficult for Tiz the Magician and King Guillermo? Does that mean Idol just ends up sitting the perfect trip? I thought he probably should have beaten a group that, I guess I don't know if that last group was better than this, to be honest. We're not taught. It was a field of 6, and it's not a group that this one actually may be better. So Idol probably gets the trip, but that's what I'm saying. You see how unexcited I sound to want to bet this race. It's sort of an interesting race with some horses who want to try to stamp themselves as contenders now in the older horse division. Let's move to the 7th race. Kentucky Derby points on the line here in the Bob Lewis. So you've got the Baffert Medina Spirit from the inside, who is going to take a lot of money coming off of his runner-up effort behind Life is Good. You've got the other Baffert Spielberg to the outside, who is now a multiple winner. He's a graded stakes winner. He won at Los Alamitos in the Futurity. He beat Next Out winner in the Great One. You'd imagine the Bafferts are going to take a lot of money. You've got Rombauer, who comes out of the Breeders' Cup. He was good in the American Pharoah when second in that Grade 1-2 back. He was 5th in the Breeders' Cup. He was behind Hot Rod Charlie, who ran really well at 95 to 1. So, those 2 are going to take some money. I actually like a couple others that I didn't even mention. The 2 that I'm the most interested in this race are Wipe the Slate and Roman Centurion. I don't know if either of these are Baffert's best. I think he might have 3 or 4 that are better than this, which is really saying something. It doesn't mean they can't win this race, but I just wouldn't want to take a short price on either. I love the way Wipe the Slate. One, he broke on top. He sat in the 3-path while a couple horses inside ended up shooting to the lead. He just kind of sat there patiently like he'd done it a million times before, a 3-wide trip all the way around. That was going 7 furlongs, so you went from 6.5 to 7. Now this stretch out to the 1 1/16 shouldn't be quite as difficult for him. Speaking of the stretch out, the horse who I may bet in here, if he is over 5-1, would be Roman Centurion. He took back at the start. He was looking for somewhere to settle. He ended up 9th in between horses, about 5 or 6 lengths off. He moved to the 3-path. He was asked for some run. He made a huge 4-wide move, and it was a big, sustained rally where it felt like he did start to get into his best groove late. So I think distance, he should be able to run all day, beautifully bred. They paid a ton for this horse. They've got high hopes and high expectations. The number 5, Roman Centurion. 5-7 for me in the Bob Lewis. And actually, for as short of a field and as difficult as a race to bet that the 5th is, this is the opposite. This is a really good Derby prep for this time of the year. All of the horses that I mentioned have quality. I mean, Parnelli's a horse they spent $500,000 on, they're high on. Medina Spirit, Rombauer, Parnelli, Hot Rod Charlie. I like Roman Centurion. Wasprint, he feels like he's going to have to step forward a little bit in here. Wipe the Slate, I like quite a bit. And then you've got Spielberg, who's the Grade Stakes winner on the outside. So a pretty strong group for a Grade 3 early prep race in the end of January there, especially at Santa Anita where the fields are short, especially at Santa Anita with a bad weather weekend expected. So that's a better race than I expected there in the Bob Lewis. Let's go over to Sam Houston now and continue on this Saturday horse racing train. So let's flip to race number 2. The opener's Arabian race. So I thought the 7, the Perfect Samurai, deserves another shot on the dirt. His race back in June on the grass at Louisiana Downs against Open Maiden Specials makes sense when compared with this group. There's just not a lot in here. He cuts back. We haven't seen him since August, but just a pure giving this horse who's shown something on the grass an opportunity to show us a little more on the dirt. His 2 dirt races were separated by a layoff, so maybe you can build excuses for both of them. The logical is to me the 3 American Code, blinkers off, who comes over here and obviously was within the Baffert barn, so makes a ton of sense. And then you got the 5 Extreme 4s, but he dropped in for maiden 75s and couldn't get the job quite done over at Churchill. Now, that's probably a comparable type spot as to here, so it's not as much of a drop as a lateral move, but I'm not in love with the 5 nearly as much. Maybe the 1 from the inside, a couple multiple winning sibs, but the draw won't be easy. I would use 3-7, to kick off any kind of an exotics there. We move to race number 3. The 1 Button Mushroom is just exiting some open races. These are for 5,000 claimers, which have not won 2 races since July 30th. We just don't know where those Assiniboia Downs races are going to stack up. I think at a price of around 5-1, she's a worthy wild card to throw in. The number 3, AJ's Grand. I needed her last time out. I had her connected with a lot of different exotics, and she opened up and just looked like she was going to win easy, and just really no excuses. Just got beat. AJ's Grand, she'll, I'm sure, win this race when we needed her last time out for a lot, and she'll come back and do it at like 4-5 here. 1-3 over 5 and 6. I sort of look at as the 6 Kona Katie. A lot of people will use. I will probably use on 1 or 2 tickets. I don't completely dismiss her in this spot. It's just not the strongest group in the world. And the 5 Sundance 7 actually has a race back in February of last year that you could go back to and would be pretty competitive in here. So 1-3 for me above the tier of 5 and 6 if you want to go a little deeper. We move to a stakes race in race number 4. It is the Darby's daughter division of the Clarence Shorber Jr. Texas Stallion, $75,000, 5.5 furlongs. I thought the 4, Bebop Baby. She was wide and in between horses against Open Company last time out. It was her first start since August. Now she's had over a month to recover from that. She should be plenty fit. She's going to go second off the bench. She's back in with Texas breds. I think she makes a lot of sense in here. The number 5, Wink Texas, is fast, and she was really quick from the inside. 3 others went from the lead, and that just really hurt any chance that she had in winning that race. Another one who's been facing open, now back in with Texas breds. So I go 4-5. The wild card comes in from Canterbury. And what's interesting about this as a stakes race, she is 2 for 3. She's won her last 2 starts. And the rest of this field, so the 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, are all coming out of races where they didn't even hit the board. She's won 2 in a row. So if you just look at it from that simplistic way, Star of the North is probably hard to completely dismiss. And then what do you do with Great Affection, who's now coming into the Pish Barn and is a stakes winner against a similar group back in July? We just haven't seen this one since August. So I had them stacked 4-5, 1-3 there in the 4th. In race 5 at Sam Houston, 15 claimers, non-winners of 4. I'm going to the 8. I just think this is the speed. Love My Honey from the outside. She ran really well in her first start since September. She came off the bench on January the 21st. She was involved in the pace to the outside, going 6 furlongs against First Level Allowance Company. Now she's going to be in with the 15 non-4s here. She's going to go from the inside to the outside. So she has shown us that she can sit off the pace a little bit if she has to. I don't think anyone is quite as quick as she is in here, at least with a sprint speed kind of quickness. Let's go to the 8. Love My Honey, a horse who I'm willing to single in some early exotics, maybe the single to end your late pick 4. I would play the 8 on top of. Obviously, the 4 is a logical contender. The 1, 2, and 7 would be other horses I would maybe throw in if you were going a little bit deeper. But for me, I'm going to single the 8 horse in race number 5, Love My Honey. We get to the 6th race. This is your second stakes race of the 2 on Saturday, and then 6 more for you on Sunday. I'll go back to the 8 here with Carbon Striker. He was part of a group of 5 that all went for the lead in his last start. He won that battle. He just got the lead at the top of the lane and got a little tired and faded late in a race that set up very well for the horse who won that day, Ultimate. So Carbon Striker to the outside now. Carbon Striker with an opportunity with that race under his belt to be a little more fit in here. The 1, Island Sun, first time gelding, and another one who's coming into the Pish Barn, treating him like a wild card in here. And then the 4, Dustum, who has been facing open company in the last 2, and Dustum will come running late. So 8-1-4 for me in race number 6 at Sam Houston. Let's go to the 7th race. Start of your late pick 4, a mile on the turf course here, optional 40s. I will lean towards the 7, Brave Nation, and I'm looking back at that October the 17th race, going the mile and a 16th. Settled in the inside, was 4th, was a couple lengths off, and just had nowhere to go, got backed up into, and that was in a race behind a horse named Tut's Revenge, who's a horse who's going to be really tough to pass on the front end, especially when you're getting backed into and you're getting in some trouble. Brave Nation, sneaky in here. Throw the 7 in your late pick 4s. The horses that, are probably pretty logical and going to be on a lot of tickets. The 9, Sunlit Song, and the 8, I'm sure will be on a lot of tickets as well. You've said it all. I've got 7, 8, 9 as my top tier of horses. The 4, the layoff lines concern me a little bit with Real Story. Yes, he does have an opportunity to either steal this race or sit close if he wants to. And then the 5, Redatory, is one, who's very familiar around these parts and definitely capable of jumping up and winning. He just might not be in his current best form right now. I had him stacked 7, 8, 9 as a top tier with 4, 5 below them, 7 as the one to play. In the 8th, I went to the 5, Sheriff Brown, second off the bench. I think that this is a spot for Fincher where he's got competitive idea who is going to show some pace in here, and Sheriff Brown should get a very nice trip if a couple other horses want to go with competitive idea early on. And on paper, I think it looks like you're going to get some pace from Gold Crusher, and if at least those 2 end up going, then Sheriff Brown, second off the bench. Look at some of his races, too. Let's cross out the race 2 back behind Sunlit Song, who we just talked about. Tut's Revenge, Mr. Misunderstood. That was a good race. Before that, he's behind Hunka Burning Love. You see Night Ops. I mean, we're talking about some pretty tough races when stacked up with some of the company that these have faced. Sheriff Brown, I like him a bit. If he's anything over like 5 or 6 to 1, worthy of a win wager. I had 5-4-3 rotation who won recently, and maybe was able to get back into a nice form off of a couple of clunkers after facing tough company. And then, the question mark, what do you do with Van Glider, the 7? I had him 5-4-3, and then question marks on the 7. In the 9th race, I thought the 4 is going to be really tough in here. Clay's Moonstone was scratched out of a race on Thursday for this spot, going to be dropping in class, and just feels like a great spot for Clay's Moonstone in a spot where I don't love anyone else. Catskill goes to the outside, will take some money, but Clay's Moonstone going to be the single for me in some of the late exotics, and that'll just sort of give me the opportunity to spread out a little bit if I want to in the 10th race, because it feels like just a wide open race. The 8 tiebreak has the turf experience, and then you start looking at the 2 who will try grass for the first time. The 3's been on there before and has probably faced a little bit better. The 4, interesting, trying the grass for the first time, bred for it. The 5's another one that's bred well for the grass, trying it for the first time. The 6 wouldn't completely shock you in here, a first time starter. Though I mentioned the 1 who's won twice on the turf and is bred well for it. So yeah, I think you could start using combinations of a ton of horses in here, and we should have the ability to do that because I think we have found a couple singles that we can use before. So I had them 8, 2, 4, 3, 5, 6, 1 to close things out on Saturday at Sam Houston. Over at oldsmokeclothing.com, you can find horse racing t-shirts, hats, zip-ups, hoodies, tank tops, long sleeves, quality clothing. A place where you can create custom designs, whatever you want. They also have special collections that you can check out, like the Kentucky Derby collection. Represent some of your all-time favorite horses or some of your current favorites. Tis the Law, Midnight Bisou, Authentic, She Dares the Devil, horses that have made you money over the last few years. Show the horse racing fan in you when you use the promo code GINO. It gets you free shipping on your order. There just aren't a ton of places out there where you could find really, really good horse racing swag to show off how big of a racing fan you are. oldsmokeclothing.com, promo code GINO gets you free shipping on your order. Now we head to Sunday. 10 races on the card on Sunday at Sam Houston. 6 stakes races, 2 graded stakes races, and Sam Sherman back to join us again. He's been so awesome in the first couple times he's joined us this year to talk Sam Houston, so we had to have him back for the big day. And we spent about 45 minutes going through all 10 races on the card for Sam Houston Sunday. Get those past performances out and let's follow along. It is Houston Ladies Classic Day over at Sam Houston, the big day there, as you hear the soothing sounds of some of my gardeners in the background right now. Sam Sherman joins me again to talk about the big day from Sam Houston. I had to bring him back. He's swinging a hot stick over the last couple of weeks. It doesn't matter what track you're talking about. Sam Sherman's one of the hottest handicappers, gamblers out there right now, dishing them out left and right. Sam, we got a big one coming up. Awesome card. We've got graded stakes races. We've got stakes races. We've got cool local horses, big horses shipping in. A little bit of everything for you on Sunday.
Yeah, this is my favorite day of the year at Sam Houston. I think there's the potential for some serious prices, especially in the multi-leg wagers. I mean, most of these fields have 9, 10, 11, 12 horses. So if you can find the winner, you could be in for a big payday on Sunday.
And our buddy Chris Griffin let us know that there are going to be 2 pick 5s on Sunday. Also, there will be an early pick 5 with races 1 through 5. There will be an all stakes pick 5 with races 6 through 10. So if for some reason that early pick 5 were to carry over, it would carry over straight into the late pick 5, which would be a lot of fun. We'll jump right into race number 1. Sam and I are going to go through the card race by race, going to give you some thoughts on each, horses to play, maybe horses to play against. We kick things off in race number 1 with a 4-5 favorite for Asmussen from the rail. These are maiden 50s. This gal is going to be dropping in from the maiden special weight race where she was a 3rd place finisher back on January the 21st. So what do you do with Red Bottom Rebel to kick things off? Which directions are you leaning in the opener?
I mean, I tossed Red Bottom Rebel. I don't
I don't have her at all.
Yeah. I bet on her last time, and I was at Sam Houston. And I mean, she never looked like a winner. I mean, she's technically dropping in for maiden 50, but I mean, she's run for maiden 30 and maiden 20 at Churchill. So is
And
it
that
really
race,
a drop?
that maiden special race, we talked about, it wasn't the strongest. She had like a real pace advantage in that race too. There were a lot of question marks with the horses that beat her. Norma Jean B had no speed from the rail. Via Angelica was one of those horses that was like looked a little bit weird coming into this spot. That was a great spot for her last time out.
Definitely. I think, one of the themes of, what I say on this podcast is probably going to be you don't want to be on the lead at Sam Houston. It seems like the only horses that have, wired the field have just been absolutely much the best, and usually much the best against a field that, hasn't really done much at all. I kind of keyed in on two horses in here. Lovey Dovey, which I think is the 5, and I think it's a donation on the outside. Those were two that I liked. I watched Lovey Dovey's replay. I mean, she broke awful. The form says sloppy, but I think sloppy was an understatement. Some tracks might not even have run on that day. The jock that was on her is a 5% jockey. Sorensen's not doing well at the meet, but he usually does okay. He was 13% last year. She gets Lasix. I think this one's interesting. Also, maybe the outside. So the program says it's trained by Joaquin Garza. That's actually Danny Pish's brother-in-law. So, kind of Joaquin, kind of Danny, So this one might be a little bit of a price. He's been off for over a year, but I really liked the move that she made in that race back in December of 2019. It's really just a matter of if she's fit. So those are kind of the two that I'm looking at in here. I'd probably lean towards Lovey Dovey just because she's run more recently.
Yep. I'm going to play in the pick 5s. I'm going to be no 1, and I'll be using 2, 5, and 8. A lot of the reasons you mentioned, Lovey Dovey. Step slow in the slop, then then was moving up the inside in a tight spot, ends up getting shuffled back, loses like 3 or 4 lengths, loses all momentum, and then she closed pretty well up the inside, and she got into a nice stride late. She's beaten 10 lengths, so it doesn't look that great, but it's actually sneaky good, as you mentioned, if you go back and take a look. That was against open maiden specials at Hawthorne, so this is probably a comparable type spot in here. I think the wild card and the one that if you're playing against the one, I think you have to throw in the 8. Think it's a donation. We hasn't raced since December of 2019, but did race against maiden specials. And you mentioned with the Danny Pish connection here, you have to feel like this is a mare that's at least going to be ready to fire a big effort on this day. And then the 2, Show Me the Best. If the 1, Red Bottom Rebel, goes, Show Me the Best might be able to sit right behind her. She actually beat Red Bottom Rebel when they faced back in October. Now, that was just Red Bottom Rebel's debut, but Show Me the Best has a little something. You mentioned, I'm not sure if being close to or on the lead is the place to be in here, but if Show Me the Best is going to be 2 or 3 times the price of Red Bottom Rebel, I'd much prefer the 2. So, yeah, I'll use 5, 2, and 8 to start the pick 5. You and I are definitely both not needing the heavy favorite right off the bat.
Yeah, the only concern with me on the 2 is the jock. I think he rode for me once, and he's been an apprentice, I think, since 2018. So
it's not getting a lot of mounts, not winning a ton of races.
Exactly. But I mean, I think you're going to get, every bit of 9-2. I mean, you might even get a better price. So I'm not going to talk you off of that.
We move to race number 2 at Sam Houston, maiden special weights, going a mile on the turf course in here. To me, the horse who I'm going to start with, Sam, I thought it's a little interesting, is the 7 Gray Storm. Fincher has been awesome so far throughout the meet. Gray Storm debuted at 6.5 at Remington Park behind a horse that you know pretty well, Texas Bad Boy. That was one of your good plays. And that was a race that stacked up across the track. I mean, they were going 4 or 5 deep all the way across the racetrack. Gray Storm was part of that battle. And what I loved is he actually kept trying really hard, even after it looked like he was done. Texas Bad Boy, we know, came right back to beat winners next time out. The dam of Gray Storm, Zardana, was a multiple stakes winner on the turf, and she was really good going long, turf, synthetic. All of her best work was long. Both siblings that tried the turf have won on it. I think Gray Storm is going to take a big step forward here. I wouldn't be shocked if he's right on the lead or sitting close to it. 6.5 is not an easy distance to debut at, so a lot of times you get a little tired late. I'm expecting a lot of improvement from the 7 Gray Storm, who are some of the horses you're looking at in the second.
So I kind of like a horse in here that's 30-1, the 3 Gods pick. It's Mindy Willis, Lindy Wade. I watched the first race. It was in here against a couple of them. It says hesitated start on the form, but I mean, this horse was almost, I mean, it could have been declared a non-starter.
Just eased almost. Basically.
It just sat in the gate. It made an okay middle move to kind of get back in contention, but then got tired. I liked two of the horses that finished ahead of him, but I don't like their prices in here at 4-1. I think the other one's 8-1. I mean, I think you're going to get, you might get more than 30-1 on here. Mindy Willis is a really good turf trainer at Houston. Lindy Wade, decent start to the meet, already has 4 wins. And I just didn't love anyone else in this field. So I thought if you're going to take a shot with a price, this might be one. I also looked at the jock who was on God's Pick at Remington. I mean, I think he's won one race since November, and that was on the morning line favorite. So I think, Lindy's brought a couple big prices home. I'm hoping this is another one. Blinkers on, that might be help him get out of the gate. And then right after that race in October, Mindy worked him out of the gate. So I'm hoping those gate issues are fixed and he can be, in closer contention throughout this race.
The 4 whose turf race at Churchill, it was okay back in October. Like, he can come running and pick up pieces. I'm not like as cold on him as I am on some of the other favorites. He wouldn't be a shock to pick him up. For me, the 8 Quiet Pair, the Dam, Quiet Prayer, his Dam won on the grass. Temple City also could go all day long. The 10 and 11 were other horses I looked at. Declaration of Speed actually got a lot of action, going 7.5 furlongs on the turf at Remington Park, and was in the 2 path, was pressing on the lead and just faded late. You do get Rye to jump aboard, so that's probably a positive. I thought the 11 was another one who, just coming out of the Keeneland and Churchill races for Moquette, maybe you'd give a little chance here with some upside. But yeah, I like the 7 in here. After Gray Storm, it does feel like the type of race where you were mentioning a bomb, God's Pick, where, yeah, this feels like that kind of race to maybe you spread out a little bit in the pick 4. Any others to mention?
No, but if you'll just indulge me for, 30 seconds, there's been
Please.
2 just huge pick 5s at Houston. I think one's paid, for Sam Houston, one's paid $22,000, one paid $44,000. And the theme in both of those are Asmussen favorites who've been beat. In the $44,000 pick 5 they got paid out, the highest price was 7-1, but it was just a theme of Asmussen favorites getting beat. I think he's going to be favored in the first race. Like we said, we both don't like it. I think he's probably going to be favored in here too. So you don't even have to find a bomb to hit some of these pick 5s. If you just find a horse that can beat the Asmussen, who's like 4-1, you can make money on these multi-leg wagers.
That might even be more important on a day like Sunday when you have more people watching and playing Sam Houston than they normally do. Because what do? They go, oh, with Asmussen, we know Asmussen, we know Stuart Elliott, we know these connections. Let's throw those. Like, they're going to be on almost every pick 4 or pick 5 ticket. Anytime that there's an Asmussen horse that's live, they're on someone's pick 4 or 5 ticket. When you can build them around beating those horses, just like Sam said, that's where you're going to make money. And it doesn't even, you don't even have to think of it like, oh, I need a 20 or 30-1. It's just, I need to beat a couple of these favorites, especially the big barn favorites at Sam Houston. And who is that? That is a lot of times Steve Asmussen. Diodoro hasn't had that great of a meet so far. Broberg's been a little bit cold. So right now, Asmussen's the key. He's the name everybody knows. He's the guy you have to try to beat. And we think we can do that in the first couple. Because, yeah, I don't – like Gold Vermilion was fine. I just think there's others with better prices with much more upside in race number 2. So I had him stacked 7-4 sort of as my top tier. The other 2 that I mentioned, 11-8, I'll definitely throw the 3 God's Pick onto a pick 4 or 2 that you mentioned at that type of a price. Let's move on to the. Go ahead.
You really, like you just need to find a third choice in these races. So you don't have to dig too deep.
No, we move to race number 3, Texas bred maiden special weights, 3-year-old, 6 furlongs. The distance here, we've got a field of 12 and just a lukewarm 3-1 morning line favorite. And one of the races that we'll start to see throughout the card where you have horses that are coming, you have a couple horses in each race that are coming out of a race before where they raced against each other. You have Bonham who hooked up with Carrie Stone here. You have Texas Prado and a couple others who come out of that Brother Robert race. Where do you start in the third?
This is probably my single. I think I singled a 3 Bonham for Gustafson. Really liked this effort first out. The form says rallied 5 wide, but he was more like 7 or 8 wide. I mean, and I don't blame the jock. That was kind of the only option that he had. I'm not even sure the horse knew he was in a race until it was halfway over. I actually talked with Gustafson a couple days ago. He said he likes the way the horse has been training. He said Raylu's liked it, in the morning. So I think Bonham's probably my single. I would toss the pish horse in here, Texas Prado. I had a horse, in his first race, Gushing Oil, that beat Texas Prado. We thought Gushing Oil was going to be, a superstar, and he's done nothing since then. I don't really see. I just think I think his horse is going to be overbet. He was less than even money in his first Texas bred maiden special weight. Didn't run a step, so I think Bonham's probably my single for the early pick 5.
Yep, I have Bonham on top, and I would not talk anybody off singling him. I just couldn't get around. Start eliminating horses in here. I'm watching Imperial Flyer. Maybe he broke with the leaders. He had speed in between. He was in tight. He kind of backed out of a spot. He couldn't re-rally again. If you're looking to go deep in this leg and throw a price in, I would include him. But I couldn't get past the 3 and the 5. And I definitely lean towards Bonham with the upside. He was in between horses. He was back to 5 lengths off. He angled out. He really got going late. He's got some ability, no doubt about it. You could see that in his race. I'm probably willing to give Texas Prado more of a shot back in here, and a lot of that has to do with how I'll build the tickets, because I don't really like the chalks in the opening 2. I'm okay with using Texas Prado in here, and I think the one reason why I'll give him a shot on the jock change, I didn't think it was the greatest ride, and I'm expecting a little bit better with Luzzy jumping aboard. He was a step slow from the inside, and then he kind of settled fourth, and he was just kind of running in a spot where he had nowhere to go. I don't think he would have won, but I think he would have been able to finish a little bit better. He kind of lost a couple lengths. He lost some momentum, and I'm expecting just a better ride in this spot. So I will use the 5 with Bonham, and I gave looks to the 7 Imperial Flyer, who I'll probably throw in on one ticket, but I would not talk anybody off singling Bonham, just like Sam said, especially if this is a race where Texas Prado goes off favored. Bonham's your second choice, and we're going to be taking shots against some of the favorites in at least one of the first couple races. This would be like to get through this race with Bonham singled after beating the Asmussen in the first race. That's exactly the type of pick 5 you're talking about that pays at least in the couple thousand range.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Bonham, you get a better price than 7-2 just based off, the buyer speed figures on the form. He got a 36. I think Texas Prado, has four speed figures over that. I think Texas Prado is going to be more like 7-5. And he's been, favored 3 times and 2-1 another time and just burned money. I think you're right. You're going to get a better ride with Luzzy. Sorensen and Luzzy both ride for Pish. I don't think Sorensen has ridden a horse for me in 2 years. There's a reason why. So I think you're right. You probably are going to get a better ride. I just don't know if the horse is good enough.
Yeah, and when you ever have to question what Sam said, and you're doing that with a short price, those are the horses you don't need. If you're talking about a horse who's 10-1 and you say, I don't know if he's good enough, well, those are horses that you can still throw in on your tickets because you're really not trying to beat them. But when we're talking about a horse who, it wouldn't be shocked if he's under 2-1, and if he's 8-5 or so, now we're starting to say, okay, do I need this horse? Those are the horses who, in the long run, you're better off not using on your ticket if you genuinely just are 50-50 on them. So, no, you don't have to play scared a lot of the time. People do that way too much and play way too defensively. As we move along to race number 4 at Sam Houston, we've got optional 50 non-2s in here. So the one Good with Numbers was favored on January the 8th in a race with canoodling that a couple of these all come out of. And Good with Numbers didn't have the smoothest trip, but the concern that I have with her is that she sort of had like that inside trip where she got a little trouble. I don't know why her trip today is going to be all that different than the one she got last time. She's not the fastest. She's going to have to try to work out a trip from down there. At least she's not an Asmussen who will probably be 4-5. But you got the 2 inside horses that are going to take some money here. Who are you looking at in the 4th?
Yeah, so I really do not like the Asmussen horse in the rail. She was nominated to a stakes race that one of my fillies ran in, so I really, went through the nominations. I watched her maiden, it was a maiden 150,000 at Keeneland. So, it's really a maiden special weight, but there aren't, just monsters in there. And I thought that number she ran in that was just totally fraudulent. Like, I mean, there's all the horses that came out of that race have done nothing. She didn't have to, do anything to win that race. And as you can see, I think I was right. She's hasn't done much since.
Nope.
I really like Fashion Moon in here, the 2 for J.R. Caldwell. He's hitting at 26%. That's a little bit of a misleading 26% because he is 0% with first-time starters, and he's had a handful in here. So with older horses, he's probably hitting at something like 35%. I wasn't a fan of the ride in here. I'm not sure how much I can get into this, but Ivan Ariano's not allowed to ride at Houston for the remainder of the meet. Probably can't say why, but getting just an upgrade over Ariano, who, this horse had every reason to win. And I think she just got a garbage ride. Getting an upgrade to Gonzalez in here, I think will make the difference. I really like Fashion Moon in the 4th race.
There's only 2 horses that I'm using in here. The 2 is one of them, Fashion Moon. The other one is one that I did not like at all. I definitely played against her last time out, but she had a tough trip. I'm talking about Mostly Distorted. What I love about her is she goes from the inside to the outside, and she had that down inside trip where she was close up early. She got shut off on the inside. She had nowhere to go. She lost all chance, but she kept trying. She could have easily just backed up, packed it in, backed up, and just lived the fight another day, but she kept trying. She ended up finishing 4th that day. Now she goes inside to outside. What I like is that she's got speed, so if they want, she can be close to the pace in here. I think she's probably going to sit 2nd or 3rd there from the outside with Rye, and I just much prefer the draw for her. So I'm going to use 2-7 in all of my exotics, Fashion Moon, for a lot of the reasons that you said. To me, she's no doubt the one to beat of the horses that I think will take money. I much prefer Fashion Moon over a horse like Good with Numbers, who, Fashion Moon was good. She ran a really good race. She was the best of the horses that were battling and that were showing tactical speed. She just lost to a horse who came from off the pace too, who got a better trip. You mentioned the ride. We should get a better one in here. So 2-7, I have 7-2 in all the exotics here, and Sam's very strong on Fashion Moon in this spot. Because, when I'm looking at a race like this, I looked at underneath, and it would be the next, ring of choices. I don't like doing that, using 4 horses that are all going to be like A, B, C, D. I couldn't get to Princess of Chi-Town or Sambarita in here. So, hey, little shout to Hooked on a Kiss. That was one of the only really good horses I've had in your contest so far, where I had Hooked on a Kiss to close out on opening day, I think, and get me a nice $35 winner. So we move on to the Pulse Power Turf Sprint. Unfortunately, it's no longer the FU Turf Sprint, which was always a great name for a race, Sam. The old Frontier Utilities Turf Sprint. Now it's the Pulse Power Turf Sprint. Where are you starting in race number 5?
So I think I've been down on Asmussen for the first 4 races. This is one where I actually really like his horse a lot. Share the upside. This one's made me a lot of money at Lone Star at Remington. It's 3 for 3 on the turf. I think, he probably just tried, those dirt races towards the end of the meet just because there weren't any turf races available at Remington at that point. There might not have been any turf races available anywhere in the country. I think this one, he needs the lead to win. He might get it. I think Share the Upside in here is probably the one I'll take. But, I'll be honest, this is not a race where I have a really strong opinion. If I was playing, early pick 5, this would be the race where I would really spread pretty deep.
I don't love Fast Boat, and there's been a lot of stuff going on with the Joe Sharp barn recently too. They said they didn't think Fast Boat loved Fairgrounds and comes over here. If he ends up taking money, I can go elsewhere. I do need the horse you mentioned, Share the Upside. He lost to Welder. Welder is a 26-time winner. Welder's so cool. He won 5 more times in 2020. The horse who I really like, and I will be using the 2 and the 3 as my top tier, Caratori. I've followed and sort of been on this horse a bunch of different times here. He's got speed, but he can sit. When you go through his entire career race by race, it all makes sense. Every time he runs poorly, he's got a legitimate excuse for the reason of running poorly. You can put lines right through them. You see one of the races back in May where he didn't run all that well. He had some trouble, and it was coming off of a couple-month break. Since then, he's run from pretty good races. On September the 4th, he actually again had trouble. He was behind Diamond Oops in a pretty tough, a much tougher race than this. Caratori's best efforts, something we saw on August the 2nd, some of the things we saw in early 2020, January, March, those races, they absolutely beat these. And what I like is that he's got the speed to stay close, but he's also got the ability to sit off a little bit and pass some horses. So I'm going to use Caratori everywhere, the number 3. If I can get like 5-1, I'll definitely make a win wager on him. I have the 2 and 3 as my top tier. Other horses I would look to, as you mentioned, it's sort of a spread out race. It depends on what you want to do with the 7. I thought the 12 as sort of a horse with upside. I don't like the draw. Obviously, it's way out there, and you've got a pilot who, might be a difficult task trying to work out a trip from out there going 5 on the turf, but he's got some upside. He's got some speed, and from out there, at least he has some speed to maybe either flee that post or secure a nice spot. I have 3, 2 over in 12, and then question marks on whatever anyone wants to do with the 7. But for me, I'm all over the 2, 3 here in the formerly named FU Turf Sprint. Got to be able to say that as many times as we can.
Oh, yeah.
Let's move to the late pick 5, the 6th race. It's the Stoner Side Sprint. 75,000 here, and you have another Asmussen horse who's going to be taking a lot of money. This one from the Rail Nitrous, who does come out of some of the better races in here. Where do you stand with the 1 Nitrous?
I think you just single Nitrous. I mean,
I agree.
I agree. I mean, I think just looking at the entries in here, I think none of the other connections thought it was even a possibility that Nitrous would show up. That Sam Houston, he's here. I mean, he is the prohibitive favorite in a race like this.
He's faced so much better. I mean, so much better horses. And it's funny that I think win or lose, it just kind of shows you that it's probably a race to maybe to do this, because I can't remember very many times when the 3 times that we've talked where you and I are both like, you just need to single this favorite and move on. This is definitely one of them. I just couldn't who else are you going to make a case for? And if you're trying to, I guess the horses would be like the 4, 5, and 6, they would be like the most intriguing with upside. I don't really like the 9 at all going 6 furlongs. I think that's a little bit beyond where he's best at his scope. He has one going farther, but I just think he's better going 5, 5.5. Like, I played Skyride last time out, and he's got a little bit of upside just in that he's a price and he could maybe fall into a nice spot. I just can't see, like, Bourbon Cowboy, he's got some huge races back in from 2015 to 2019, and the barn thinks that he's maybe on the way to getting back there. So I wouldn't be shocked if No Bourbon Cowboy ran well. But what is well for any of those horses? Like, if they run their career best and Nitrous runs like a C-, he still wins this race.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, I mean, he's at 8 to 5 morning line. He's going to be more like, 4 to 5. You might they might play up in the pick 5 though, just because people are generally scared about getting knocked out in the first
right
leg.
Off the bat, right? Nobody wants to single right away and be done.
Yeah, I'm not scared. I mean, if he loses, I'll just move on to the next race.
Especially at Sam Houston when everything's 12%, right? Like, when you're playing at another track where they've got the 12% pick 5s and then they got 25% pick 4s, you want to make sure that you don't get knocked out as much. You're like, okay, I don't want to have to come back and lose like half more of my money in the next wager. Sam Houston, if you play a pick 4 and you get knocked out, you come right back and play a 12% pick 3, or you play a pick 3, you get knocked out, you come back and play a 12% double. It doesn't feel any different. Like, it doesn't feel like you're getting robbed.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, he's just so much the best that it's hard to really even make a case for anyone else in that race.
I agree. Yep, we're Nitrous singled, move on. I had one over 5, 4, 6 if you're looking to play him on top, or maybe you want to play one small sort of spread ticket and say, hey, maybe if he does get beat, I could be alive for big money. The Texas Turf Mile, what a race here. We have just a massive field. We've got 12. We've got a couple also eligibles here. You got Mark Cassie, Brett Calhoun, Asmussen, Pletcher, Pete Urton, Mike Maker, Keith DeSormo, Frank Lucarelli. You name it. It's a who's who of barns. This is a really cool betting race with lots of different directions to go. Fighting Force, who comes in from Gulfstream Park, was a runner-up against Stakes Company last time out, is the lukewarm favorite on the morning line. Win from within. The other Pletcher was impressive, winning in his turf debut. Those two will take some of the money in here. Where are you starting?
I'm tossing both of the Pletcher horses. The reason why is there's a grade 3 at Gulfstream in a couple days. And I mean, both of these Pletcher horses were nominated. If they were like Pletcher's A turf horses, they're not coming to Houston. They're running in that graded stakes race. So I think these are, Pletcher's like B or maybe even C horses.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
And they're just going to take money because, it's Todd Pletcher. And when's the last time Todd ran at Sam Houston? I mean, maybe never. The horse I really like a lot in here is On the Rail. Palazzi, I think is how you say it.
We're in some trouble. Yep, we're together here again.
Yeah,
so impressive,
really,
right?
They tried to get him on a turf two-back. Didn't run that well, but it was washed off. Finally gets on the turf, second time Lasix. I mean, does not break well. Has a weird trip. It says, he only won by one, but I mean, he never looked like a loser down the stretch. He was kind of geared down to win by one. If Bridman really wanted to, he could have won by three. I think, everyone's going to see this troubled trip. So I don't think, we're not saying anything that other people can't see. I just think if you get past the Pletchers, that's probably the one I like the most.
100%. I mean, it was interesting because he immediately took back and he crossed over to save the ground. He was 13th in a field of 14, and he was legitimately 15 lengths out of it, like that far back. He ends up kind of angling to the two path. And then all of a sudden it was like, boom, Bridgman pressed the button and this guy just went flying. He made a 5-wide move all the way, absolutely inhaled the field. One of my notes was just wowza with a couple exclamation points afterwards. Like, it was that kind of a race. And this would be the type of a horse in a pick 5 who I'd love to single to. You can get a little bit of separation or a start of pick 4 on one different ticket if you play a couple. I usually play a couple different tickets. This would definitely be a horse who I'd love to single to start a pick 4. Because the reason you mentioned too, there's just enough big other barns where he's not going to take a ton of money. He's going to take some money, even if people see it, but both the Pletchers are going to take money. Excess Magic is going to take money off of a big figure last time out. I think you have to use Palazzi. If he's over 7-2, I'll probably make a win wager on him as well. You mentioned the 5, and I'm Luke on the 5. If you're looking for a price, I did think the 8 Chess's Dream is a little bit interesting. Now, he's coming off of a win against Florida Breds, but if you look previously, he has competed fine against Open Company, and he was 6th last time out in his start at Gulfstream. He was about 5 off on the inside. He was behind horses. He was loaded. He was just waiting for room, waiting to go, and then he angled around easy and won. It was like a big confidence-building win. I have no idea how good the horses he beat were, and this is no doubt a step up, but if I don't think he'll be 20-1 because of the barn and just the jock with Maker and Lepereau. But if he's 10, 12, I think he's a fun horse to maybe throw into one of your pick 4s there. Mention Excess Magic, who has actually crossed the wire 3 times tracking from the inside. He would be another one there. And then your buddy Texas Bad Boy. I mean, he's been awesome. This just feels like a tough task for him in a pretty deep and tough group.
Yeah, this is probably just too tough of a race for Texas Bad Boy. I don't like any. I think there's 3 kind of local-ish horses in here. I wouldn't use any of the 3. I don't really love Excess Magic or Invincibility. They came out of the same race. It was a 6-horse field. I didn't see a lot there. I mean, at what point did you know Palazzi was going to win that race? I mean, there's probably 3 furlongs left. You're like, boom, he's the winner.
He's the winner. He was the winner. I mean, he just looked all the way around. And like you said, it was. He pressed the button and then he started to go, and then he didn't even ask him again. And it was just he completely went by them and sort of was looking. And I think it was just I don't even have to ask at all. It was I'm just along. It was one of those along for the ride piloting, experiences.
100%. It was, it was one of the more impressive, turf races for a young horse that I've seen in a while.
Mm-hmm. Palazzi, a horse that we're definitely high on in the Texas Turf Mile. We move to the big one. It's the start of the late pick 3, and you've got the Houston Ladies Classic. They're going to go a mile and a 16th, $300,000 up for grabs. We have last year's winner, Lady Apple, and I got to say, I do not like her in this spot. She won last year, big victory. It was a race where it was a very spread out field, and they were all in it till very late. And then since then, she hasn't won. And it almost feels like it kind of took something out of her a little bit. In her most recent start at Fairgrounds, it was just a field of 5. She was third on the inside. She was behind horses. She actually broke well, but she took back. And then she angled to the outside. She had dead aim. She just really couldn't quicken. I don't love her in this spot. I guess from like a conversation standpoint, we should probably start with Latruska, who is a multiple graded stakes winner, who just won a grade 3 by 6+. Blinkers off gave her a career best buyer speed figure last time out. From the outside, she looks like the one they'll have to catch and beat.
Yeah, and I think this is what I mentioned earlier. One of the themes of the handicapping on the dirt is I'm not sure that you want to be on the lead. She's the horse to beat. There's no doubt about that. She's even money morning line. She's going to be more like 4 to 5. I tried to find, a couple of horses that could come off the pace and beat her. I think the one I like the most is Ujai, the 3. Mm-hmm. She just ran third at Aqueduct. She lost to 2 really good horses. Thankful Miss Marissa. They're multiple winners in 2020. She looked like she was just getting there. Wasn't quite good enough. It was kind of a weird day at Aqueduct. It says it was fast, but that track is just really deep. I know that Raylu likes the 2-horse Jeweled Princess.
Yeah.
She ran, 3 wins out of her last 4 races at Remington. Same sort of deal. She's going to come from off the pace. I think, those are the 2 that I like other than Latruska. What I'm hoping happens is Motion to Motion and Latruska kind of get in some sort of pace duel and set it up for someone else.
Exactly.
Latruska's, like I said, she's the horse to beat. Respect Latruska a lot. I think, if I was going to try to find someone else, I'd probably use the 2 and the 3 in here.
Yep, completely agreed. For me, I'm looking at the race exactly like you are. If Motion to Motion, she is no doubt the key to this race. If she doesn't break well and go after Latruska, the race is probably over. If she breaks well, and with the work she's had in the morning, and with Aspen saying she's been working so great, she's been working really fast, she's got enough natural speed too with the inside draw to make things difficult on Latruska. Look at some of the races Motion to Motion is coming out of too. She was beaten by Midnight Bisou in her last few. So, she's the key. If we're handicapping the race that way, I think that the 2 horses that you really lean on are the exact 2 that you mentioned, the 2 and the 3, because I'm cold on Lady Apple. I think she's going to take a lot of money. And if she wins and she's around anywhere from 5-2 to 5-1, she can beat me. I would just want more on her right now with her recent form. Jeweled Princess is the one who I slightly lean to. She's on the improve right now. She snuck through the rail on the inside and she held off a filly who was flying late last time out. If you can just excuse the September race at Remington where she had a wide trip. She was 4 deep early and she was inside behind horses. What she's done in her last 5 or 6 are really, really good. Upside on the improve. Ujai feels like one who could fall into a really nice trip as well. And then depends on what are you doing with Latruska. I'm going to make Jewel Princess my slight top selection. The 4 horses that we mentioned are the ones that I'm either going to be using, or to me are the ones that I would think about using 1, 2, 3, and 7. I don't need Lady Apple as much. And I am a little worried about Motion to Motion. I don't know if she can get the trip she needs to win this. I think she can definitely have a big say in what happens in this race with how they handle her.
Yeah, I used to really be high in Motion to Motion, but she just hasn't gotten better.
She hasn't progressed. Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeweled Princess, she's, like I said, 3 out of her last 4. In the Remington Park Oaks, I had a filly in there, but the winner of that race, Ebutant, it's just she's just a freak. So losing to that horse, isn't something to be ashamed about. I don't think Lady Apple. She's going to be a bigger price, I think. It looks like Steve's been trying to figure out what to do with this horse since she won the Ladies Classic. Tried some, better graded stakes races, didn't run at all. Eventually tried the turf at one point. I think she's just not good enough anymore. No, so I think the 3 horses we talked about are probably the ones to use. I think you either single Latruska or try to find a couple others.
Completely
Using
agree.
Latrushka and other horses, that's just wasting money, I feel like.
Yeah, that's not the way. That's not the approach in here. It's either do Latrushka, or if you're trying to beat Latrushka, and then you'd probably look towards Jewel Princess, Ujjayi. If you're trying to beat Latrushka, you'll probably even throw in a horse like Motion Emotion, hoping that she could get back to form. If you're going against the chalk. But two for me, no doubt about it. 2-3, we're looking at as sort of the horses who could be your best value and could get the trip here. Let's go to the John B. Connolly, race number 9, mile and a half on the turf course at Sam Houston. Another graded stakes race here. Where do you begin in this marathon turf race?
So this is kind of, similar to the turf sprint. I thought this race was just really difficult. We talked about the first couple legs of the pick 5. I feel like I might go single, too deep. And this is one where, I'm not going to hit the all button, but it's going to be pretty deep in here. The one I guess I thought I'd talk about was Tut's Revenge, the 4. I think, he's never run this far. Not even close. But I didn't see a ton of speed in here. And maybe he'll be able to wire the field. I think Tenfold's going to take a bunch of money. I think there's another Asmussen that can be beaten. Mike Maker wins this horse. It seems like wins this race, I feel like, every year. I think that you just got to go really deep in this race to move on.
One of the horses who I really like in this spot, and I think I make sure to throw him into some of your tickets, is Marzo. You could do a little digging with Marzo, and you can make some excuses for his last few. So they took a shot on the synthetic, said that he just absolutely hated the synthetic, and they just used it as a workout. No issue there. 2 starts back at Saratoga, soft turf in August, and they were sent to the bench for a few months after. So I think you can just put a line right through that. If you put a line through the last 2 races now, and you're tossing December 31st, you're tossing the August 29th, look at the form prior to that, and that string of like 5 races. Even the 5th in the Bowling Green, when sort of run off speed early, that was just a different choice of tactic that day. The races where he was sitting just behind, those aren't bad. He ran into a sharp Factor This, who's a tough horse when he can wire a field. This is a horse, Marzo, who was your favorite last year in the John B. Connolly and was only beaten a length and a half and ran pretty well. Bema's Boy came out of that race to win. I think there are a string of races that are definitely good enough. What he did in the Sycamore in 2019 would no doubt win this race. The question is, when a horse goes off form like that, are they still some of that same horse? I'm willing to gamble on it when they're the price like this, when they're 6, 8, 10, 12 to 1. I think Marzo will be in what's a really spread out race. I don't really love the 5 conviction trade as much, mainly because the horse who beat him last time out, Sir Anthony, he just came back over the weekend at Gulfstream Park. He ran 6th in the grade 3 McKnight. And just if you're playing like the common rival game, if you go over to Spooky Channel and you look at some of the horses who he's been facing, you look at Largent and Doswell, they both came back and ran really well over the weekend. Largent was 2nd in the Pegasus World Cup. Doswell was 3rd in that same grade 3, and he actually should have won. He got a butcher job of a ride that day. I was not too happy, but nonetheless, those horses are just a little bit better. So I think Spooky Channel is he's not a favorite. We talk about favorites that I'd be wanting to just completely chuck out. That's probably not the case here. I don't think he's one that you completely just toss out of your exotic. So I will start, and sort of on my top tier, I've got 6 and 10. You mentioned Tut's Revenge, who's just really, really sharp right now, and he will probably be on the engine here or close to it. I think there's a bust out long shot. Okay, are there 2 horses that are, if you're spreading out deep in this race, if you're, sort of playing an approach like Sam said, where maybe you have a couple singles early in the pick 5 or pick 4, and this feels like a spread out leg, there are 2 bombs that I thought were interesting. The 9 of Vittori Kin. So this is an 8-year-old now. He has not won in quite some time. He's 0 for his last 13, but he was a Group 1 winner going a mile on the turf in Brazil in 2016. He's a Grade 3 winner in 2018 here in the United States. 0 for 13 since that Grade 3 win, but now it's 2nd time Stidham. He was behind a horse named Logical Myth last time out, who has actually won his 2nd race in a row. And Vittori Kin was down on the inside, and it was a race that had really no passing. The top 3 horses in that race that finished 1, 2, 3. They were 1, 2, 3 all the way around the track. Logical Myth just kind of snuck through on the inside. So Vittori Kin now, 2nd start off the long layoff, 2nd start in the Stidham barn with a horse who has some back class to call on. I think if if he's going to show some improvement, this might be the spot. And this might be a spot at a huge price to show a little bit of improvement. I don't think Stidham would just put him in this race unless he was liking what he was seeing with him recently. So I'll throw him in. And then my other big bomb in here was the 12, Henley's Joy, who I love horses like this, who he's over his last 9, but look at some of those races. Talked about Logical Myth, who just came out of that race to win again. He's got Zulu Alpha twice when Zulu Alpha was really good. He's got a Sharp Factor This, who comes out of that race to win. He hooks Mo Forza in back-to-back races, and Mo Forza comes out of both of those to win. So he runs into some really, really sharp horses. I mean, he's capable. You can see on the bottom of the page, the Belmont Derby win. He's capable of jumping up with a win good enough to beat this group. He's just not consistent, but at 15-1, you don't really need as much consistency. You just need him to be good enough on this day. So 9-12 were some of my bombs to throw in for folks who want to go a little deeper.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, because I mean, I'm going to be going super deep in that race. It's just really tough. I feel like it's tough year after year just because, you know, there just aren't that many, you know, 1.5-mile turf races, first of all. And then second of all, I mean, there's none down here. So it's probably the race that I have the biggest difficulty in year after year. I just don't see a prohibitive favorite either.
We move on to the Jersey Lily Turf to close things out. So we have Joe Sharp horse from the rail, Catch a Bid, who is 7-5 on the morning line, who came into this barn now from Chad Brown. And again, I mentioned earlier, there are some issues with the Joe Sharp barn. So with a horse like this, you wonder, I mean, she's going to be a short price. On paper. It looks like there are 3 that are going to just take a lot more money than the rest of these. It's Catch a Bid, it's Stunning Sky, and then it's sort of the up-and-coming Morning Molly for Tom Proctor. You've got Catch a Bid, who we haven't seen since August. You've got Stunning Sky, who's a closer who doesn't always get the pace to run at, and then you got, you know, the 7 who came off of a really long layoff, was just beaten last time out. I guess we'll start talking about those like top tier of horses. So any of those that you like, don't like using, tossing?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably toss the rail horse Catch a Bid just because I don't see anyone moving up a horse off Chad Brown on the turf. And I mean, that's just one where I feel like, you know, 7-5 morning line, she's probably going to be every bit of it. And I just don't see it. Of the 3, you know, favorites, I probably like Morning Molly the best just because she's really consistent. You know, 3 wins and 6 races, 2 seconds. It kind of makes sense now that they're going to come to this race. You know, she's kind of been running in optional claiming races, a handicap. It's time to try a stakes race. They're not going into graded stakes. I feel like they've been trying to, like, you know, she's already 5 years old. So they're trying to kind of progress her consistently. This is probably the next step in the progression, so I get why they're here. Stunning Sky, I don't love when, you know, she kind of ran all of her good races. They were restricted to 3-year-olds, and now she's 4, having to go against older horses. I usually like to, you know, have them prove it once against older horses. You know, you just see Oaks. So of those 3, Morning Molly is probably the one I like a lot. Out of those, you know, I think Curlin's Journey is kind of interesting.
It's just we talked about numbers. Sophie, and she just been struggling so much, you know, and that's and I completely agree with you. Like, she looks like she's going to fall into a great spot, right? Like, if you can just excuse her last race, and that was against tougher. Like, the Dalika Secret Message races are better than a lot of these have been facing. It's hard with Sophie, who, you know, you and I were talking about. She is someone who's generally like between a 10 to 15% rider. And for the first few weeks of this meet, she was at like 0. I mean, we're talking not like low percentage, just not winning at all. She finally got a victory, but with someone who's struggling, do you want to now here? The positive is Curlin's Journey is going to be 10-1 plus. So we're not talking about having to accept a very short price, but can she navigate this trip going long on the grass against some good horses when she's struggling a little bit? You know, that's something that definitely is worth taking into account.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, if you look at the form, it just says 15% last year, but I mean, what it doesn't tell you is she was riding first call for Danny Caldwell and Villafranco at Remington, and I mean, that guy, I mean, he just celebrated his thousandth win of his career as an owner. So I mean, he had multiple horses in every day. She was riding first call for, you know, one of the best barns there. So she's 15%, but I mean, if she's not first call for Caldwell, she's, I don't know, 8%. I mean, nothing against her personally. I just think she's, kind of on a cold streak here. So
it happens in every sport, right? With every athlete, we see it with everyone, and then you start struggling, and you get in your head a little bit, right? You start thinking about it like, oh no, I got to move a little early here, I got to move late, and then what ends up happening? It's like if you're a baseball player, every time you step in the box, it's 0-2 when you're struggling. It's like, how the hell did I foul off a ball and then I caught the bad end of like a corner strike? It sort of seems like that when you're in racing, like you get out of the gate and you're dead last, or you get stuck down on the inside like every single time trying to get out. And then she'll start to win and then rattle off, because she gets in good enough mounts too, where she'll start to win and she'll rattle off a good streak in a row. But when you're, it's just always something to mention when someone's going hot, someone's going cold, jockey, trainer, anyone in this game especially. It's such like a cerebral game, and it's. I mean, if you're good, you're winning at 20%. Right. Like you're losing 80% of the damn time. So that's it just is such a mental game here. But I all that being said, like, I would not want Curlin's Journey to be sitting like second or third, and I'm trying to close out a pick 4 or 5, and I don't have her on my ticket at like 15-1, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to bet on a horse like that, you want 15-1. You don't want to bet on someone who's cold at 5-2.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. I mean, like I said, she's a good rider. She's eventually going to win. Just how much do you want to bet on that? If you'd bet on her in the last 26 races, you won one of them. So you got to take that into account.
I think you need Morning Marley in here. You mentioned, and keep in mind, Morning Molly, she was coming off of a long layoff in her last start there at Tampa. She hadn't raced from March to January, and she had a trip on the turf that generally does not work. She was kind of stacked up wide, 2-3 deep. That's a trip that works fine on the main track, on the dirt. But when you're like that on the grass, when you're losing ground all the way around, that rarely works. She actually moved up to the lead. She took the lead. And she just got a little tired late. She absolutely needed the race, and she should step back, and be a little more fit in here. So I think you need the one to try to close things out. I've chased Stunning Sky so many times because she's the type of filly with her running style where she comes from behind a lot, where you watch a lot of her trips and there's like trouble, and you can say, oh, okay, I want to bet her back next time. Oh, okay, she got into trouble, I want to bet her back next time. My concern with this race too is like, it doesn't seem like there's that much speed. I think we got a couple, Elegant de Domino, maybe quick. I wouldn't be shocked if Catch a Bid is like close from the rail. That's sort of why, I'm fine with Curlin's Journey and Morning Marley, who I think could maybe just be sitting in front of some of the deeper closers in here. So, to close things out, we'll see. Maybe this can be the race that that gets Sophie off the schneid, kind of wakes her up a little bit. Maybe she'll have won a couple others earlier in the day, and she'll be feeling it here with the 5 Curlin's Journey. But just I don't. This isn't any race where I would say single Catch a Bid or just single the 8 Stunning Sky. Those are 2 short price horses that I'm not in love with.
Yeah, if I was going to single one in here, it'd be Morning Molly. I'd probably, this is another race where I probably tried to go pretty deep. Like we talked about, the first 2 legs of the late pick 5, we might go single. So you'll be able to, to spread a little bit. I think, there's questions kind of about every single horse in here. So it's, it's interesting. I think, you got to use a few in here. I think we're on the same page. The 5 and the 7, Curlin's Journey, Morning Molly, are probably the ones we like. I'll probably try to find a couple more closer to Sunday. It's just a tough race.
And when we do want to find out more information from you, because you're someone who's great on Twitter, on social media, posting throughout the race dates. So you and I are recording this early on Thursday. So you're a great follow for, just like you said, you'll continue to post selections or throughout races. If a horse feels too high of a price, somebody else to look at, where can we follow along and see what you're working on?
So on Twitter, it's at Sherman_Sam. I'm sure I'll be paying attention to Sam Houston, from today, Thursday, all the way through Sunday. Be interesting to see how the track plays. And once again, I think there's probably 5 or 6 Asmussen horses that are going to be favored on Sunday. If you can find a way to beat them, you're going to be rewarded.
Sam, I really appreciate it, man. It's been so much fun the last couple of weeks talking with you now, back and forth, handicapping the races with you. You are doing a hell of a job, and so now it's the big one. Hopefully, we can lead the folks out there to some winners. A great follow on social media, and definitely a great ambassador for Sam Houston and for racing over there in Texas. Good luck this weekend, Sam. I'll talk to you again soon and see when we can link up and bring you back for more, because the folks just love it when you come on and we're able to go through the full card. So just thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on. It was a lot of fun.
Sam Sherman, folks, you heard how to follow him on social media, and a huge Sunday coming up. We're going to be talking all about it on Twitter with all the Sam Houston racing on Sunday. Don't go anywhere, folks. Plenty more on That's What She Said. Another great chat with Sam. Hopefully, we led you to a few winners for the big Sunday. I am very excited about an interview we did earlier this week with Cindy Carava, one of our sponsors, Full Service Realtor. I'm going to put that on one of the episodes of That's What She Said next week, because we have a little that we're going to add to it. But if you're looking for anything in the world of real estate, Cindy Carava is a full service realtor. Cindy, CindyCarava.com. That's the website. You can get all of the information there. She can help you out with buying, with selling, with leasing. She can help you find vendors, handymen, painters, landscapers. She can help you get pre-approved for a home loan and connect you with the lenders that she works closely with. CindyCarava.com. If you have any questions, that's the website. You can get all the information there, find all the listings, and we're going to get a bunch of info about Cindy next week on That's What G Said podcast. Right now, you're going to get a bunch of information about this week in wrestling with Chad Cooper. We recap AEW Dynamite, and then we give a little Royal Rumble preview. We talk about the men's and the women's Rumbles there with Chad Cooper. About a half hour of wrestling talk coming your way. This week in wrestling with Chad Cooper, and this week in wrestling is probably one of the biggest weeks of the entire year in wrestling that we'll have to talk about. It is personally my favorite. I got to say, WrestleMania is awesome. I love it. But when it comes to the Royal Rumble, Chad, this is the event for me as a kid, the one that I've always loved the most. I think a lot of people probably feel similar. You get the 30 men in one ring, now 30 women in one ring. We've got two Rumbles. You get the excitement of not knowing who's coming out at which number. You got the excitement of not knowing, there's still 10 guys that we haven't had with these confirmed entrants. This has always been a show that I love, and I get really pumped the week leading up to the Royal Rumble. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic, and I 100% agree. With WrestleMania, you kind of know, we know the matches, we know the storylines, because it begins basically this week. Yeah. The countdown, of course, we're not going to have fans in the building as we did last year.
So I'm curious if they do anything different because of that,
yes.
right? Like, are there different guys or gals that they say, okay, hey, their reaction, we don't have to worry about the reaction they're going to get. So we can bring them in here, or maybe vice versa. Is there maybe someone that they want to wait on a little bit that they choose not to bring? So that's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, it's they can try different things. You can see debuts, and we'll get into that in just a second. I'm sure we're going to see a couple of debuts from NXT up to the main roster. And then, we'll have our normalcies. But, it's always exciting to do the countdown, right? And 10, 9,
yep.
And hear everyone joining along and see who's going to come next in the entrance. Does somebody take off running? Does Titus O'Neil fall again? Who makes their mark in the Royal Rumble this year? It's always fun.
Okay, we're going to get through what happened real quick on AEW Dynamite, and then we're going to spend most of this time this week talking about the Rumble, since the Rumble is the big event coming up, and that'll kind of encompass everything that was going on Raw, SmackDown, and even some NXT stuff. So a few things to mention from AEW Dynamite. At the beginning, we had Kingston versus Lance Archer. We're looking like this feud is continuing on. Kingston had the spinning back fist with the knuckle. I love the knuckle duster, right? It's not the brass knucks, though. It's the knuckle duster.
The knuckle duster. Yeah, it's always good to see the bunny, right?
Oh yeah.
Back to that gimmick. I like Eddie Kingston. It cuts great promos. I was fine with this match, and this ought to be a very physical feud going forward.
We had Chris Jericho and MJF, and they keep going. MJF takes the mic, and he says he wants to talk to Sammy, and then he tells Griff Garrison that he beat him previously, and he tells Griff, hey, if you just want to just quit right now, and just like save everybody the time, which was like if somebody else grabbed the mic and did that, it would come off sort of stupid, but it just hits so perfectly with MJF, and then you could tell that in some way, shape, or form, Jericho was definitely reading the internet chatter about that lion salt last week, because he had a damn good one as sort of like a, hey, just shut up, all you fans out there. I can still do this lion salt.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm a little bit older.
And did you see the pose that he had on his Twitter picture where he made the 6-pack sort of chest flexing?
I did. That was fantastic.
It was great.
And just when you count Jericho out, you go, oh, he's getting pummeled on Twitter, blah blah this. He comes up, that's why he's one of the best. He just is. Him and MJF, their personas this has been a home run for AEW putting those two together.
It really has. We got some post-match stuff with MJF and Sammy a little bit. We got some a promo from Pac sending a message to Kenny Omega, which is cool. Anything with Pac, I absolutely love. So we're starting to get the build up for Beach Break next week, and then here we go. We got Shaq. Shaq's in the mix with AEW. Shaq challenged Cody Rhodes to a match in March. Arn Anderson comes out and cuts a pretty cool promo where Cody was about to cry. He's talking all about how he remembers when Dusty was, wrestling when Cody was about to be born. And he says, I know you've got a kid on the way, and you may have a couple of different things that you're juggling, and your focus might not be there. And that sort of set up for Red Velvet to come on out. And so now we are going to have, it looks like, the tag here. I think this was the only way they could really do it. Brandy's pregnant now, so the original plan was going to be Cody and Brandy versus Shaq and Red Velvet. I don't think Shaq is capable of doing a singles match. I think they want Shaq in there for maybe one spot. And so I'm assuming now with the way this is set up, and I think Red Velvet cut a pretty damn good promo. I thought when she came out too, she was pretty impassioned and pretty fiery. So this is right now, like this happens in wrestling sometimes, right? Somebody gets hurt, something goes wrong, card subject to change. This is, I think, the best fix that they have for that. And I think this is going to be a match where the women probably do a lot of the work, and we'll get some sort of small Cody Shaq interaction.
Yeah, we were introduced to Jade a while back, and we saw Jade and with slapping Cody and people with the Britt Baker show. I could see Jade and Cody doing a couple of moves.
Because she's gone after Cody too. Yeah.
So I could see a Hurricane Rana there. I could see some different interaction there. And AEW is not afraid for any type of intergender type stuff. They don't care. But you're not going to see too much with Shaq. It's curious. They're waiting until March for this. I assume Shaq has obligations, whether it's NBA on TNT or whatever.
Maybe it's just giving him a little bit of time to get in shape.
Yeah, to get prepared.
Weeks, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a pay-per-view at the end of February, but this for Shaq, network. This needs to be network TV. This doesn't. I don't think needs to be on paper. I don't think anyone is going to buy a pay-per-view that normally doesn't because Shaquille O'Neal is there. This is has to be on network TV type match, and you'll get a lot of mainstream exposure with that. So good call there to put it on TV instead of pay-per-view.
Absolutely. And this is the kind of celebrity use that I'm fine with and I like. It's away from the title picture, right? It's like in its own world. And Cody's the good, someone who's good. He's going to get the best out of this that he can. You sort of need someone in the ring too, because keep in mind the four that'll be in the ring here, we've got three of them that are pretty raw. Both Red Velvet, Jade, and then obviously Shaq. So, it's not going to be like the most technically sound match probably, but it should be a lot of fun. And hey, Shaq's a big damn deal. So getting him on your show and having a month and a half to be able to promote this on TNT and Shaq having a couple promos where he's talking shit to Cody, I think that should be really good for them.
Oh, it is. And like I said, it works out for network TV and it works out for mainstream media taking it. Gives him time, to run the ropes a little bit and for them to come up with something. And who knows, somebody else could help Cody out here, a bigger guy or whatever it is. But now I'm okay with it. It's a little silly, but I'm okay with it. It's not supposed to be a 5-star, but I'm okay with it.
Yeah, me too. We moved on. Oh, we gotta look at Dolph Ziggler's brother here.
Yeah, Ryan Nemeth.
You know what? It's funny. If you didn't know, you could have figured it out in about 5 seconds, right?
Yeah,
like,
you could have.
Got the look, the moves, even the way he was, wow, baby! Like the kind of like he was like saying stuff in the ring. I was like, holy smokes, this is Dolph Ziggler. And he's got some ability, no doubt about it. Like he's got something there. Dolph is very good. And for as much crap as people give Dolph, like Dolph has been one of the best workers in the world for over a decade now. Like the guy can absolutely go. So this was fun. It was fun to see him. And I think they're telling a cool story with Hangman, sort of. I think it's a long-term story because they keep talking about how, he not with the Elite anymore and he's not going to be with the Dark Order, but now Money Matt Hardy's trying to kind of bring him in. He said, was that like a joke on the Miz? Like you're out there dressing in the you're not in your dressing room, you're dressing out there in the hallways, like which they used to say about the Miz way back when like nobody would let him into the dressing room. I was wondering.
And that's the one thing I do like about AEW. They're not scared to make fun of what has went on in the WWE story, WWE locker room without exposing too many of the boys, whatever it is. I thought so too. Hangman's, has kind of been that drifter even in Ring of Honor a little bit. And now, you've got Big Money Matt Hardy, offering, I'm going to give you some time, you're in catering by yourself, blah, blah, this. I like it. I like Matt Hardy. If Matt Hardy's not going to be in the ring, this is what he's best at is cutting promos. He's entertaining and fun. So I like this segment a lot.
I got a long-term prediction coming that I think will happen. And I think we're going to I think Paige will end up with the Dark Order. I think Hardy is going to keep trying to get Paige. He's not going to want to go with him. So then maybe Hardy and Private Party start to attack Paige. Dark Order comes out and saves them. So now Paige decides he wants to go with them. And I think 6 months down the line to a year down the line, the guy who eventually beats Kenny Omega, I think is going to be Hangman Page with the backing of the Dark Order to get them there. Sort of on this Brody Lee kind of run push. He feels like a guy, like I'm looking around the company and it's like, it's not going to be someone like Jericho. It's not like who's because I'm looking at Omega sort of how I'm looking at Roman Reigns now in WWE. Eventually they'll have to lose. Who's going to be the one that beats them? Who's going to be that baby face that can be like the company saving guy? I think it might be Adam Page. And I think if they're able to tell the story with him, like a long-term story where for a few months, he's not even involved with them. He's got nothing to do with Kenny right now and the Bucks or any of that stuff. And he can sort of build himself up to where a few months he goes, I got to go after Kenny. Like, I got to be the guy. Remember, this was a guy who we thought might have been the first ever AEW champion. He was in that match with Jericho.
You took the words right out of my mouth. That's who me and several others thought this company needs to put the title around this guy. He was really, really hot at the time. Not that the Bucks and Kenny Omega wasn't. I understand why they put it on Jericho. They wanted the big name pop, but I thought the first AEW champion should have been Hangman Page, and I can definitely see that storyline, and I buy it. I like it.
Me too. It's slow burn, and he's able to stay in his own world for a little while, for a month or two, sort of build things up, and then get back, let Kenny and Moxley sort of finish up what they've got going on here. Oh man, this next match was awesome, and the song, Tarzan Boy, it reminds me. I don't know if you've seen this movie, but it reminds me of freaking Beverly Hills Ninja with Chris Farley
absolutely.
and Chris Rock. Because the song keeps playing while Chris Farley is trying to teach Chris Rock the ninja stuff, and they're swinging on this palm tree, going back and forth it always reminds me of that when I hear. But this song is great. This song fits Jungle Boy. We've been saying it for a while. Jungle Boy is so damn good, and this might have been like the match with MJF stands out to me, and any of the stuff that he's done with him. This is on that short list of some of the best work we've seen from Jungle Boy. I mean, this was a fantastic match, and it just shows you he ends up winning by submission. The song is going to be awesome. Like when there's crowds there and a bunch of people, people are going to be loving to be singing along with this guy. I mean, when eventually they put the title on MJF, this is going to be one of his major challengers for years to come. Like, I get goosebumps thinking about these two guys, if they stay healthy, what they could be, because he is such a pure babyface. The size, the way he sells, everything about him, facials, acting, all the stuff you want from a babyface. He's got a connection with the crowd. It's awesome. Like, I love this match. I love Jungle Boy every time I see him more and more, and I just want to see more of him on my TV.
And this song puts
it's so good,
more over the top, more over. And I've been a big fan of Jurassic Express since since day one. And Jungle Boy is one of the most talented wrestlers, not on that roster, but in professional wrestling. And this was a very solid match. I normally don't like when they break up solid tag teams up, like FTR. We've seen some of that in WWE. I was okay with this, and I love the old school, Tully Blanchard throwing the powder in Luchasaurus's face. It kind of had that old school feel. I thought this was one of the high segments of this show on Wednesday night.
I agree. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Really, really good stuff. Then we get the outside Daly's Place. We get Sting and Darby Allin. They're talking about their upcoming street fight. So at least we got some progression here over the last couple of weeks. I think one thing you and I have griped upon is that, okay, Sting just shows up, doesn't do much, doesn't say much, nothing. We've at least got something that we are building towards now with him and Darby in this like abandoned warehouse. He just throws like the skateboard through the window.
Yeah. It's getting there. This segment was better than Sting, into a promo backstage, a promo in the ring. So this we're getting progress. It's slow. We're getting progress. I was okay with it. It was much better than last week. And like I said, anytime we can get Sting outside of the, outside of a promo and something like this was better planned, and it was more believable, and it came over much better. It's much smoother.
We can talk about the other part of this too. So we did see later in the show backstage Team Taz with Starks and with their crew, and I don't know. Yeah. Who threw? That's why I was getting tongue tied. They pulled the NWO Rey Mysterio lawn dart move when they threw one of the guys like headfirst into the truck on the side, which made me chuckle. I do think that like of this, like if you're looking at these two, they seemed a little bit more badass. These guys did than Sting and Darby did.
Yeah, they did. You kind of often wonder, okay, this was a weird pairing at the beginning, right? Mm-hmm. I understand putting Taz with Brian Cage. Brian Cage is not the strongest on the mic. He doesn't have to be. He has the look. He's a monster, in the ring. So I'm like, okay, and then you bring in a guy like Ricky Starks, who is super freaking talented, especially on the indie scene. This guy was hot. Saw him in Texas several times. He gets signed, and then you go, okay, this doesn't work. You put Ricky Starks with Taz and Cage, and it's like, then it starts growing on you. Then you start to like, you kind of love to hate them, and you want to see them together. And if you know Ricky Starks, if you see him on social media, he's got these little, gross promos. This guy, he's got the old school Drakkar polo, cologne ad looks. And I really popped last night during on Wednesday night during that segment. I liked it, and these guys are growing on me. I've never been the biggest Taz fan. I just wasn't a big ECW guy, but this little faction right here has grown on me. And I thought the lawn dart was fun.
Yeah, it was really fun. You and I keep singing the praises of Britt Baker. She's got a big one coming up with Thunder Rosa, but she's the most over woman on the roster for sure.
Absolutely. When she cut the promo, when she went full heel I guess in 2019 or whenever it was, maybe it was early 2020, in Cleveland, and she said a real Baker is here. That solidified her. Then her and Tony Schiavone, had their,
great.
That was fun. She's strong. Thunder Rosa can work. It ought to be an interesting match next week. That match is next week. So yeah, Britt's, the top of what they've got. Thunder Rosa is probably one of the best female wrestlers in the world. So that's going to be an interesting match here to see how that finishes. But yeah, it's good to see them back and getting some women on AEW Dynamite instead of just being all on AEW Dark.
Got the Blizz Cliz to close things out there with the Young Bucks and the Good Brothers versus the Dark Order. We had the fun interaction backstage with Callis it was like this tape on his face. It was like he taped a piece of paper on his face as like a bandage, and this stuff is pretty funny. It's been a little bit harder to follow though, because the Bucks are okay with Kenny and the Good Brothers, but they're not okay with Callis. So it's a little like, if you've been just kind of following the last couple of weeks, it may have been harder to follow. We can see, obviously, they're not going to get along at some point, and we know what's happening behind scenes. I do think, I like the Bucks. I like all of these guys that are in it. They're all pretty talented, so I'm willing to give it a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt. And so even if it's a little convoluted here and there, I just laugh when Callis comes on my TV now. He's like become such an over the top guy that I just sort of start laughing all the time. He's like such a caricature. And we got the Young Bucks win. The Young Bucks and the Good Brothers win via pinfall, and then they set up everything that's going to happen on a big show next week. So I do think, like you and I talked about last week's show, which was not good, I do think this week's show was much better than last week's show.
Much better. Better matches, better organization, better segments, and it sets up for a very good card next week when you have, Kenny Omega and the Good Brothers are going to be in the ring against Mox, Pac and Phoenix, and expect probably the Young Bucks to get involved in that match somehow.
Let's jump over to WWE and talk about Royal Rumble 2021. The two Royal Rumbles now for the fourth time. We got the Women's Rumble started back in 2018. So on the men's side, I believe we have 18 participants announced. I will go through them and we'll start to talk on who some of the possibilities are. Daniel Bryan, Bobby Lashley, AJ Styles, Randy Orton, Otis The Miz, Jey Uso, Cesaro, Jeff Hardy, Sami Zayn, Dolph Ziggler, Nakamura, Big E, John Morrison, Edge, Sheamus, Mustafa Ali, and Elias. Those are the 18 so far for the men's. And I think we can probably look at, like Elias, don't think so. Mustafa, love what he's doing recently promo-wise. I feel like he's going to have some sort of a feud with Kofi going when they come back. Morrison, Miz, and Otis wouldn't really make a lot of sense with any of them. They're, Otis lost the Money in the Bank. The Miz has, I think I said this earlier, I'd be actually less surprised if Miz cashed in the Money in the Bank than if he won the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, you and I both both love The Miz. I mean, he's great at everything he does. It would not make any sense. Nothing makes any sense anymore. But he doesn't need to win it.
No.
And just the guys that you named off right there, that's a solid Rumble in itself.
It
right?
is.
Mustafa's not going to win it. He's gonna have a fantastic feud with Kofi when he comes back. Don't see him winning at all. The odds have shifted this week. There was a lot of pop on Keith Lee. There was a lot of pop on Big E. The odds have shifted, and now Daniel Bryan is currently here. Here we are, a few days out, is now the favorite to win the Royal Rumble. I could see it happening.
That'd be awesome. I'd love it.
Yeah,
I'd love it. My concern with and the only thing that worries me is that, like, Daniel Bryan's on the creative team now. I could totally see him saying, "No, I don't need it. You guys can let somebody else do it." Like, he's that type of guy who's like, "No, like let's get somebody else over that way. Like, I'll be one of the final four and they can eliminate me or whatever." Like, he's just like, that's what he's been doing with Cesaro and with Nakamura recently, trying to get those guys rehabbed and back over. So I think Daniel Bryan is so perfectly set up to enter this thing number 1 or 2 and to go and to be there in the Final Four, right? Like those are the best Rumbles when someone comes in at the beginning that you think can win and they're there the whole time. People would stay interested in this Rumble all the way through if D-Bry's in there at like 1 through 5 and making an Iron Man run.
And you got to remember, the winner of this match is going to headline WrestleMania. Will there be fans there? Probably some. It's looking like that as we get fans in, NFL games, playoff games, and stuff like that. Would I be okay with it? Yeah, we've kind of been there, done that. I'm going with an outsider who we haven't seen for a while. The biggest name probably there is out there. And if you think about it, it probably makes sense. Roman Reigns is going to keep the title, right? He just Drew McIntyre, I do think keeps the title, even though I would not be surprised if Goldberg wanted to put the title on Goldberg at WrestleMania. But I think you have Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. So what is the obvious answer here?
Brock Lesnar.
Vince loves Brock. He comes back. He wins it. I mean, him and Reigns, Paul Heyman, you won't have him every week on Raw. How does Brock work in the, the Thunderdome setup type aspect? I just think Brock Lesnar is the safe pick. He hasn't been around for a while, and I think he comes in and wins it. I think it's him and Reigns at WrestleMania.
Brock makes so much sense for either side.
Goldberg. Look at Goldberg or McIntyre.
Or McIntyre. Any one of them. If any one of those guys won, he could say, I'm going after them because I've got unfinished business with them.
Sure.
So I that would not shock me whatsoever, and it makes a whole ton of sense. Some of the guys that we didn't mention, and then we'll get over into the women's side, that I'm expecting combinations of these guys in the Rumble. We'll probably get Ray and Dominic. I wouldn't be shocked if we get like Dominic eliminating Ray or something like that. You mentioned Keith Lee. What about The Fiend, Ricochet, Apollo Crews, Andrade, Adam Cole, Samoa Joe, Wade Barrett? Could we see them come in off of the announce table? Damian Priest, Finn Balor from NXT, Cedric Shelton, MVP. What about the Hurt Business? Bobby Roode, Xavier Woods. And then, you have some of the John Cena, The Rock, CM Punk types that you always got to mention. You always just got to throw them out there. Who knows if they would be at a Rumble with no fans? That feels like it would be a waste to have them show up in a spot like that. Who I'm going to put my money on, and I'm like talking myself into it, is Rollins. I think I would love Rollins to come out. He wins the Rumble. There's no fans there. Next night on Monday Night Raw, he cuts his promo and he says, "Hey, listen, I was an asshole last year, and now I've had a baby, and now my life has changed, and now I'm a dad, and I see what Roman Reigns is doing, and I know Roman better than anyone. I can beat Roman. I am going to save the WWE from itself." He's the guy. You know what's funny? He's like this in real life. Like, this is who he is online. He's the WWE like sword bearer. He sticks
the defender of arms,
right? Yeah, like he sticks up for them so much. This could be his. And maybe it's just because I want this. This could be the actual Seth Rollins babyface run that makes sense. He makes sense with Roman. You put him in there. He's one of the few guys that you could say, "Oh, you know what? He could beat Roman," and it would fit, and there would be story. And then if it's Daniel Bryan or if it's Edge and they win and they went on, that would be fine. I'd love it. The only concern I have is I sort of feel this way. Whoever beats Roman, sort of like I was saying with Adam Page beating Kenny Omega, I want it to be someone who's going to be still in the company and who can take it and run with it. Like Edge or Daniel Bryan, they don't really need to be the guy to beat Roman Reigns, like this unstoppable Roman Reigns. Someone like Seth Rollins, someone like Big E, someone like Keith Lee, they could use that, and that would be huge for them.
I could 100% see it. We talked about it. We love Seth Rollins coming back. He's the figure. There's Becky and the baby standing by his, not that it would happen, just, standing by his side, cheering Seth Rollins now, who is a father. Love the babyface turn and love for him to chase that and put the gold around his waist. I'm 100% okay with that. In fact, I would love to see it happen.
Let's head over and talk a few minutes about the Women's Rumble. Just a couple more minutes here with Chad Cooper, our good buddy. So for the women's, they've only announced 12. Nia Jax, Charlotte Flair, Bianca Belair, Bayley, Mandy Rose, Dana Brooke, Peyton Royce, Alexa Bliss, Shayna Baszler, Liv Morgan, Ruby Riott, Tamina. And I'm looking at Lacey Evans, Naomi, Rhea Ripley, Trish Stratus, Io Shirai, Ember Moon, Billie Kay, Toni Storm, Lita, Michelle McCool, Lana, Mickie James. Those are all names I threw down that wouldn't be that much of a shock. And then there are obviously the two big names when we're talking about the Women's Rumble that have everybody will want to speculate about. Becky, who just had a baby 6 weeks ago. Is that enough time for her to come in? And again, does she want to come back? You're a mom now. Is her whole, what's going on in her head? We don't even know. Same thing with Ronda. Ronda left to go be a mom. So those two, who are two of the biggest women stars in probably wrestling history, right. If either one of them come back and they're in this Rumble, they're probably winning the Rumble.
Yeah, and you would think it would make more sense for Ronda to come back, just for the simple fact that I think earlier this week, she laughed at the fact.
Trolled. Right?
And that's a WWE type move there.
Really is.
Look, I love Charlotte Flair. I think one of the best. I don't need to see Charlotte Flair winning the Royal Rumble.
Give me her in the Final Four.
Yes.
And then have Rhea or whoever's eliminate her.
You know? Don't bring Rick out there and help her. I don't want to see that. I would rather a Ronda Rousey return, a Becky return, or somebody new to return. I just don't. We don't need to see, been there, done that. We just don't need to see Charlotte Flair. I was disappointed that Alexa Bliss did not win the title on Raw. I was okay with the ending. I did like how they went back and forth with Alexa Bliss and her two characters. Maybe we get both of those characters in the Royal Rumble.
You're right.
Maybe
we get a Faces of Foley thing.
Yeah, we kind of do.
And then comes back as the other Alexa. Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing Alexa Bliss winning the Royal Rumble and maybe that happening and she turn it again. But anyone, I know I'm going to get some flack on this, but anyone but Charlotte Flair.
No, you're right. It's just not her time anymore. Charlotte she should be used like they use Roman now in the Rumbles to build some heat. Right? Because everybody's going to want whoever Charlotte's going against to win. And I'm hoping that's Rhea, and it could be Bianca. She's
that's the hot name.
Right? She's the name that wouldn't, when you're really making a list of, it's not going to be Nia, Mandy, Dana, Peyton, Shayna, Liv, Ruby, Tamina. It won't be them. No. It's of those announced, it could only be Charlotte, Bianca, maybe Bayley. I don't even think Bayley. She felt like she had her good run, and she's kind of in this to put Bianca over. And then Alexa. That's really it of those that are announced. So do we see for the first time ever somebody come straight up from NXT and win this thing? Rhea Ripley, she proved last year in that match with Charlotte Flair. That's one of my favorite women's wrestling matches ever. It was so damn good. Is she going to come up and win this thing, Chad?
Bianca and Rhea are the hot names, right? You have Damian Priest, who's probably going to make his presence known on the men's side. But Rhea Ripley winning it is very solid. She hasn't been on NXT, since she lost the match. We know that was her send-off. This is the time for her to do it, prove herself, and make a run at this. Bianca's the hot name that just kind of seems too easy for me right now. Yeah. That's too safe. It's too easy. Does she deserve it? Man, she's great. She's very entertaining. She is a beast. She can go. I love her attitude, her promos. It just seems too obvious. And
we could get Bianca into the title picture at Mania very easily. Without winning the Royal Rumble, if they want, they could have her beat Bayley, and then that'll put her on the plane to face Sasha. And I could even see Rhea doing something like her winning and saying, "I want Charlotte Flair at WrestleMania." I don't even want the title. I want Charlotte. I'm going to beat you, and then I'm going to go after the title. Who knows? But give me Rhea. And the only thing I think, if we don't see it in this match, I'm going to let you go in a sec, Chad. If we don't see Lana come in and eliminate Nia Jax, to at the very least put some sort of a bow on that whole storyline where she got thrown through the table 8 weeks in a row and then they just dropped it. They have to give her at least a moment somewhere, right?
This would be it. This would be the feel good, the send off. Let Lana
she doesn't have to win. She could just eliminate her, and you don't have to put a title on her or anything.
And she gets eliminated right after that, or she could walk out of the match. Or let her have a run in it. Let her start eliminating people here and there, And of course, she's not going to win it. But, oh, man, you bring up a great point there. End this, put a cherry on top, end it, and we can finally put that to rest.
Chad Cooper, This Week in Wrestling, every week here on That's What G Said podcast. He's so awesome helping us out with AEW, Raw, SmackDown, NXT, a little bit of everything. We're expecting to see some NXT participants in the Rumble. Chad, this is one of our personal favorites, and we will be going back and forth. We sort of went over the undercard, when we were talking about it. Like I can't expect Roman loses, and I don't think Drew loses either. Either one of them. And with the Rumble, it's always about the Rumbles. It's about this event. It's not usually about the undercard. It's about, hey, this is going to be damn fun. We're going to have 60 people coming out in these two different Rumbles. Surprising. And I look forward to texting back and forth with you on over the weekend as I'm drunkenly watching the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'll be on Twitter with all.
And where can we find you on Twitter?
At the Chad Cooper on Twitter. It'll be Hot Take Sunday night, Royal Rumble Sunday night at the Chad Cooper on Twitter. Let's have lots of fun.
We'll have so much to talk about next week, Chad. So really look forward to everything that happens, and we'll have a lot to digest next week, buddy. Thank you so much. I know you're busy. I know you're on your way. You have a great rest of your day, bud.
Sounds good, bro.
Koopaloop, always a fantastic job helping us out. You know where else they do a fantastic job? CeraCandles.com, CERA Candles.com, those all-natural soy wax candles, none of those toxins or carcinogens or pollutants that a lot of the other candles have. Maybe your wife, your girlfriend, your husband, one of your friends burns candles. If you notice, let them know about these Cera candles that are healthier, they're better for you, same great scents, they're longer burning because of that soy wax that they use. They've got a really good Valentine's Day box coming up for $20 plus your shipping. You get to pick 2 of the Fresh Roses, Tuxedo, and Date Night. Out of those 3 scents, you pick 2. You get it in a nice little Valentine's Day box. You use the promo code GINO. It gets you 10% off your purchase. Follow me on social media. I'm going to be posting some videos throughout the week and show you what those Cera Candle Valentine boxes look like. Right now, we close things out with the old wrestling rewatch. It's Andrew Champagne. It's Darin Zoccali. We're talking Royal Rumble 2002. Enjoy.
Oh, yeah. Old wrestling rewatch with Andrew Champagne and Darin Zoccali.
It is Rumble season. Yeah, and we are talking about another Royal Rumble here on the Old Wrestling Rewatch. It's been a while because since we recorded one of these, I had a few of them stacked up that we did, but we are now back and we are getting ready for the Royal Rumble coming up this year in 2021. So we're going to go back and talk about the 2002 Royal Rumble. In my opinion, I think this is probably a top 5 Royal Rumble event. And this year in particular, guys, as Darin Zoccali and Andrew Champagne join me like they always do, this DZ is such a big year for the WWE 2002. We've got the year that it actually changes and pivots from WWE to from WWF to WWE. This 2002 Rumble, in fact, had the biggest buy rate ever because for the first time, the UK fans were actually having to buy pay-per-views and not just get them for free on TV. We got the NWO coming in shortly. We've got Shawn Michaels coming back in just a few months. This is really like the end of it for Austin. He's got another, a little bit, but this is really sort of it for him too. This is a big time, and just by the crowd and how into everything they were. I mean, wrestling was going to start to tail down. Like, this is sort of the end of the real, like, the Attitude Era, the real, like, wrestling craze. But right now, I mean, the people were hot. And just looking at the who's who of stars on this show, like, big names. I mean, if you're making a list of, like, 10 of the biggest names in wrestling, you're going to have half of them from this show right here.
Yeah, it's a good show from top to bottom. And I won't say that every match is a great match, but I'll say there's not a bad match on the card in my view. They all bring different elements of wrestling. You get some ridiculous stuff, but it's kind of funny. You get some great matches. You get some great spots. And the Rumble match itself, for me, was really interesting because it's a really bottom-heavy Rumble. And by that, I mean, like, the last, 8 or 9 guys. It's just like, okay, we're just going to stack the end of the Rumble with all the guys that might actually win this thing, with the exception of like one or two, which is not really something that we've seen before, where every guy that comes out from 22 to 30 almost, you could conceivably say, all right, well, he could win. All right, well, he could win. And that's pretty much what you get here, which is kind of cool. And then there's some other wild spots with Taker that we'll talk about. But yeah, for me, really enjoyable pay-per-view and a real easy watch from start to finish.
I liked this show. That is, however, not to say it was perfect. The Jericho Rock match is fantastic. The second half of the Flair McMahon match, when the tide completely turns and Flair just starts beating the hell out of his boss, that's great stuff. Edge Regal, I thought, had some really cool moments. You could tell Edge was sort of learning how to be a singles guy at this point, because there were some really cool spots, but there was a little bit of trouble in linking those spots together and having that kind of a flow. I wish we had gotten 2007 Edge wrestling this match, because that would have been freaking fantastic. The shorter stuff, it's not overly offensive. It's fine. Darin mentioned how bottom heavy the Rumble was. I think that hurt this Rumble considerably. Now, WWE got away with it to an extent, because even the mid-card guys were completely over.
Yeah,
Al
that's what
Snow
helps.
Comes out early in the match. Al freaking Snow. And if you carry that pop into a Royal Rumble from recent years, it would be a top 5 pop in the entire match. That is how over the entire roster was at this point, and it's a good problem to have. The problem was, there were times where I completely tuned out because there was nobody in the ring that I cared about 20 years down the road. And you got some really big name guys near the end of the Rumble who were in the ring for 3 minutes. You're telling me one of them couldn't have come out at number 3 and gone the 35 minute route and gotten put over despite not winning the thing? There were some questions that I had, and we'll go in depth on that when we get to the Rumble. Having said that, on the whole, it is indeed a very fun show, and it's a good look back at a time when WWE was red hot.
Yeah, I think there's some holes we can pick when we get to the Rumble, and as every Rumble, there's really never one that's
Andrew
perfect.
Picking holes in hindsight. I know, what a shock.
I agree.
Big shocked face.
I agree with some of the things you said, and I think my only counter would just be some of what you mentioned, in that they were able to get away with it because these guys were over. The little part of like the early part of the match. Okay, you got up until Taker comes out. You got Goldust coming back. You've sort of got some, up until Taker's there, not a whole lot. But then Taker comes out, and, that's sort of the next part of the match from up until the Taker Maven thing. And then even when the Godfather comes out, sort of as like the bridge up until some of the, Austin stuff. So at least like they had some fun spots and parts that they were waiting for. But I agree with you in that it felt like Taker, and then after Taker, kind of what Darin was saying, then it was like, okay, now in the last third, there are a lot that are coming out that feel like they could win. Then once it hit Austin, Triple H, and we're getting to Angle, even like Kane and the Big Show every time. Heck, Mr. Perfect, who came back, like I don't think we thought he was going to win, but he was in the final 3, and he had a hell of a run. So, yeah, I agree in that there were some lulls in the middle to early. I guess that helped the end of it feel a little bit more important. But, yeah, there were a lapse or two maybe in the middle when they were trying to showcase some of the more mid-card talent. So we are set for Royal Rumble 2002. Let's get into it. The intro package, I thought it was really good. Going through the history of the Royal Rumble, starting with Hacksaw, you get cuts of Gorilla and JR's voices through the different years, through all the moments. Thought it was excellent, and it gets us all set up for Royal Rumble 2002. And boom, we get right into it with the Dudleys and Stacy Keibler versus Taz and Spike Dudley. And it's 2002. Jerry the King Lawler and Jim Ross are on the call, and Michael Cole is doing some reporting. He's going to be backstage. He's going to be doing some reporting in the aisleway. So we're going to be talking about puppies, and King is talking about Stacy's curves immediately. This was a quick match, and all 3 of the first 3 undercard matches, whereas I would not say any of them are bad, and I would say they're just these first couple are sort of short. I don't know how much more Taz had left at this point. Do you guys remember? I think he was sort of banged up.
He was pretty much done.
Yeah, because it felt like the way the match was booked, too. Like, Taz is out of the ring early. Spike gets a ton of bumps, and then Taz comes back in for a few big moves at the end and the Taz mission spot. The crowd wanted tables early. I mean, the heels just immediately isolate Spike. Spike hits his bulldog off the ropes. The ref always letting the heels cheat, but won't let Taz in, even though there was a clean tag. I mean, the Dudleys, DZ, what I liked about this and just entertained me is Spike, man, that guy would just get tossed around. And the Dudleys would just fling him into the mat, into the ropes. They would throw him over the top rope. They all had chemistry. They all trusted each other. But this dude, Spike, man, I forget. And then every time we watch, like, how much he just puts his body on the line. He can't weigh more than I do. I mean, at 155, 160.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's coming with him. I mean, he just, the word bumping doesn't do it justice. I don't even know. No. It's like supreme bumping. There has to be another term to describe.
Assault and battery.
Assault and battery is probably pretty fair.
Accurate.
I would say scripted assault and battery is probably pretty much it. Yeah, I mean, this is a fun show. This is a fun match. It only goes on for 5 minutes. Like we said, Taz at this point can't do much. Spike just kind of gets tossed around, and then, somehow, some way, obviously, miraculously, you get the Taz mission and they get the win. Look, Stacy Keibler at this point is she's, I think, 22 years old here. Probably, in my opinion, one of the most gorgeous women you've ever seen in professional wrestling. And that's great. Jerry Lawler is just completely over the top here.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, I'm not going to get into, like, all the stuff that he said, but some of it is just awful. Like, just...
He is in rare form in this match, in this show. Between this, even what he says with Al Snow comes out, the stuff with Trish. I mean,
it's nonstop. It's like he took a Viagra 2 hours before the show.
He did. I know. I was thinking the same thing. It was like he's on something right now.
Yeah, because it's literally all he talks about the entire night.
Yes.
He
gets JR into the act a couple times too, when like JR just kind of has to agree with him on something to get him to shut up.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, there were some cringeworthy comments, and I'm not going to get into them, but but like you said, it's just a fun match. Spike gets thrown around. He actually hits his finisher twice during the match in 5 minutes, which I thought was pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, you get the result that you expected. I think everybody expected at this point. Spike and Taz go over. I don't know. I don't remember how much longer they hold on to the belts, but yeah, fun little match. And like you said, whenever you got the Dudleys involved, no tables, which is always unfortunate because that's what everybody wants to see. But it was a fun, energetic way to start the pay-per-view.
Yeah, this wasn't great, but it was short and it was entertaining. And that's what was great about WWE at this time. And we've mentioned this on a number of rewatches. If something was bad, chances are it wasn't on the TV for very long. That's not to say this was bad. It wasn't great. It was 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's all it was supposed to be.
Yeah, it was fine. Darin has a couple of very valid points about Stacy Keibler. Gino, you're the shortest of the three of us. I think her legs are taller than you.
No doubt about it.
If not, it's close.
What's the other line from Let It Ride? My legs, they go all the way up to my neck. Jennifer Tilly.
They go my ass all the way down to the floor.
Yeah.
What a great movie. Now, Stacy, I think, takes the best bump of the match in this one because Taz gets the Taz mission. She gets bumped off the apron, and she sells it like she has been shot. She goes down and doesn't move for a good 3 minutes. Stacy Keibler is not a trained wrestler. There were certain things that she did as part of the show, but she was not in there to go bell to bell. She just wasn't. She did her role. The wrestlers in the ring did their roles. Check the box and move on. It's nothing you're going to go out of your way to see, but as energetic openers go, it served the purpose.
We get backstage. First, we get some footage for the Edge Regal match coming up and the build-up for the IC title. Now, remember, a lot of these matches now were into the start of 2002, and in the middle part to the late part of 2001, it was all invasion stuff. WCW coming in against WWF. So we're getting a lot of these feuds at this show in particular that have sort of been going on for a while. Edge and Regal had been going back and forth a little bit too. We get an Edge promo where he's backstage, and you can just see it's still early Edge. And what's funny is, as these guys get older, especially guys like Edge and even Orton that we see, like Edge has had more acting classes. He's been in some movies and some TV shows and stuff. And he's just an incredible promo nowadays. This isn't bad. He's still learning. He sort of gets his point across what he wants. And he says, you want to play dirty? He gets the chair and he says, I can play with the best of them. So we get the IC title, William Regal versus Edge. We get the same start of the Edge music. You think you know me, but it's not the On This Day, which is top 5 all time. I mean, the combo of that intro and then the On This Day for Edge is great. Still working out the tweaks with the Edge entrance music, what would be his greatest that we know now. And we get Nick Patrick searching the ring. He's searching in Regal's tights for the brass knuckles. We all know that William Regal loves to cheat. This actually really made me laugh. This little King and JR back and forth here. He says, "What's fair about another man sticking their hand down your pants?" And JR says, "Unless you're Siegfried or Roy, it could be a little disconcerting," which is a little sad because didn't Siegfried just pass recently?
Yeah, lousy timing for that one.
Right? But I mean, that's crazy that we heard that and he just passed. But I definitely chuckled and then Jerry says, "I like Siegfried and Roy." He kind of was surprised that JR said it, and you could tell he kind of chuckled a little bit. And then at one point later on in the match, Jerry said something again about, he was referencing a certain type of pin, and he said, "Was that a Siegfried and Roy pin?" Which it was just a little funny because when he's putting his hands down his pants, and JR says, or what is the King says, the first line, "What's fair about another man sticking their hand down your pants?" I just busted up on that one. So, this is fine. I think sort of the same thing. It was more about progressing the storyline than this was about letting these two guys go out there and have a 15 to 20 minute classic. It was not bad at all, but it was all about Edge kind of trying to play dirty early because Regal's been the dirty cheater that's trying to cheat to get by Edge. So we get the Regal double underhook slam. He's in charge early. Edge hits a DDT on the ring apron. At that time, we didn't see a whole lot of that. So that's a pretty big spot. There weren't really bumps on the apron that much. There was a nasty looking spot where both men seemed to sort of bump heads and they were out. Regal hits a German suplex, but then Edge explodes out of it with a clothesline. Regal hits the Regal stretch. He locks it in, and Edge struggles over the ropes to break the hold. Edge tries to lock in a Regal stretch, but he can't really get it locked in. And then this is another one that made me laugh. King calls it finish infringement, which is great. He was the more and more I think about it, he was definitely pumped tonight. Just going back in some of the shows we've listened to in this era, this is one that really stands out for how he was really, really amped. Edge gets a spinning heel kick off the top rope. Edge goes for the spear, but Regal pulls the ref in front, so Edge ends up spearing the ref. So while Edge is trying to get the ref back, Regal grabs something in his tights. He knocks out Edge with the brass knuckles for the win. And we have a new IC champ. And Regal's talking about the power of the punch afterwards to Michael Cole, who interviews him as he walks down the aisle. So, and Cole was looking goofy as hell with the tight shirt and the bleached hair and the earring at this point. DZ, this was fine. And I think, and they do this at the Rumble a lot of the times too. The pay-per-view of the Rumble is so much sold with the Rumble that they can have matches on the undercard that are good, but that are still getting storylines across instead of what we're sort of used to at big pay-per-view events, the blow off of big feuds. This isn't the case. You could tell these two guys still have a lot more moving forward.
Yeah. And like I said, not necessarily a slate of great matches, but there's not, in my opinion, there wasn't a bad match.
And it's less than 10 minutes.
Yeah,
and it's fine. It's above average for sure.
Yeah, it's fine. 3.25, 3.5 stars. There's a really good. There's a couple of cool spots early on. Regal goes for this European uppercut. Edge gets him with a backslide. Then Regal comes back, hits him with a right hand, puts him in a face lock, and then Edge hits him with this kind of. it's like a short arm step up enziguri that was really cool. It was kind of a strange variation of the move that I found interesting. Then you had Regal go into this crazy half Nelson suplex that just dropped Edge on the top of his head, which was like kind of almost scary looking. Good sell there by Edge. And there's just a lot of good wrestling moves here back and forth. Then there's a really funny line later on in the match. So Edge goes up to the top rope, and JR says Edge would really like to work on that nose of Regal, because they were talking about the fact that his nose was broken and they had to get fixed like 3-4 operations. And JR goes, maybe scattered, covered, smothered, and chunked before it's all over with. And King goes, what, smothered and chunked? And JR goes, yeah, King, that's a Waffle House reference. Like this totally random thing that just cracked me up. But
once you smothered, once you covered, like my Waffle House hash browns.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned all the moves there towards the end. Regal's nose smells the Intercontinental Championship.
His whiffs when he takes a whiff.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's just great.
It was kind of like ridiculous, but really funny commentary that was worth pointing out. So I got a kick out of the commentary. The match was good. And then, I nearly fell over laughing when Michael Cole appeared on the scene looking like, the lost member of New Kids on the Block.
We need to talk about Michael Cole a little bit more before we go on with my thoughts on this match. So Michael Cole comes out, and I'm going to try to play this completely straight. Remember, this is as it happened. This is me just accurately relaying the situation as best I can. He comes out with blonde frosted tips.
But it's not like spiked.
No, it's curling onto itself.
Like when you did the frosted tips, which I did in the late 90s.
I did it. Yeah, I did it.
But you normally had it like you're spiked up, sort of like the top of your spikes, not just your hair where it's just completely like combed over, two-toned.
Yeah. So we have that to digest. We have the medium T-shirt. That's the only size this can possibly be. It is a medium T-shirt that looks like it was painted on, and it looks as though Cole's kind of having trouble moving, like he's kind of doing the Vince McMahon walk where his arms are stretched
stuck
out and he doesn't
His arms
move.
are stuck. Yeah.
Yeah. Seriously, look, watch the match for sure. It's a good match with some really good spots, and you can tell that they think Edge is a prospect to keep an eye on. There's a couple of really good moves in this match. Gino mentioned a couple of them. Edge got this spectacular top rope leg lariat that nobody else was doing at this time. There were some really good moves on Regal's part too. He got that great release German suplex. They do the psychology around the finish. That's pretty good. I just wish we had gotten both guys 5 years later when the psychology was there on both of their ends, because that would have been just absolutely outstanding. But Edge was in a completely different place at that time. Regal was doing a different thing. So we got what we got. Now, the match is good. The post-match interview is freaking outstanding and needs to be immortalized in some way, shape, or form. I'm very surprised that they haven't done a Michael Cole retrospective of his early years where he's getting punked by DX and all of
The Rock. Yeah.
Yeah. And all of the appearances that he made. It's just, it's special. Let's put it that way. It's special.
I lit up when I saw it. I was smiling so much. I forget about it every now and then because we just see normal Cole and then he comes up at this time period. It's like, oh my God. Yes.
Can I just say the worst moment, I think, in the history of us doing these podcasts as of right now is us talking about the correct way to wear your hair when you
the bleach.
And I want it known, by the way, I left the floor to both of you on that because I never did it. I was smart enough to avoid that craze entirely.
In my defense, I did not do it in normal circumstances. I actually did it on a cruise ship while pretty well intoxicated.
Okay. Okay.
I think it might have been on a dare as well, if I'm not mistaken.
There are
Okay.
two.
No,
Two acceptable reasons for this. One is a dare. Two is a woman.
Definitely wasn't a woman.
And this is the last tangent on this before we move on. One of the years, so normally I would do it fine. Like I would just do the top. I'd have the brown roots, and it wouldn't look terrible. You know, it'd be okay. Just one of the years, I decided to go full slim freaking shady, and my entire head was bleach blonde. And then you contrast that with my eyebrows. Oh my, like I didn't realize how bad it was going to look. I was like 13 or whatever. I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. Like, and I'm looking at it like, oh my God, there's no, like, this is brutal. I was so glad once it grew back out a little bit, and I couldn't even, I shaved it, but it was still, it was just terrible. So, yeah, again, Michael Cole looked horrible. That was our point here on all of this.
We did have a point. It was out there. We just needed to find it.
We just had to circle the drains a little bit. So we get to the women's championship match now. We get special guest ref Jackie, who was looking quite busty in this one. Jazz versus Trish for the women's title. And we get footage of Jazz destroying Trish's hands weeks before. So Trish's hand is all covered up. She is just getting the Trish push now as a legitimate wrestler. They only go short here in this match, and you wouldn't really, if you just had this to show for it, you wouldn't realize what they were trying to do with her. Because honestly, I mean, this match isn't really even much about Trish. It feels like it's more about the Jackie Jazz stuff going on. I mean, Jazz attacks Trish before Trish can even get her jacket off. We get a big splash from Jazz, a sunset flip from Trish, really quick pace to start, and a lot of intensity, which I liked. Jazz with a forearm. I mean, she's aggressive. She's a lot bigger and very athletic. She's just jacked. Like, she's muscular, built up, and she starts to slow it down a little bit. She hits a leg drop for a near fall for 2, and King is freaking out, worrying about Trish's body getting beat up. He, at the one time, at the very beginning, of course, he's going crazy for the purple puppies. He's asking King to JR, please let me say purple puppies. And so he's going crazy. So Jazz and Jackie get into it. Jazz actually has Trish pinned, but Jackie won't count. So Jazz continues to work on Trish. Trish hits the Stratisfaction. Jazz counters the pin. She actually hits a pretty nasty DDT, and then she just tosses Trish around the ring a little bit. And then sort of out of nowhere, Trish hits a sloppy bulldog for the win. It's 3 minutes. And it's again where it's 3:40. It's again where it feels like it's more of an angle than really even a match. But DZ, at this time, they were starting to try to get Trish wins over like large or bigger opponents to try to make her seem like she was a legitimate wrestler. And she gets there. I mean, damn, the times that we've seen Trish come back, even now, she still does a phenomenal job in the ring. She was still, it's funny, you look at her, you look at Edge, and you can see big stars on the move. They're not quite there yet. They're on the way there.
Yeah, and this is nothing against, Jazz or Trish, but, going back and watching this match, and compared to what you see the women doing today, it's so weird to watch because, like I said, for the time, this was not a bad match. They hit
the pace was really quick to start, and Jazz is aggressive and big, and Trish will take bumps and flop around the ring and like throw herself out there. So it just, we're going to get this was 3:45. This same match nowadays would be 13:45.
That's exactly what I'm getting at. Yeah. It's just a different mold of women's wrestling. And you have to remember, this is now almost 20 years ago, which is hard to believe. But a lot will happen in any sport, and wrestling is, no exception over a 20-year period. There's a couple of nice moves. Trish hits a jawbreaker. They have the story like you talked about there between Jackie and Jazz. Good psychology there. Trish is selling some good stuff. Flips out of a suplex, and it's kind of funny because so she hits her finisher where she flips out of a suplex and hits it. And it actually looks nice, and that's not the finish. It's a false finish because Jazz kind of just rolls through the pin and actually almost gets 3 count herself. Then Jazz hits that DDT that you mentioned, hits a clothesline out of the corner. Trish goes in for another, but then, Trish gets like the boot up and then hits the Bulldog, which kind of looks like Stratisfaction, but it's kind of awkward. And like they're talking about it, and I think JR even says, "Oh, it's a Bulldog," and the King is like, "Oh, it's Stratisfaction," like trying to like pick it up. And by the time he's saying Stratisfaction, the match is over. So the ending was a little bit sloppy, but they try to cram as much as they could into less than 4 minutes. They did an admirable job. Wow, losing my words. Admirable job. Again, certainly by no means not a great match, but it's decent enough to watch.
Jazz came about 10 years too early. Watching this back and watching a couple of other early 2000 shows that we've watched, she didn't fit in with the rest of the women's division. She was a worker. She was not a lingerie model who was out there as eye candy. She was completely different. Now, had she come around in 2012 as opposed to 2002, she'd have torn it up in the current women's evolution that's going on right now. She'd have had tremendous matches up and down the women's roster with pretty much everybody. It was just sort of like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole with everything else the women's division was doing. On that note, Jerry Lawler.
Real quick. I looked it up because while you were talking about it, she actually recently had a match, did some work in Impact.
Yeah,
Jazz.
I saw that. Yeah.
And I remember because I was thinking about that when you were saying how she would fit. She did pretty well. She worked like Jordan Grace and a couple other. So if you like Jazz and you see it, like she actually did a pretty good job recently. Just over the last couple weeks, matches in Impact, she's had a run. So you're actually very right on that. She's done pretty good 20 years later.
I mean, AEW's women's roster doesn't have the most depth.
Nope.
They could use someone like her.
I'm just saying.
You just to get some people over, right?
Yeah.
With just like a name. Oh, hey, this was a legend, Jazz and she's got the look still. She's a badass. I agree with you. Yeah. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt as you were going to talk about King.
Yeah, it's okay because what we're talking about is far more distinguished than where I was going. So King asks, "Can I say it once?" And then he says "purple puppies" approximately 93 times over the next 5 minutes. Look, I understand it was King's shtick. Again, this was 2002. I was 13, 14 at the time. We're all red-blooded males. We loved seeing what we were seeing on our television at the time. Having said that, thank goodness WWE wound up growing up out of this stuff. It's uncomfortable to watch in hindsight.
As we move on, the next part's a little bit uncomfortable too to watch. We see Coach backstage with Ric Flair with his son Reed and his daughter Megan. Reed is Rick's son, who is no longer with us. He killed himself, right? I believe. And
accidental overdose.
Yeah, and what's really just fascinating about this whole thing. So you notice Rick's there. And he's there with Reed, and he's there with Megan. We don't see Ashley, who we know now today as Charlotte, because Charlotte really didn't get along that well with her dad when they were younger, and she wasn't that big into wrestling. So you can see the two that he's got with them are the ones that are, at the time, really interested in wrestling. In fact, Reed wanted to be his dad. And Megan is actually now married to Conrad Thompson, who hosts all the podcasts. So They were really interested in wrestling at this point. Reed wanted to be Rick, and we don't see Charlotte around, Ashley, because she didn't like it. She didn't want to be in wrestling. She wasn't interested. It's fascinating now that she is one of the biggest stars in wrestling and will maybe go down as the greatest women's wrestler of all time when she finishes. And the reason why she's a wrestler is as a tribute to her brother. Like, she picked up wrestling and started wrestling because she wanted to get to she wanted to basically fulfill her brother's dream of becoming the next big star in their family. And to me, I get goosebumps just thinking about it, because you could see in 2002, she's not here. She's not interested in this. And now she's a big star, and she does that for her family. This is a lot just to take in, looking back at it, knowing everything that happened moving forward. So, it's very short, but to me, it was I had a lot of notes about this point, because it was wow, so much real stuff has happened for this family in the last 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought the same thing the minute Reed walked through that door backstage. You kind of go, oh, man, And it's funny, you watch this stuff in real time and you have no idea, where these people's lives are headed or what's to come. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's uncomfortable, but, it kind of tugs at your heartstrings a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I don't remember ever seeing Charlotte ringside. The only time I remember her is in the match where his retirement match with Shawn is the only time I remember seeing her. And there may have been others. They're just not coming. That's the only one.
I think there was once or twice that they show where she's sitting at ringside with the rest of the family and stuff, but she was never, like, in hearing them talk about it, they didn't get along that well. I think they had some issues with her knowing that Rick kind of screwed around all the time and stuff.
Rick was
not a model father at this point, right?
Yeah, Rick was not exactly the model husband and father. Okay, let's just, this is not, we're not breaking news here on That's What He Said. With that, and I don't think you need to worry about getting sued for slander because Rick will come out and pretty much say that himself now. And so at this point in time, I'll tell you one thing though, man, did Rick? I know he wasn't young, but compared to Rick, man, did he look young?
I was gonna say,
it's so weird to say because he's probably 50, but it's like
53.
So yeah. But he looks so young. He walks in with suit and everything. Yeah.
He looks
without getting too far into some of the stuff that's gone on, Charlotte's gone through some shit. She and her dad co-wrote a book, and Rick's stuff reads a little bit strange, especially if you read his first book, which I thought was very, very good, because so much stuff changed between when his first book came out and when his second book came out. But Charlotte, between her dad not really being around a whole lot when she was young, to not wanting to be a wrestler, to her brother dying, to wanting to be a wrestler.
Who was she engaged to? Right, she one of the guys from that was beating her. I think
it was rough.
One of the guys that wrestled in TNA too. He actually was around for a while too. So she has. She's resilient, man. Like and we're on a little bit of a tangent, but we're talking all about this. I absolutely love Charlotte. I know she gets a lot of crap from people because they feel like she gets shoved down or, oh, it's Charlotte again, this or that. It's like every match she's in, she makes feel like a big deal. She's phenomenal at what she does. And then you add the Flair mystique to it. Every time she's in the ring, I pay attention and I care more and more. So I'm glad you brought that up, man, because she's definitely been through it.
Bringing it back full circle, I mean, there's a lot to be said for the fact that maybe she's turning into, in a lot of ways, the female version of her father as the standard bearer for a division, as somebody that can have a good match with anybody. Hot take, the bridge between lingerie model and world-class athlete, I don't think it could have been anybody else but Charlotte as the figurehead. I think she hits all of the check marks that anybody would look for. And then you get some of the stuff between Charlotte and her dad outside of the ring. There's an episode of WWE Ride Along on the network where Charlotte and her dad look like they've got a lot in common. And you can tell because the last 5 minutes the cameras are on them, they don't speak because they're both really pissed off at the other one. So it's funny where time takes you and the decisions people make along the way in response to everything that's gone on around them. Yes, we went on a little bit of a tangent, but it's relevant here because this is Flair's first match outside of the WCW brand since he was in WWF 10 years prior to this. And he's in this not with a full-time wrestler, not with somebody that he's going toe-to-toe with in a dream match setting. He's going toe-to-toe with Vince McMahon, and nobody was really sure how much of a full-time worker Flair was going to be at this point. He was 53 years old. Nobody was sure if he even wanted to continue wrestling. Flair had some crippling anxiety at this time. And even a little bit after this, he said his match with Taker at WrestleMania a couple months later actually got him back in the swing of things. But here he comes out and very quickly you realize why this is the Nature Boy, and this is one of the best to ever do it.
By the way, I guess I should have saved my Ric Flair story for this.
Yeah, you should have. What the hell were you thinking?
But one thing I'll say, so we talk about Flair and Rick and Charlotte, what they have in common. So my wife and I, when we went to the WrestleMania over here at MetLife Stadium a couple of years ago.
I think it just ended 15 minutes ago.
It did. I just made it home in time for this podcast. So when they, the main event, obviously with the triple threat with Charlotte, Becky, and Ronda. So when they had Charlotte flying in the helicopter. Now my wife was not a NWA WCW person. She was all she did was watch WWF. So she goes, what the hell are they doing with the helicopter? And I immediately went, oh, Great American Bash 86. And she's looking at me. She's like, what the hell are you talking about? They're redoing Ric Flair's entrance. This is so good. I was like, my head was exploding, and like the really cool part of it for me, which probably not a single other person in the entire building cared about, was they actually landed in the valet parking area of the old Pegasus restaurant at the Meadowlands racetrack.
Oh, wow.
Which I was
colliding.
All my worlds colliding in one like amazing moment. But I just wanted to bring that one up.
So we're up to the video package now, Flair versus Vince. And Flair bought the stock of the company. Remember, Flair didn't come over initially with the invasion. And actually, at this point, Flair has not wrestled since the last match of WCW, his last match at WCW. So we're talking about 8 to 10 months-ish or 8 months about or so right now since he's even been in any ring period. And Vince, holy crap. We'll talk about how big he looks in just a second.
Who's got more steroids, Vince McMahon or Barry Bonds?
Oh, my God. This is no doubt the biggest that Vince ever was. Yeah. He was so goofy with the poses and stuff, too, we'll get to, which are just laying it on thick. And the King is just oozing how big Vince looks and how much he loves it. The one line I loved in the build-up package from Vince where he's, mocking Flair. I thought the package was actually really good. It showed a lot of the history and everything leading up to it. He says, I enjoy destroying lives. It turns me on, which is just such a Vince line, So Vince is massive. This is 56-year-old Vince McMahon, who is the biggest we've ever seen him. I mean, if you have not watched this show in a while and you don't remember what I'm talking about with how big Vince was at this point, please go look, because I can't ever remember him being bigger than this actual part right here. This is unbelievable. Flair's 53, and a big pop for Flair. Real King. Oh my God, he's so huge. Look at how great he looks. And JR's like, man, this is a little too much here, King. You're a little too interested in how good the boss looks. we get most of Vince's matches were pretty much the same. It's almost the same template for all of them, where Vince gets some stuff in early. He'll, play super heel, headlocks, slow moves, and he's doing the poses. Every time he'll push Flair down, and he's just doing them just hilarious. And I think Andrew sort of hit it earlier. The first few minutes of this match, they're pretty slow. It's setting it up. We get the asshole chants as Vince mocks Flair. Flair and Vince exchange some chops, and then they're in the aisle. Vince is using the trash can. Immediately, Flair is bleeding, so he's just gushing right off the bat. And Vince locks in the figure 4. Flair almost gets pinned a few times where he's on his back. Then he turns it over, and then things change. Vince ducks out of the ring. Rick goes to work, chops, punches like crazy. He uses a monitor from the announce table to just nail Vince in the head. And the match really, really picks up when Flair's in control. The crowd starts loving it. Vince keeps begging off. Flair nails Vince in the head with the lead pipe. He locks in the figure 4. Vince is all bloody. He tries for about 10 seconds to fight off the figure 4, and then he double hand taps out on the floor, and this match is over. Flair's the winner. I mean, most Vince matches are this way. They're entertaining. they're way more entertaining than they have a right to be for two 50-plus-year-old men going at it, and Vince, who's not really a trained wrestler. I honestly can't even remember one of these matches that Vince has that didn't at least do what it was supposed to do, DZ. I mean, he's been doing this from Austin, and then think about it. When it started with Austin, it's basically been how many people throughout the years? He dragged his old ass out to the ring a few years ago and did this stuff with Roman Reigns. You know what I mean? Like, to try to get him over too. So I will say the boss, for as much as you hate him, as much as people give him crap, he will take a beating and he will do whatever he can to get a storyline over or somebody over. And that was what we see here with Vince, and that's what we see with most of Vince's matches.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say the one caveat for me, the one with Bret Hart was terrible.
Yeah, that's probably true. It was just, it was slow. He tried to get the family thing involved, and it was too much.
That one was too much for me.
Because it didn't do what all of his other ones do, where they just let Vince beat up the guy for a few minutes, and then let the other guy beat the crap out of Vince for the final 5.
Right.
And that's the hits. Just play those hits.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a 37-year-old guy. I go to the gym 5-6 days a week. I keep myself fairly physically fit. I eat healthy. I'm 6 feet tall, 185 pounds. At 20 years younger than Vince is at this point, I don't know what it would take for me to come close to looking like what this guy looks like here. I mean, the amount of steroids that have to be pumping through his system right here, you can't overstate how completely jacked out of his mind this guy is now. It's almost to the point where it's like scary.
It's like silly. It is almost like laughable, where it's like, what is going on here?
Absolutely absurd. I mean, I'm surprised Vince didn't tear both his quads here, because there's just no room in his body outside of his muscles. But yeah, I mean, early on in the match, as soon as you start to see Vince hitting Flair with like that sign, then he throws him into like the thing and the camera goes away. You're like, oh, when it goes back, Flair's going to be a bloody mess. There's going to be blood. Now, I mean, Flair has bled quite a bit in some matches, and it looks monumentally worse for him because of his white hair. This was a lot. He's a bloody disaster.
This was early, too. He was bleeding 2.5 minutes into this match for about 10 straight minutes. Yeah,
this is like, exactly. This is like a 10, 11-minute long bloodfest for him. And eventually, obviously, Vince is going to take the lead pipe to the head, which surprisingly doesn't crack his skull open. It just gives him a little bit of a cut in his forehead because, that's what lead pipes do. That's what lead pipes are known to do. Kids, don't try this at home. Look, obviously it's not a wrestling match. The stuff that they do with the figure 4 is pretty cool. I will tell you one thing. I absolutely love the finish. I love the way that Flair applies the figure 4 and the strutting around and how he's just completely like flipping out and everything. I love the finish of the match. There's not a lot of technical stuff to talk about. It's basically just the street fight slugfest. It's everything you would expect that to be. But you know what? It was entertaining. Probably one of the more entertaining ones that I remember Vince doing. I had fun watching it. It did the job. It checked the box it was supposed to check. And, like I said, I remember being back then watching Flair and having Flair back. It was cool.
I can't add much more than what Gino and Darin have already said here, other than to say JR has one of my all-time favorite lines during this match, and it sells what happens during the first half of the match where Vince McMahon is beating Ric Flair to a bloody pulp. I don't think McMahon has any heart. If it does, it's blacker than sin.
Yep.
Perfect. Just a perfect line. Gets over a heel in 10 seconds.
King says something like, I'm going to tell the boss, or something like right afterwards. It's great. It is. And he's such a wordsmith, JR.
Yeah.
He leaves you with something just like that.
Exactly. And JR has obviously known Ric Flair for a very, very, very long time. In addition to wanting to do what he can for his company and for the people that are signing the paychecks, he's also got a vested interest in getting people to buy into Ric Flair as a part of the company. So they bring Flair in, they do the consortium of investors bit, And if you've ever seen the GIF where Vince McMahon's kind of grabbing his ear and wondering what's going on, it's from that segment because he realizes he is, of course, partners with Ric Flair. So Flair wins this match. And after this match, Vince McMahon decides to kill his own creation and inject it with, say it with me, guys, a lethal dose of poison.
The NWO.
Yep. And that, of course, gave us the promo where, like, he spun the chair around and the letters NWO were in a weird alignment and you weren't quite sure what to make of that. With one exception that bombed, but that one exception was Hogan Rock in the Sky Dome. Yeah. So that outweighs a lot, to be sure. But this match is fun. The first half of it's kind of slow because you're like, oh, God, why are they putting Vince McMahon over? What's going on here? Da-da-da-da-da. Then the last 6 minutes or so, when Flair gets the upper hand, just starts no-selling everything and just starts beating the bloody crap out of his boss. That's good stuff.
Who doesn't want that, right? Who doesn't want to live vicariously through that just a little bit?
Hey, listen, for the record, I have no problem with my bosses. I don't want to beat any of them.
Well, this what's great is that I'm my own boss, so I guess I'm going to beat the crap out of myself.
and my boss doesn't listen to the show, so we're good.
Yeah. Liar, or Be Myself and Irene. I don't know, one of those two.
Three guys talking about each other's bosses. One of
So now we're backstage, and Stephanie is talking about Triple H and how he's going to win. He just made his return from injury. He's going to destroy everyone, especially Stone Cold.
What?
And his wife,
What?
Stone Cold. The funniest part about this is when Stone Cold walks in doing it. Every time he would do that, you could see him almost like Jimmy Fallon on Saturday Night Live, like start to break character a little bit. He's just like he can't help it but creep because you hear Stone Cold tell the stories about how some of these things came to fruition. It was just him and Christian and Edge on the road, and he'd just do this crap in the car with them, and they were just laughing and what, and they just did it in one promo, and it just gets over, and you got the whole crowd chanting just what. So. These were funny with Austin, and it's great because Austin's the badass, but like this goofy version of Austin, it didn't last for too long, so we don't have to remember like Austin as this, but it was funny because you look back at it now and it's like the guy is a damn good performer. We can see now with the way he hosts podcasts, TV shows all over the place. He does a damn good job interviewing people and just relating with people, and that was really all what Austin always did. He just related with you. He didn't feel like like the Playboy Ric Flair who people wanted to be. He was just the everyman. And this was great stuff here. The crowd is hot for Austin all throughout the night. And we get the build-up package for Jericho the Rock. This was a really important time for Chris Jericho because
before we get into that,
go ahead.
Quick story. True story. So I'm like 18, 19 years old in the lunchroom or cafeteria at St. John's University. And there's a guy who I'm talking to a couple of friends, and we're talking about, I don't know if it was Monday Night Raw or SmackDown or a pay-per-view. We were talking about what went on in wrestling the night before. And some guy would come over, and he said something to the effect of, come on. He's like, you're in college, you're a grown-ass man. How do you still watch that shit? Whatever. And I said, look, I said, let me ask you a question. I said, in what other form of entertainment or sports can you give me an example where one word, just one word, could create mass hysteria and a global trend that would just cut through everything? And he went, what? And I said, exactly. and he's looking at me. And I just started saying to him, what? 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 He had no clue what I was
so great.
I got everything because the guy never watched a minute of wrestling. And I'm just watching this guy in space for like a good 30 seconds. And he had no idea what's going on.
Oh, man, this is great.
That's outstanding.
That was good stuff. What? Yeah, just laughing. Stephanie, my girlfriend, was like, this gets a little annoying, doesn't it? It's like, no, never. What?
You're a poor child.
So, for Jericho at this point, we're in 2002. He is just now won the undisputed title where he beat Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock in the same night to win the undisputed championship. He's got both titles, WCW, WWF title. Remember, maybe 6-8 months before this, he's kind of floundering. He's fine in the mid card, but they don't really know what to do with him. He hasn't had very many of the awesome matches that we would have thought. He came right in and was involved with The Rock, and then since then he's not really been in the main event picture, more of like a mid carder to upper mid carder. Then he got involved with Team WWF in the Alliance, WWF versus the Alliance, all that stuff, and now he's actually I remember that night, the night when they had both of the matches, and it was Rock versus Angle, and then it was Austin versus Angle, Rock versus Jericho, and then the winners faced off afterwards, and then Jericho beat Austin out. I remember you're sitting there going, "There's just anybody else could win, but there's no chance Jericho's winning." Right? Like when you're watching that at the time, like there's no way Jericho is winning 2 matches in a row and beating those 2 guys. You could tell me any of the other 3 and I wouldn't be surprised. The fact that he is the undisputed champ right now with all of the other talent on the roster is pretty absurd, like to think about it. You know, Triple H is back. You got Angle there. You got Austin. You got Undertaker, Kane, even someone like Big Show. And we've got The Rock right here. And Jericho beats The Rock in the main event of 3 out of 4 pay-per-views from the end of 2001 into 2002, and he's doing a great job playing this heel. And the nice part about Jericho is he's always going to be able to give you a really good match too. I forgot how good it was with these 2 guys. This particular match, this might be their best match together. It was really damn good. We get the build-up package, and this thing all started back when they were on Team WWE. The Rock, in my opinion, when his walk down the aisle, when his music hits, like the walk that he has, the way he looks around, the confidence, the pace that he walks at, like that's how a wrestler's supposed to walk down the aisle. It's not even like, it's like you're in his world. He's not in your world. He's like, wow, it's so great just to see him walk down, like look around. Oh yeah, I'm the man. I am the effing man here. There's very few people that command that sort of presence when he walks down. And hey, oh yeah, 20 years later, he's, if not the biggest movie star in the world, like on the top 5 list of biggest grossing actors, like every single year now. So this guy had it, whatever that it is. Fast start. Y2J mocks The Rock, and Rock just goes crazy early. Jericho ducks out. Rock goes chasing after him. We get a spear by The Rock. He is super intense. That's what I love. Intense right off the bat. And it feels like these guys have been feuding for a while. I hate it when there's a 3rd or 4th match between someone. They've been feuding for a while, and the match is kind of slow at the start. I want these guys to go at it. They hate each other right now. Jericho keeps cheating The Rock out of the title. He should be pissed off as he starts this. Spinning heel kick from Jericho and a suplex. Jericho exposes the top turnbuckle. A little something that he did, but we didn't see or hear about for the next 10 minutes. Again, I love when that stuff happens in matches. You had that little oomph, and then, it's like we forget that the turnbuckle was exposed because it didn't get used immediately right here. So Jericho slows things down a little bit. Headlock. The match, like a little crawling for a few minutes here as Jericho controls, and The Rock is really selling. And then we get a small flurry from The Rock, superplex off the top rope, and both men are out. And then it really starts picking up. Rock hits an overhead throw. He hits Jericho hits a bulldog, then the lion salt, then another lion salt for 2. I thought it was kind of cool that right after he hit the bulldog, King actually calls for it. He goes, "What are we gonna get? The lion salt coming here? Perfect!" And then it does. It was kind of cool. Jericho's trying to at this point, Jericho starts screaming at Earl Hebner, and he pushes Earl, and then Earl pushes Jericho back. Jericho's trying to measure The Rock off the top, but he misses, and The Rock hooks in a sharpshooter, the ugly-looking sharpshooter. I love you, Rock, but it's no Brett, it's no Owen sharpshooter. Let's be honest here. Out come Lance Storm to distract the ref. Jericho's tapping out, but the ref can't see it. Christian comes in to help Jericho, and then Jericho ends up hitting a rock bottom for 2. Another ref comes down and chases back Lance and Christian, so we still get the match going on. Chris Jericho setting up for the People's Elbow, but The Rock with a nip-up, he catches Jericho in the middle, and he just tosses him over the top rope, which was cool. Both men are battling outside the ring. Now they're on top of the announcer's table. I like this spot, too. Both of the announcers' tables got cleared off, and Jericho looks like he's going to hit a rock bottom, but The Rock is able to fight out and counter it, so they go from one announce table to the other with a rock bottom, Jericho through the announce table. I thought it was a really cool-looking spot. He tosses Jericho back in the ring for a 2 count. Jericho locks in the walls of Jericho. Rock powers over to the ropes. He breaks it. Jericho tries to lock it in again, but The Rock grabs Jericho with an inside cradle for 2. Jericho ducks a flying forearm from The Rock, and then we get a bad ref bump. The Rock hits Earl Hebner, so Hebner is out. CJ, Chris Jericho, calls down for another referee. Here comes the dirty ref, Nick Patrick. We just get a 2 count. Rock hits a DDT, but Nick Patrick refuses to count, so The Rock takes out Nick. He then hits a People's Elbow, but there's no referee to count the pin. Jericho with a low blow, and The Rock goes headfirst into that exposed turnbuckle. There it was. 15 minutes later, he ends up using it. Then Jericho rolls him up. So that the cheating for Jericho to win this match at the end, you get the refs out. Obviously, he doesn't count the pin. Jericho's already tapped out earlier. Then he hits a low blow. He then sends The Rock headfirst into the exposed turnbuckle, and he rolls him up and uses his feet on the ropes. I mean, DZ, for a heel cheating, it was pretty phenomenal to see the lengths, like 6 different things he's doing to win this match.
Yeah, pretty much, win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat, to perfection.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look, you hit on everything. At one point in the commentary, King says, hey, JR, are you okay? And JR starts to talk, and he goes, it doesn't matter if you're okay. It was kind of funny. They just, King would come up with that stuff randomly. I'll talk about the background a little bit. So you talked about, the match at Vengeance. Paul Heyman, I watched him speak once where he was talking about, how do you shock people? You shock people by doing one of 2 things. Do something that you just nobody expects is going to happen, or do something that has never happened before. Having The Undertaker lose to Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania. Shock people because, of course, The Undertaker is going to win at WrestleMania. Having Goldberg beat Brock Lesnar in, a minute and a half or whatever it was. Shocked people. One of the times that I was shocked was at the Vengeance pay-per-view because not only did you get, the way it was set up where they were kind of, you were going to have a unification eventually, but it was kind of set up like this mini tournament where you had one match for the WWF title, and then you had a match for the world title, and then you had the unification. So you figure, okay, the first match, Stone Cold beats Angle, then you get Rock and Jericho, and you say, of course, they're going to do Stone Cold Rock again. After WrestleMania 17 earlier that year, we're gonna bring that back. And then Jericho beats The Rock, and you're shocked.
I could not believe it. I mean, still now I can't believe it. Even
and you're saying to yourself, all right, well, he's definitely not beating Austin. Obviously Austin's gonna win, and then he beats Austin. So now you're really shocked. And there was like this period of 4 to 5 months here where you just expected him to lose all these matches because, he's like, all right, well, now he's going to face The Rock here. All right, he's going to lose to The Rock here, and you're going to get, maybe Rock Austin again at Mania. You're going to get Rock Taker, Rock Triple H.
And he's beating, on Raw and SmackDown at this point, he's beating, Angle one-on-one again. He's beating Big Show. He's, just beating everybody.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. And then if you remember, after he beats Rock here, he goes to the next pay-per-view. I think it was No Way Out, and he beats Austin again. So it's kind of like you're really scratching your head. And it was wild because, Jericho, now granted, he came in before, TakeOver. Obviously, he was a WCW guy that came in, I think, around 98 or so. But, this is kind of like the anti-Vince move where you have a guy who was a WCW guy for many years who's beating all your big names repeatedly. He's become the guy. Now, obviously, eventually he's going to lose, but, he gets a hell of a run here. And it is one of the times that WWE, WWF really shocked the hell out of me because I did not see it coming. And that's no disrespect to Jericho, who I love. I loved him as a worker. Obviously, I love him on the mic, and it was a fun time.
I mean,
but,
what would we have had to believe in his previous 2 years of booking that they were ever going to do this with him?
No, exactly. It came out of nowhere. I remember it was kind of like just an afterthought that he was even in the thing. Those
why is he in there and it's not like Taker or somebody else, whatever for whoever else? Yeah,
whoever, Triple H, whoever. Yeah, and you just figure it was just a way to get The Rock over without having to beat anybody that you stop momentum, and then you get this run where it was just like, and look, he's winning in heelish ways. He's not beating all these guys clean. He's doing every trick of the book and so on and so forth. But that doesn't mean he's not headlining these shows and he's not walking around with both belts as the undisputed champion. It was a fun time. It was kind of a weird time. But yeah, I mean, hats off to them because this match and a lot of the match around it, Andrew, the WWE kept me, in flux because every time I thought they were going to zig, they zagged.
Okay. You may think that there was some incredible decision that was made around making Jericho the undisputed champion. There is a rumor that has gained steam and validity over the past 20 years or so. You guys familiar with these websites that take money on pro wrestling events? In some cases, they max out the bet because it's just supposed to be a joke thing and they don't want to be on the hook for significant liability.
You can only bet $20 on anything and stuff like that. Yeah.
Do you know why there's a limit?
Because of that night?
Because rumor was WWF officials knew which way the odds were going, placed gigantic bets on Chris Jericho at anywhere between 8-1 and 12-1 to be the undisputed champion, and cleaned the bookmakers out.
Wouldn't have one time for us with a horse, guys, please. Just one time. Wouldn't it be great?
Yeah. Yeah. That was a thing that happened. Now, whether that was the reason Jericho went over, who the hell knows, right? But history tells us that Jericho's run as the undisputed champ was a bit of a dud for a lot of the reasons that you guys mentioned. Yes, he was going over, but he wasn't going over clean. He was going over with a lot of help. He was in a situation where he was the heel escaping by the skin of his teeth. He hadn't been booked particularly strong on a consistent basis prior to this. But from a work rate perspective, there is no argument that he delivered a lot of really good matches when he was at the top of the card. Both of his matches with Austin and The Rock at the pay-per-view before this one were very good. This match with The Rock was excellent. And what I loved is it was a 20-minute match with very little in the way of breaks or rest holds or anything like that. They worked a really fast pace right from the jump. There wasn't a lot of stalling. There wasn't a lot of rest holds. This was something out of the Steamboat Flair book where these two guys were just going and going and going and going and going, and everything made sense, and the fans were into everything that they did. It was so good. There were a couple of really good sequences. There was the issue with Storm and Christian running in to distract the ref, and Jericho getting a rock bottom for 2 that some people bought as the finish. I thought that was pretty cool. And then, Gino, you mentioned the stuff with the turnbuckle and how there was the delayed payoff for that and how Jericho ultimately had his feet on the ropes and whatnot. So at this point, Jericho's beaten Steve Austin. He's beaten The Rock. And you're thinking, oh, please, God, someone save us from this dastardly heel champion. Well, that's sort of what happened, but there were some really big problems with the way it was done. First of all, Jericho's title defense at WrestleMania went on after Rock Hogan, which was indefensible even as it was happening. And it was the second time, or rather it was the first of 2 times, that Triple H would be involved in one of those things. Because remember, Triple H, Randy Orton went on after the first Shawn Taker match. Yeah. And there was no way they were following that. Just none. And that's no disrespect to Triple H. who is a fine worker. And it's not like either of those matches that he had were bad, but you could make the case that ultimately in both situations, the payoff was the most over face on the roster wasn't the one going over in the main event at WrestleMania. And that ultimately was a big negative in how Jericho's reign ended, because after that, we got the Triple H reign of terror for 2 or 3 years that resulted in things like the Booker T stuff, like
just
Rob Van
being
Dam
given the World
buried.
Heavyweight Championship. He didn't win the World Heavyweight Championship when they expanded again afterwards, right?
You interrupted at a really fortunate time for Darin because I was going to mention Goldberg. It was a really weird time after Triple H came back. He turned himself heel. They did Evolution, and Evolution as a whole was great. But you got the sense that Triple H got into his head and thought he was Flair.
Yeah.
As good as Triple H is, and he is very good, and he has done a mountain of good for the business with what he has done with NXT, NXT UK, the Performance Center, whatever. Can speak incredibly highly of him. He was no Flair.
No. And I'll even go a step further in saying, I think him winning the Rumble and coming back and winning it, I don't think he's the wrong guy to win this Rumble.
No.
I don't. I agree with you in that he's like this, what happens between here and then Mania and him taking the title from Jericho and moving forward, it's just one of those things where when we know what happens afterwards again, we don't like it as much. When it goes really good, we love it, but I think him coming back, him winning the Rumble, the crowd was into it. It was fine. It was good. He was exciting. He was the new face back after a while. That's fine. But I agree with you. He was never he was always going to be a top guy, but honestly, he was never the guy. No. Ever. Even when he through some of the lull years, he was never the number one babyface that the crowd wanted. He could definitely be the heel, and he could do a damn fine job being your top heel. But like you said, he was trying to just you get too much of him putting himself over through the years, too much of him, hey, Triple H, let's go 15 and have a really good match instead of going 35. Things like that. So yeah, DZ, as we get ready for the Rumble, it's funny the way things work when you're for your fandom, right? Because I was always, we talk about it a bunch, a Bret Hart guy. So that means me growing up, I'm not initially as much of a DX guy because I'm with Bret. I'm against Shawn. I'm not as much of a Shawn guy, and so I wasn't even as much of I loved Austin coming up, but at the beginning I was more Bret versus Austin, and then Austin, I'm on the Austin side, but then I was more of a Rock guy. So I was never really Triple H. I respect him way more now looking back at everything, but after winning the title at WrestleMania and moving forward, that's the era of Triple H that I for about 3 or 4 years that I really don't like.
Yeah, I'm in a lot of the similar columns as you. Being a Bret guy, and it's not that Shawn wasn't a great worker. It's just I didn't like him. I didn't like his personality. I thought he was a pompous ass. I couldn't stand, the way he acted on TV. Even though I understood that it was TV, I thought it was over the top at times and a bit ridiculous. And
the love of Bret is also coming out here. Let's be real.
Oh, it is.
Sure.
It is.
No. Yeah. Absolutely.
I'll freely admit that. And when the whole thing with the screw job went on, and I wanted to jump through the TV and throw a chair at the guy. But yeah, regarding Triple H, look, I agree with what you're saying, Gino. There was a lot of stuff. He went over in spots. The Sting one, even though it really doesn't matter,
Booker T.
It bothered me. Him going. There was no reason that he had to go over Sting.
Well, the Sting thing, if I may jump in, they did a WWE Untold on this, and Triple H is very remorseful about that because the plan was Triple H goes over Sting and sets up Triple H versus The Rock the next year. Now, that didn't happen. My thing is, even if that's the case, does Triple H need to go over Sting?
No,
I don't think so. There was a reason for it. I understand what the reason was.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Did it have to happen? No. Do I still hate it? Yes.
Yeah, I agree. And there's a couple other spots. I mean, all the way down to, again, I'll bring it up. The reason I just made it back in time for this to do the show with you after 2 years of
driving back, yeah.
With the match with him and Batista, that I swear to God, I remember sitting there just squeezing my head and saying to my wife, "When is this match going to be over?"
I know.
Like I'm watching two 50-year-old guys, 20 years past their prime at this point. When is this match going to be over? And it was stuff like that just drove me nuts with Triple H. And I'm not saying he was a bad worker.
Not at all.
He's not a bad worker. But I will be perfectly honest with you. In my opinion, Triple H is not one of the elite wrestlers of all time. He's just not.
No.
If there is a Mount Rushmore, he's not on it. If there is a first tier, top tier of wrestlers, he's in the tier below it.
I agree.
That's not anything bad.
Nope.
But he's not Flair. He's not Brett. He's not
Shawn.
Savage.
He's not Austin. He's not Hogan. No.
He's not. And for some reason, I am taking away at the point that I feel like a lot of his career was either him trying to elevate himself to that or trying to show people that he was that.
Yep.
And the more that happened, the more turned off I was.
I think everybody did get like that. It was like we became, as he was in the business, we all became a lot smarter, right? And that was one of the problems I think that he kind of ran into, is like, if he was around 20 years earlier, he would have probably been even like revered more. But we know everything that's going on as it's happening now with the internet, and from like 2000 on, where it's like, oh, he's making a lot of these decisions. He's making a lot of these calls. He's the reason why he's in that spot. He's the reason why that match is going 30 instead of 20, like all those things like that. So that's, that was sort of the thing. And, we're talking a lot about Triple H because Triple H is the winner of this Royal Rumble that we're going to get to. And
one really quick note before
please.
we move on too much, because I've got an analogy that I think is just perfect. I mentioned that Triple H isn't Flair. He is Harley Race, pretty much to a T.
Yeah.
Far better heel than a babyface.
Yep.
He's the guy you want to see get his butt kicked. You don't necessarily want to see him win. Good promo, effective promo, visceral worker, cerebral, the name we're going to constantly refer to him as is the cerebral assassin. There's a lot of similarities there, including the sideburns that Triple H tried to rock about 20 years after they were cool.
Evolution sideburns.
Yeah. Now, I think there's a lot of validity there, and nobody is bashing Harley Race, one of the toughest men to ever step through the squared circle for any number of reasons. But Harley Race is in that same tier too. He's not on Mount Rushmore, but he's the next one down, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, I feel as though he wants to be seen as this Hogan-type draw, as this Savage-type draw, as this Flair-type worker. And there's nothing wrong with not being one of those people, because there's a reason I'm referring to them as that. But he's not there.
He's someone too that's like a lot of like, I'm gonna revere him more for what he did after wrestling. Like you were talking about, Andrew. Yeah. Like some of his biggest contributions could be NXT and what the stuff that he's done with the women, and just going and bringing back people like Warrior or Bruno. Like he was a guy that went and repaired a lot of the relationships that Vince had sort of, grown out of favor of people with big stars throughout the years. So yeah, you know what? Like we see this sometimes too, where you have a really good athlete, but maybe they're a better coach or even a better trainer or even a better president of an organization or an owner of a team. I think as positively about what he's done post wrestling as I do about his career in wrestling. And I think when the day comes that Vince either decides he's going to step back or Triple H gets a lot more power, I think there will be a good immediate sort of boost and sort of a shot in the arm as things change a little bit up top. But he's a fascinating figure to talk about for the last 25 years of this company. And we see his best bud, Shawn Michaels, at WWF New York, hey, we didn't know that Shawn Michaels is going to be back in 8 months. He's rocking his red, white, and blue. He talks about President Bush at the time, and he says he's going to give us 2 picks for the Rumble, either one of his Texan buddies, The Undertaker or Stone Cold. And then we get the build-up for the Royal Rumble, and it's Fink's moment to shine again. He gets his chance to explain all the rules. King always takes a shot at him. Come on, Howard. It's only an hour match here, and then we are on our way. Number 1, it's Rikishi. Number 2, Goldust. He's making his return after 3 years. And we get the really awesome old Goldust entrance. They take a ton of time. All the Goldust antics going on here. Rikishi goes right after him. Number 3 coming out is Big Boss Man. And the number 4 is Bradshaw, who's still, I think, about 2 years away from becoming JBL. So Bradshaw goes after everyone. We get a Rikishi stink face of the Boss Man. That ass was looking huge at this point. And, the most bulbous ass you'll ever see there. He eliminates Boss Man after the stink face. Number 5 is Lance Storm, who comes rolling in. Number 6 is Al Snow. So we'll get to DZ because Al Snow comes in and what does everybody want? And I can't believe that King later in the match is actually chanting, "We want Head." He says, "I do too," a little bit later. We'll get to that, but not a whole lot going on. But remember, Goldust hadn't been around for a few years, so him coming back was a cool spot to see. And, just kind of getting some filler in towards the beginning.
Yeah. You take a look here and, obviously Big Boss Man, JBL, Lance Storm, Al Snow. None of these guys are winning the Royal Rumble. And to be honest with you, I don't like when they do this.
No.
I like when you have a guy in the first 3
that you believe.
A long time.
You need to have the Iron Man that you believe all the way through, because at the very least you're thinking, oh, it's Finn Balor still in there, right? Yep. Or like when we did the 2018 one, or maybe it's Ziggler. Oh, okay, like there's always got to be the one with the women. Sasha's in there. Okay, it could be her. Becky's still in there. One of them.
Yep, there's actually nobody in this Royal Rumble more than 26 minutes. And I don't really remember that being the case in too many Royal Rumbles. These guys, Rikishi and Goldust, they hang in there for a little bit. Boss Man's in there for a whopping 3 minutes. Lance Storm is going to end up getting eliminated by Al Snow. But there's not a whole lot to talk about here. Not much going on. Just kind of filler until you get some of the heavy hitters to come in.
Yeah, this was one of the gripes that I mentioned at the top of the show. With how backloaded this Rumble is, you're telling me that RVD, who got one of the biggest pops of the night, instead of having 2 minutes of work at 29, couldn't have come out at 3 or 4 and gotten a half-hour run.
Completely agree.
There's something wrong with that. On the plus side, though, Goldust comes out and he looks incredible.
Yeah.
We covered a lot of 98, 99 shows where Goldust was not in great shape, either physically or mentally. There was a lot going on there, but he's back here. He's trimmed down significantly. It looks like he's lost about 50 pounds. He's moving really well, and it was good to see him back for sure, even if it was doing a bunch of weird stuff. There was one really good spot where Storm's bouncing around the ring. He comes off the ropes, and he just gets leveled by this gigantic Bradshaw clothesline.
Oh, yeah.
And even when Bradshaw was a mid-carder, that clothesline was a whoa kind of move because nobody did it quite like he did. The way Stan Hansen used to do it, the way all the Texans did it, the big stiff clothesline that some people
lariat
sell for. Exactly. Or as the Japanese call it, lariato. Yeah. That's actually what they call it, by the way. Don't nobody jump down my throat at that. So my other question, this bothered me. It bothered me when Boss Man came back, and it bothers me 20 years later. Big Boss Man had one of the best themes in early 90s WWF with Hard Times, the one that starts with, if you ever take a trip down to Cobb County, Georgia. His theme music is crap in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah.
It's garbage.
Just generic.
You have this
bad
You
guy.
have this great theme, hard times. Just go back to it. It doesn't matter that he's a heel. You've got a guy
He
that's
had it
got
with
some cred. Just, go back to that. It's right there.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. That's a really good point.
I kind of forgot Boss Man was still around at this time.
So did I. Yeah, because he went to WCW, then came back up.
Yeah.
Last thing I'll say, by the way, you mentioned about Goldust. So Goldust, of course, is in real life is Dustin Rhodes or Dustin Runnels, who's now, of course, is in AEW. And I'm bringing it up because he put out a tweet yesterday where he actually talked about, Andrew, what you referenced, where he said that at one of the worst times in his life, and he called it the darkest days of his life, he was 300 pounds. And it includes a picture of himself with no shirt on. And he says, now at 51, I'm 222 pounds and in the best shape of my life. And, look, he's not, he's 51 years old. So, he's not going to have, an immaculate physique like a 25-year-old. But that being said, he's trim, he looks good. And it's really good to see.
For a guy who, we talk about Charlotte a lot earlier in that. The Rhodes kids, they had anyone whose dad was a wrestler for a while in that late 70s, 80s. You're talking about Dusty Rhodes was one of the biggest stars in the world at that point. He was one of the most recognizable faces. He was a huge deal in the middle to late 80s, even earlier, and so they just have problems, issues, Pop's not around, issues with my dad, demons to exercise. And both him and Cody are doing a fantastic job right now over in AEW. So we're up to number 7 now. Billy Gunn, who now makes it actually 6 total in the ring. He takes a big boot from Bradshaw, and then Al Snow eliminates Lance Storm. Both men are out on the apron, back and forth. Then Billy eliminates Bradshaw from behind. So we're down to 4. American Badass Undertaker comes out next at 8. This is basically, to me, when it felt like the match started, right? You got a cool Goldust come back, a few things, but now for the first time, we've got someone who could win this thing. We've got American Badass Undertaker, big heel Undertaker. He chokeslams Billy. He just goes after everyone. Chokeslams. Goldust tosses him. Tosses Al Snow. Clothesline to Rikishi. Tosses Billy Gunn. Taker stands alone. Within 2 minutes, before the next entrance, he's tossed out everybody that was in the ring. Now the booking of the match I thought was pretty good too. You get the Hardys that come out. First Matt Hardy at 9 and then Jeff Hardy at 10. In order to turn Taker heel, they used the Hardys, who were fan favorites in 2001, to make The Undertaker a heel. And so it's great. We get Matt Hardy coming down with Lita, and Lita gets in the ring. They both go after Undertaker. He grabs Lita by the throat, and then she kicks him with a low blow, and Matt and Lita are going to work on Taker. And then number 10, it's Jeff Hardy. He runs down to save Matt, looking goofy with that hat on, what he's wearing. It was a cool spot where Matt is about to get suplexed out of the ring, but Jeff comes up and puts his hand up and he saves Matt. And then all 3 of them are working on Taker. They're stomping him out. They double team him. Both the Hardys. Lita's out now. And Taker catches Jeff in midair and just flings him over the top rope. Then he hits a last ride on Matt and he tosses him. So after 10, it's just Taker again now with the Hardys outside of the ring. Number 11, it's Maven, your Tough Enough winner. Maven runs into the ring. He takes a boot from Taker. And as Undertaker's about to easily eliminate Maven, Lita's back up on the apron. And then both the Hardys come back in. They go after Taker. So Taker just kind of drops Maven, and he's focused on the Hardys again. He ends up throwing both of them out again, and he stares them down to trash talk. And as he's looking over to trash talk, Darin, we get, and JR says it, and I agree, the biggest shock, upset, elimination in Royal Rumble history. We get Maven, someone who nobody even knew, and he eliminates Taker. This was a really cool moment, even looking back now. I wish there was more afterwards, like when we talk about things, great moments, what happens after it makes those moments even greater. But just this in a vacuum. Another surprise. We talk about Jericho being winning the matches that he won, being the champ at this time. this was hell of surprising. There's no way you figured Undertaker was only going to be there for a few minutes, and that Maven was going to be the one to eliminate him.
So let's look at both sides of it. The first side of it is, and I just spoke about this. How do you shock people, right? You keep it simple. This was pretty simple. You have somebody that nobody's heard of eliminate one of the biggest names in the history of the wrestling business, and it's a cool moment. The stuff that happens afterwards obviously adds to it. Yeah, cool moment. Shocked the hell out of me. Holy shit. Blah blah blah. Okay. Now I have two problems with it. Problem number one: did they do it just because they wanted to get heat for Tough Enough? Like, I don't remember. Was that part of the thinking of, we're going to have Maven, the big Tough Enough winner, come out, eliminate The Undertaker, and by doing that, we're going to get people to watch Tough Enough too? Like, was that part of the talking that went on behind the scenes in this decision? That's one problem. And if that's true or not, I don't know. But that thought is in my head. The second problem I have with it is back to the problem that Andrew talks about. You got nobody left now.
Yeah.
From 9 through 21.
19 with Austin. 19's Austin.
Yeah. That can win the Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
One. Yeah. As much as I love DDP, he ain't winning.
Nope. Yeah. Christian, Scotty Too Hottie, Chuck, The Godfather, Albert, Perry Saturn. Yeah.
So you've created a cool moment, but you've also put yourself in a corner because you now have a run of 12 to 13 guys where only one of them has a remote chance of winning the Royal Rumble. Now, granted, it is the biggest name in the company at the time, but you need more than one guy. And that was my problem with how they this part of the Royal Rumble.
They knew what they were doing too, Andrew, because following, so the Taker elimination happens, and then huge pop, crazy shock. He goes back into the ring and he just lays into Maven. He ends up tossing Maven through the ropes to the outside, and one of the referees goes over and tells him, hey, you got to eliminate him. So he beats him up for a while outside, then he puts him back in the ring, and then he throws him over the top, and he keeps going to work on him. And then they go through the audience, through the crowd, up into the concessions area and the vendors. But you could tell that even the WWF at this time knew that, hey, what's going on in the ring isn't that important, because there was 2 minutes where we don't see anything of going on in the ring. And then following that, there's like another 2-minute spurt where it happens later with the Godfather when he comes in at 16, where there's like 2.5 minutes. They even have to tell us that DDP gets eliminated. So they even know, oh, hey, like this chunk right here isn't really important. Anything that's going on in the ring is no big deal.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, and a lot of that reflects some of my issues with this match. I absolutely hate either outside interference in a Rumble or someone coming back in after they've been tossed and doing damage. I think it's hokey. I think it makes the fact that there were 3 referees on the outside of the ring just twiddling their thumbs and doing nothing look like pieces of garbage.
The only time it works for me is like what happened with Austin later. When they come in and they lay everybody out and then they just get on their way. They don't eliminate everyone. They just kind of like even the playing field. It's like, screw you, screw you, screw you. I'm out. Okay. At least I didn't toss anybody, you know?
Right. So going through this here, Taker comes out at 8, cleans house. Out come the Hardys. Gino, I'm going to need a little post-production assistance from you here. I need you to record Stephanie screaming at the top of her lungs as if she was a teenager at a Backstreet Boys or an NSYNC concert. I've said this before. I don't know why women loved the Hardys. I have no freaking idea. At this time, they both looked like a strong gust of wind could topple them over. I don't understand the appeal they had to women. But Jeff comes out, and there is this prolonged, high-pitched shriek from the female portion of the crowd. My goodness. So they do that. Taker does his thing. Lita comes in. That's squeamy. Maven runs in, hits the drop kick, and then, my goodness, poor Maven. Maven gets legitimately the crap beaten out of him. before this show, Darin texted us and said, the chair shot Maven took may be the worst I have ever seen. It's up there. I don't know if it was as bad as Rock laying into Foley with 9,000 unprotected chair shots. I don't know if it was that bad, but you can see it from there. And then Maven gets tossed by a guy who's not even in the match anymore. Like, I don't even have that much of a problem if it's Taker distracting Maven and someone else who's in the match dumping him. Just that, it doesn't hit well with me.
I hate it too.
It's not as bad as a more recent example, which was in 2016. If you remember that Rumble, that's the one where Reigns came in at 1, and the story was everybody in the locker room was out to get him. Well,
he stretchered out.
Yep. Lesnar comes in, Wyatt runs in, and all of a sudden the Wyatt family is just in the ring for no reason.
Yeah.
They dump Lesnar, and then with no one chasing them and nobody doing anything to stop them from being there, they left. Like, okay, the leader of your faction is in the Royal Rumble. Nobody's stopping you. And you're just going to leave for no reason? This, to me, was an example of the Rumble being overbooked. It wasn't as bad as the example I just cited. It's there, and it's not the only example where I think WWE outsmarted themselves over the course of this match.
We're up to number 12, Scotty Too Hottie. So as he walks down the aisle, this is when Taker throws Maven back inside, and he walks down the aisle and he just punches out Scotty, which I thought was kind of funny. He just lays him out with one punch before he can enter, and then he just turns around, he tosses Maven over the top, he eliminates him, and then they start brawling in the crowd all the way up to the top of the building, snacks, concessions. Number 13 is Christian. He comes out as Taker tosses Maven headfirst into a popcorn machine. And the spot with Taker that I thought was funny is that he grabbed a fistful of popcorn and ate it, which was good. It was like he threw him in, then he grabbed a handful and just kind of chumps on some of the popcorn there. I like that. Christian is doing the spot where he's kind of like sitting across the ring ropes and waiting. Scotty Too Hottie hasn't even made it into the ring yet. And then number 14 is DDP. He comes in, hits the diamond cutter to Christian. Scotty Too Hottie's now in the ring, and he hits the worm on Christian, but then Scotty gets thrown out by DDP. We're up to number 15, Chuck. So he's in the ring. He makes it 3. It's Christian, DDP, and Chuck. Number 16 is the Godfather with the escorts. He's gone legit, folks. He brings out 12 girls. They're not the hoes anymore. It's the escort service. And for over 2 minutes, it's the Godfather coming out. He brings out a group of 4 girls. Then he goes in the back. He gets another group of 4. He brings them out. He comes out again. He gets another group of 4, and he brings them out. He starts to walk down the aisle. He goes back down the aisle to the girls again. He's just loving it. He's having a great time. And we talk about guys who look in great shape. JR actually mentions it. At this point, the Godfather had lost like 40 pounds, 50 pounds or so. He was in the like 270 range, a guy who had many times been up over 300.
Do you think girls would have hung out with him if they showed them a picture of Papa Shango?
Or Mustafa, the supreme fighting machine?
Well, let's be clear, though. I mean, right now, the Godfather's gig is in a high-profile gentleman's club in Las Vegas.
Yep.
And there are some strange people in Las Vegas. I'm just saying, there's 12 women here. The law of averages says that if you showed them a picture of Papa Shango, at least 2 of them would have an improved opinion of one Charles Wright.
When Stephanie and I eventually tie the knot one day, we may have to hit that, boys, and say hi to the Godfather on a trip out there for a bachelor party before. Maybe something to put on the bucket list. Just to say hi to the Godfather.
Why would you advertise that?
Just to say hi to the Godfather.
Well, no. Why would you advertise that in an avenue in which Darin's wife and my girlfriend may be listening? Rookie mistake, Gino.
You're right.
Honey, if you're listening, I have no plans to do that. I will be at a blackjack table.
No, not doing
it. You know what's funny is that my wife would just look at me and go, "Yeah, okay, big guy, have fun."
I know.
I'm not worried at all. Go ahead, have fun.
Go ahead. We are up to Number 17 is when Albert, the hip hop hippo, comes in.
I did not remember that at all. When they played Turn It Up and Albert ran, I'm like, what? What's going on?
I was looking for Brian
here?
Christopher. Yeah. I was looking around, and he gets tossed by Chucky and Christian. They both dodge a hoe train, and then, which I laughed when I wrote that.
There's no way to say that isn't hilarious.
They toss the hoe train, and they toss out the Godfather. So Perry Saturn is in at number 18. He makes it 3, and now business starts to pick up, because at 19 we get Stone Cold Steve Austin out.
What?
A huge pop. What? And he goes after everyone. We get the low blow to Saturn. He tosses Christian. Stunner to Saturn. Tosses Chuck. Then tosses Saturn. So it's just Austin now, and we get the great throwback to the 97 Rumble. He stands up on the ropes. He's looking at his watch. And then he goes the opposite of what Andrew just said. This is what we don't like, when somebody who's not in the match eliminates someone else. How about just taking guys and eliminating them multiple times, because there's nothing else going on. This was awesome. He goes and gets Christian, and he just tosses Stunner to Christian and throws him out for the second time. He goes and gets Chuck. He's like looking at his watch. Oh, still 20 seconds? Okay, cool. Let me get Chuck, bring him back in, stun this son of a bitch again, and throw his ass over the top rope. So, DZ, we definitely had a lull from 11 when Maven comes in, and he eliminates from 11 through 19 here. But starting with Stone Cold, an awesome couple minutes. And then from 19 to 30, we were great. It's funny because this is you may not get a stronger 19 through 30 coming in any Rumble. Is that better or is it worse, right? Is it better to have a little bit of a lull in the middle like we had in the beginning here and then have a really strong one at the end? Or is it better to have some spots all the way through? I probably prefer spots all the way through, but getting here, the last third was a ton of fun, and it's sort of a bummer because this was Stone Cold's last Rumble, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't believe it was in 2003. I think this was it. Yeah, to answer your question, I would rather have them mixed in because, you get Kane for a minute, you get Rob Van Dam for 2 minutes.
Big Show, Booker T was in for 30 seconds. Yeah,
I mean, you could do a lot more with these guys, and I'm not saying that Kane is the greatest worker of all time, but he's certainly more than capable than most of the guys that are going to be in the ring for longer periods of time. And he could have, you could have done a lot more. And I think this is what happens when you book yourself into a corner where you got all these guys packed in and you don't want the thing to run too long. And now you got guys getting eliminated rather quickly that you probably didn't want them to get eliminated. But yeah, Austin shows up, he goes on this wild tear, and the throwback to 97. Some of these stunners were not the cleanest stunners I've ever seen.
No, I was going to say, that's how you could tell he didn't have a whole lot left in the tank, the guy, at this point. He didn't. And this was still a great the Rumble is like Austin's match because it's all kicks and punches and just intensity, and that's just really what he is for the most part.
Yeah, no, it is. And he is such the arc of Steve Williams or Steve Austin or however you want to, refer to him in terms of his wrestling career is so unique because if you watched Austin in the early 90s, Dangerous Alliance, Austin, Hollywood Blonde, Stud Stable, he was a damn good in-ring worker. Far better of an in-ring worker at that period of time than when he was at his apex in WWE, which just goes to show you how brilliant he was in terms of his character, his mic work, his promo, and everything else he did. Because Austin's in-ring abilities, because of injuries and years of wear and tear in his body, and obviously the big injury coming to the neck at the hands of Owen Hart's pile driver. But the fact that he was able to get this run as his body was starting to fail him, and the fact that he was so much more of an accomplished in-ring technical worker, 10 years before this. And there are a lot of people who just watch WWE that had no idea.
I mean, he came in as the ringmaster.
As the ringmaster, yeah. But, and I mean, look, guys like you and me, we saw him and said, holy crap, Hollywood Blondes, it's stunning Steve Austin. Look at this.
He's using the $1 million dream. Ted gave it to him,
Yeah, exactly. And then, but as you were watching him, you were like, wow, I mean, when he got to the mic work and everything, listen, he was awesome. But the guys, those of us that watched him in WCW knew that this was not the guy. He did not have the same physical abilities as he had 6-7 years earlier.
One of my favorite Steve Austin matches actually came during this run. It's a great little historical curiosity. It was in June of 2002. Steve Austin, down to the last year of his career as a worker, and 53-year-old Ric Flair had a match on Monday Night Raw with one of the most interesting stipulations I think I have ever heard of. And not only did they pull it off, it's a hell of a deal. No punches. It was a pure wrestling match.
I don't remember that one.
They went 15 minutes, and it was damn good because it was these two guys who could write textbooks on wrestling psychology and philosophy and whatnot, just using their minds to guide everybody along through this match. Yes, Ric Flair had seen better days. Yes, Steve Austin had seen better days. Did it matter? Hell no. Austin was still capable of bringing you on that kind of journey, even with both knees shot, even with his neck shot, even with his back completely busted up. That's how good Steve Austin was. And I feel like we lose that because he was in so many cool angles, whether it was stunning Vince McMahon, bringing the beer truck to the ring, all of the great what stuff, Bang 316.
Grocery store with Booker, the stuff with Vince in the hospital and the clown.
Even in ECW, his stuff where he was impersonating Bischoff, the Monday NyQuil stuff.
Uncle Eric,
so many cool things. Like the stuff with Edge and Christian. When Edge and Christian were breaking in and they needed a rub and Austin gave it to him backstage.
The stuff that we're talking about,
Yeah. I mean, the stuff with Kurt Angle where they're
playing the guitar and he's wearing the mini hat.
They made
Jimmy Crackcorn and I don't care.
It was so good. And we forget in all of this that Steve Austin was a world-class worker even before he came to the WWF. Kids, this is why the WWE Network is a very, very good thing. You can go down a rabbit hole of matches he had as part of the Hollywood Blondes with Brian Pillman. He had a series of matches with Steamboat. Just such a fantastic worker and a guy who reinvented himself a lot.
We are up to number 20. Hello, ladies.
Okay, pause. Given how Val Venus has reinvented himself into a QAnon nut job, how satisfying was it to see Steve Austin kick his ass here?
Crap out of him. The Big Valboski just gets absolutely crushed with stomps by Austin. I mean, Val gets a brief offense in here before number 21, Test. Talk about a guy who they wanted and they tried over and over to just give this guy another push. I mean, he was supposed to be Triple H before Triple H. He really was. I mean, they have the same look. He just doesn't have that much talent. He's got a phenomenal look, though. I mean, everything that Vince would want in the look. You look at Triple H, you put them next to each other, they look like the same damn guy. He just couldn't connect. Whatever position they put him in, he was fine, serviceable. I wouldn't even ever say he was like bad, but he just was another guy. He just didn't connect. Let's see. So he's battling with Austin. Test and Val are teaming up to 2-on-1 Austin here, but Stone Cold's quickly able to get the better of both of them, and he tosses them both on the floor. And so now he's just kind of laying on the mat, waiting, sort of looking at his watch again, waiting for the next one to come out, and we get one of those really cool face-offs that we got in 97 with Austin and Brett. I can remember the Piper Flair one in 92. There's always going to be a moment where you've got someone who's cleaning house. Punk, I think Punk had one with Triple H too in the Rumble where he's cleaning house, and then Triple H's music hits, and Triple H takes like 3 minutes to get to the ring. no joke. He's standing, he's soaking in water and oil and everything, just dripping. And he gets down to the ring. We have a real slow face-off. Nobody throws a punch yet. These guys have a lot of history from 2001, from the last couple of years. And then the hurricane spots I love too. I don't love that it wastes a spot for someone that you just know is not going to win. But when you have the two guys in and then Hurricane comes out and he's looking at both of them and they're on the ground and he's like getting ready. He gets up like he's going to do a double choke slam and they both sort of look and laugh like, who the hell is this guy? And they toss him out and then they go battling. Farouk is number 24. He comes in, he hits a spine buster, but he doesn't last very long before getting thrown out by Triple H. The first one to actually last a bit here is number 25, Mr. Perfect, who, slight tangent. So Mr. Perfect, who's coming in here, he should have won the 93 Rumble, right? Like 92, he turns, at the end of 92, he turns face. He's the baby face right there. He is hot. People are finally behind him for the first time. He sends Flair packing when he beats him the day following the Rumble. Monday Night Raw is just starting. He is the hottest as far as crowd behind Mr. Perfect as he's ever been. I would have so much love for him to win that match and have a feud with Brett. You could do whatever you want moving forward. We all talk how many times about we got stuck with Yokozuna for 2 years. Can you just imagine? Like, that was what I thought with him walking down to the aisle here. Like, man, 93, that was the year he should have won that damn Rumble. And we get Flair, we get Perfect coming in here. And DZ, Perfect has a pretty nice run. He's in the final three.
I'll tell you what, I thought he looked good, too. Because I remember there were times where Perfect, at different points of WWE, he would put on a bit of weight. He would look thick and heavy. I thought he looked pretty good here. He came out with the straps of his leotard down. He looked good, considering everything that his body had been through and all of the injuries and everything like that. But I thought he had a great performance. Went for 15 minutes, and there was a point. I forget exactly when it was. And it might have been when I don't know if it was when they got down to the final four or the final three, when Perfect was still in there. And I'm like, are they really, like, is it possible? And maybe it was when Austin got eliminated and Perfect was left. And I was sitting there saying to myself, is it possible that this guy's going to win this thing? Like, they actually, for a moment, injected the thought into my head because he came in so late and was in the final three. I thought his booking in this match was one of the better bookings of the entire Rumble match. Thought he did a great job. Thought he looked great. He had his rivalries with Brett, but like we've talked about so many times, I was a wrestling purist who really appreciated the worker, and Perfect could flat out work. And in regards to what you said, 100%. If you would have gotten Perfect versus Brett at that WrestleMania, and number one, it would have made the WrestleMania that much better. Probably one of, if not the worst WrestleManias of all time. But if you think about it, at the King of the Ring that year, you got a match between Perfect and Brett that many people said rivaled their SummerSlam match a few years earlier. And if that would have been your main event at WrestleMania 9, maybe you wouldn't. I understand. Well, not everybody went home with a bad taste in their mouth like I did because you got Hogan winning. Hey, I turned that thing off and went, well, it sucked throughout, and the ending sucked even more. But maybe if you got Perfect Brett in that spot for 20 minutes, maybe it makes the pay-per-view that much better, and it's not viewed as horribly as it was. But it was cool seeing him show up. I thought he looked great, and he had a cool run here.
Man, I don't like saying this. I think they should have put Perfect in the spot between when Taker got bumped out and Austin came in.
No, you're right.
I think that's where you do the nostalgia run.
Sure.
I don't think you do the nostalgia run late in the match.
The only thing that didn't bother me is that he wasn't like over the hill at this point. He didn't even feel as much of like DDP or Goldust coming in. But I agree with you in that if he's not going to win, then if the point is to keep interest in the match throughout, he would have been a lot better served at number 12 to be the bridge coming up to Austin.
Yup. And you know what you do? If you want to give him that kind of a run, you have Austin throw everybody else out, and then you do the standoff with Austin and Perfect. That would have gotten a big reaction.
Yeah.
Perfect comes out, and the reaction's kind of there, but kind of not. Like, it wasn't Attitude Era fans. It was a weird spot because a lot of them didn't know who Mr. Perfect was.
It's like now you can imagine if he comes back today.
But
yeah, he's passed. I mean, but that's like him coming out today. Obviously, he's passed away. He's not coming out, but like he would get a massive response. Him coming out 5 years later. I agree with you. It was sort of weird because it's like, oh yeah, he's just come back from W. They just didn't like. He had sort of been around a little. And then what they did with him after, like the way he has such a great run, and then he's just really non-existent for the following couple months.
Yup. And then the plane ride from hell happens, and then, oh boy. But it's tough. It's one of those things where, yeah, he had a really good run in the match, but it didn't wind up really helping anybody. I mean, you had a guy whose biggest contribution to wrestling the previous 3 years was being the lead vocalist for the catchy ditty known as Rap is Crap.
The West Texas Rednecks, right?
Yes, indeed. The West Texas Rednecks. That song, by the way, is on YouTube if you want to rip it and download it.
They were playing it on the radio down south, all over the place.
And the funniest thing was the West Texas Rednecks were supposed to be the bad guys.
They got over.
They got over as baby
the
faces.
Racist South because everybody
just so good.
Just wanted to cheer the racist. It was just like, oh my God. So we're up to number 26.
Yeah, let's segue back into the match.
We'll get back to 20.
By the way, one thing that I think might have taken away a bit from the pop, if you remember, they announced that Perfect was going to be in this thing.
Yeah.
Which I never understood.
I don't like that. Even Triple H, he came back and had like a week or two on Raw, but hadn't really done anything. It's like, could you imagine the pop if that would have been the first, like the Triple H Raw return pop if that was here? You know, that would have been huge, like the ones with John Cena and with Edge when they came back and won. When we weren't expecting.
The difference with Triple H was he did that return, and I believe that was in Madison Square Garden back when shows at the Garden legitimately meant something.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So I understood why they did that. And also you have to think that was sort of a test balloon for how they were going to book the Rumble, because this wasn't a situation like with a guy like Edge in 2010 where him coming back and winning the Rumble made a ton of sense. They had a lot of options in 2002 if Triple H came back and the crowd farted at it on Raw a couple of weeks prior.
That's a good point. That's a great point. You just go in a bunch of different directions. Yeah. Now we're up to 26, and I think I just don't know if I mentioned enough how damn good Kurt Angle was and how much I loved Kurt Angle for just his run. And we've seen him even in recent years when he didn't have as much left in the tank and after all the neck surgeries and everything. But at this point, Kurt Angle is so freaking good. The crowd, I mean, he's got everything you want. He can play heel. He's not as good of a face, but you know what? He had some damn good runs where he's like the baby face going with the milk truck. I absolutely love that stuff. The crowd with the "you suck" chants, and just thinking about like him at the Hall of Fame, smiling when everybody's doing "you suck" to him. You know, I love it, and he is just incredible. So right now we've got 4 in the ring. It's Stone Cold, Triple H, Mr. Perfect, and Kurt Angle. You know, like that's a pretty good 4 of just, we talked about some of the all-time greats. We've got 1 on the Mount Rushmore, and then maybe 3 that are in that next tier that we were talking about, with Perfect, Triple H, and Kurt. Number 27 is the Big Show. He comes out. He actually looks pretty badass here with the way his hair is kind of down. He's got a little bit of a scruff. He sort of looks like one of the tougher versions of the Big Show, but he's kind of plump. He chokeslams Mr. Perfect. He headbutts Kurt Angle. He goes for the double chokeslam on Austin and Triple H, but they fight back. And pretty soon, though, Big Show's got the whole ring on the floor. He picks up Angle with a gorilla press, and he's about to toss him, but Triple H comes in. He makes the save, and Big Show is just laying waste to everyone. He chokeslams Triple H, and boom, fire. Number 28, here comes Kane. Kane and Big Show exchange some punches. Both men go for the choke slam. Kane picks up Big Show, and he just body slams him right over the top rope. He just flings him there. And then Angle, he hits an Olympic slam to Kane right after, so we're back down to those same four. Big Show was in this match for 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Kane was in this match for 1 minute and 2 seconds, which is pretty crazy. I mean, two guys that are always at least huge pieces of the Rumble in that, you think of them on lists of guys who could win. They're big, dominating, who usually have a lot of eliminations and usually take a few guys to team up to get them out. They were just in and out quickly. So I think DZ, before we get to the last two, 28, 29, that was like these two guys, how they were used in this match is probably, I think, the biggest gripe. Maybe the last four guys, how they were used in this match is my biggest gripe. Andrew mentioned Rob Van Dam earlier, even a Booker T. We don't think Booker T is going to win, but he was still towards the main event at this time. He was still on the upper mid-card main event. He would have been a guy that he was in doing stuff with Austin here and there, The Rock here and there. He just lost the number one contender match to The Rock. He's in the mix here. So I think my main gripe is just I would have liked a little more from Big Show, Kane, RVD, and Booker T. It looks great on paper, but when they're only in for, none of them are in for more than 3 minutes, like sort of what Andrew was saying earlier, what kind of impact does it have?
Yeah, and Rob Van Dam, the pop that he got when he came out, I think it was almost a pop of that they thought he was going to win. When he came out at 29, I think they thought that was going to be that this was the year for him. I mean, in a flash, he's gone. Like 2 minutes, just insane. But they really booked themselves into a corner and we've talked about how they stacked the back end of this. Yeah, I mean, look, you get a cool Final Four. You get Austin, Perfect, Angle, Triple H. It's one of the better Final Fours that we've seen in terms of, characters and talent. So I appreciate that. It was a good Rumble, but, there were things that they could have done better, as we've pointed out.
I've got a couple of problems here. So we've mentioned Triple H saving Angle from Big Show. JR actually passes it off with something that makes sense by saying that at this point they see Big Show as the bigger obstacle than Kurt Angle because Big Show's a freak of nature. And that's fine and dandy. However, Angle tries to eliminate Triple H, and for some reason, Austin saves Triple H.
Yep.
I hate it. This is such basic Rumble storytelling of every man for himself. Why are you doing this? You can't explain it. It doesn't make any sense. And it works against the concept of this match. I don't like saying this because I love this man's contributions as an announcer. I love him as a writer. I have both of his books. They're great. JR is flat wrong. He called Big Show the biggest man in the history of sports entertainment.
He's not bigger than Andre. Sorry.
Yeah. Andre was 7'4", and if we're going by kayfabe, everyone's favorite Giant Gonzalez was 8 feet tall.
I mean, we had Haystacks Calhoun and guys like that even through the year, which you're right.
Mabel,
yeah,
Big Daddy V.
You're right. Like I didn't even think about that, but it is funny because JR is the last person to mention something like that when it's wrong.
I mean,
right?
It sounds like Vince was in his ear because Vince was also the guy trying to push people talking about how, boy, you don't understand how big the Big Show is until you see him. His hands are the size of frying pans.
Although I wonder here, he's just got his ass kicked before. Like, do you think he's in their ear right now after his
Gino,
match?
You're forgetting something. Vince is a complete and total psychopath.
Yeah, you're right.
He would absolutely be on the headset for this
bleeding
one.
into the headset.
Yes, he'd be bleeding on the table in front of him. I mean, there'd be guys trying to stitch him up, and he'd be screaming, "God damn it! He was supposed to go out 10 seconds ago."
Yeah,
that's my best Vince. It's not very good. But
so we're to the final two.
Yeah.
We're down to Rob Van Dam at 29. I thought it was funny. He almost slips on the ring apron when he's coming in and he's running. and he hops up onto the ring apron because he's getting excited. He's about to jump up and do his 5-star frog splash, but he almost slips, and it's not a big deal, but it's just like, oh no. And then he jumps up and he hits a clean 5-star frog splash on Kurt about 3/4 of the way across the ring. We get Rob Dam and his educated feet all over, House of Freaking Fire, Rolling Thunder to Austin, but then Triple H catches him, hits a pedigree, and he's out cold. So we've got 5 in the ring now, 1 still to come. It's Booker T who walks in, and Rob Van Dam is just laying still out from the pedigree, and he just picks him up and he tosses him, and that's it. Then Booker gives us a spinner Rooney, and he gets stunnered over the top rope. So Booker's in there for 33 seconds. He's out. We're down to the final 4. Austin, Triple H, Mr. Perfect Angle. We get an angle slam to Austin, then to Triple H. Austin is working on Perfect. An Angle comes from behind and eliminates Austin. Stone Cold is pissed. He pulls Mr. Perfect outside. Then Angle actually heads outside of the ring and he tosses Austin into the steel steps. We've got 3 actually left in the ring. Austin goes and grabs a chair. He hits everyone with the chair just because. And we now have all 3 men laying out in the ring as Austin walks back down the aisle. He really stops and turns around for a second, and he kind of takes it all in. I almost wonder, like, where he was mentally with his career. You know, like, if he was knowing, like, that was my last Rumble, or that was my last... Because he had a real... It almost like when he stopped and he turned around, it looked like he was going to come back in the ring and hit everybody with a chair again, but he was just kind of looking at the crowd, you know, and knowing where his career was at the time. It's interesting to see when guys... I always wonder if they're aware of, yeah, this might be it for me. I don't have a whole lot left in the tank. We're now down to 3. All 3 men are just laying out in the ring, and Perfect hangs on. Looks like he's about to get eliminated. Then he hits a perfect plex, and this is probably the moment where Darin was like, "Oh crap, is this guy like
Yeah.
he's the one standing and like dishing out offense?" He hits that awesome neck snap that only Mr. Perfect can do, but then he runs right into Triple H, who tosses him out. So we're down to 2. Triple H and Kurt Angle. Angle tosses Triple H. He thinks he wins. It's almost like the 95 Rumble where Bulldog's sort of celebrating and then Shawn comes back in. They don't go all the way with it, though. And Kurt is able to recover, and we get a little back and forth between Triple H and Kurt, but Triple H able to get the better of Kurt to win. Triple H with the victory. I mean, and we had a lot of, like, we dug into this Rumble, and we had a lot of things that we said that we didn't love. I actually think it's a very good Rumble, and it's got a ton of star power, which is what I really want. It's just very easy when we go back and we can critique it a little and say, oh, this would have been so much better if they were 5 spots up or this or that, which, you know, to be fair, this is one thing that Pat Patterson always did really well. It's just this was like a Rumble that I think was a B, that I probably, with a few changes, could have very easily made like an A- into an A.
Yep, I completely agree. You know, just moved a few things around, booked a few things differently. You know, I think having Perfect come in earlier you could have had Perfect go in there for, 30 minutes if you wanted. You know, you could have had Perfect come in at, 13, 12, and had him last to the final 3. That would have been fine. You know, you could have had people buy into the fact that, holy crap, maybe this guy's actually going to win, this thing. You could have had that Austin Perfect moment that you guys talked about before. Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's an enjoyable Rumble. I would agree. I would give it around a B. It did have potential to be more. This is, we're getting towards the end of the Attitude Era. So, things are about to change a little bit in the company. We're going to start to see some different things. But, yeah, it's a good Rumble. It's not bad by any stretch.
Yeah, I think you guys pretty much nailed it. When I saw the lineup for this Rumble, when I was looking it up after we picked the last show, I went, okay, this is going to be really good. And it's not like it was bad, but it's one of those things where, if you're a parent of an incredibly gifted child and the child comes home with a B in science on the report card, you're saying, look, this is fine. I can't be incredibly mad at you, but I know you can do a lot better than this if you'd applied yourself. It's like that. I mean, we get Steve Austin in his last Rumble. We get a really fun elimination with Taker where he gets dumped by someone nobody's ever heard of, yet it doesn't hurt Taker in the slightest, which is very difficult to pull off. We get Perfect coming back. We get a lot of star power. It's just so many simple tweaks could have elevated this from being a Rumble that's probably in the bottom rungs of my top 10 to a top 3 or 4. It would not have taken much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of. I mean, we spent 2 hours going through it. I'm not a whole much more to say about it, but a fun show. I'm glad I picked this one. It's not a show where and it's quick. It's 2 hours and 45 minutes, right? It's not 4 hour. It's not like one of these longer pay-per-views like nowadays. It gets through it quick. Everything moves really quick. All the stuff at the beginning that isn't as good is short, and then for about a good hour and a half, you get the second half of Vince Flair, which is a lot of fun. You get the Rock Jericho, which is a blast, and then you get the Rumble. And it's like even the worst Rumbles are fun, and this was a better than average. I think top 10. Once you start looking at it, it's probably closer to like a top 7-ish, just based on like the who's who of is in this match. So, yeah, this was a good one. And some like behind baseball, we've been recording some of these that have been playing a little later. We are actually recording this on like the night of January the 19th. This will end up playing before the Royal Rumble. So I wanted to make sure we get all the Rumbles out there before, but we're also going to do, if you're listening to this, make sure to check out, we're going to do a Royal Rumble preview for the 2021 Rumble, where we all talk about who's entered in the men's and women's, some of the, what we think could happen, what we think will happen, what we would like to happen. We'll do a nice big preview prediction show. And then, we'll get back through February to the old wrestling rewatches. So it's our boy Andrew Champagne who is up next with his selection. Andrew, where are we going to be headed in a few weeks to talk for your selection?
I want it known that you guys did everything possible to postpone my next turn.
Oh, Darin and I talked about it. Every week we texted, hey, what else can we do this week just to push Andrews back another few weeks? We don't even want to give this guy the chance to pick something.
Yeah, we're going to do next week. We're going to do Super Bowl stuff, and then we're going to do baseball training, and then we're going to do March Madness. We're not watching this show till April, pal.
We're going to do a full show on Springer to the from the Astros to the Toronto Blue Jays. Anything.
A fun fact: I went to high school with George Springer's wife.
Oh, cool!
Throwing that out there. She went to the University of Albany and played D1 softball. She raked. The joke I make is Springer is not even the best hitter in his own family. Having said that, am I correct to say that this is going to go live after the Rumble? So we're going to be done with Rumble season when my pick airs.
That'd be to you, Gino.
Oh, wait. So repeat it one more time. Sorry.
Sure. No problem. So am I correct to say that the show I'm picking we'll talk about and it'll go live after the Royal Rumble this year?
Yeah, it'll be a few days after. Doesn't mean you can't pick a Rumble. That's fine. You can pick a Rumble if you want. It'll just be a few days following the Rumble.
I was between a couple, and it doesn't feel right if we're doing it after. The one we are not going to do, I almost picked the 2008 Rumble where Cena comes back because I thought that was really cool. However, there is a glaring omission in our library, gentlemen. Possibly the most significant wrestling show of my lifetime, and we haven't done it. Gentlemen, it's been 25 years this summer. We are going back to Ted Turner's WCW to chronicle Bash at the Beach 1996.
There we go. We had to do it once.
Boy, the immortal Hulk Hogan drops the leg on Randy Savage, is pelted with garbage, and the Monday Night War kicks into a gear that I don't think anyone saw coming.
But whose side is he on when Bobby the Brain says that? When Hulk Hogan, it's Hulk Cody Schiavone, it's Hulk Hogan, and he said, "God, the hearing Bobby, I told you guys, I've been telling you for years, this guy is garbage. He's I do love that point, and And I'm glad, and it's going to be a phenomenal show. DZ, you and we didn't love this WCW era nearly as much. We're WWFers, WWE lifers, but I will say this is a damn fun show to discuss because we're going to be able to talk about the creation of the NWO, Hogan, who is such a lightning rod for our conversations here because he's such a polarizing figure. I'm pumped that we have this one to talk about because this was definitely going to be on the checklist. We were going to have to get to this show at some point.
There's another really good match on this show that gets completely slept on. It might be one of the best openers in wrestling history. Rey Mysterio, when he's tearing it up in 96 at the peak of his powers, going against Psychosis, and there are people that say that is a 5-star match. Yes, the main event gets all the plaudits, and justifiably so. It's a pretty good undercard as well. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm going to love hearing Darin have to talk about Hulk Hogan and how brilliant this was, because I know how difficult it's going to be to hear him do that.
I'm just excited to talk about Steve McMichael versus Joe Gomez.
Oh, yeah.
That's a main event anywhere in the country, pal.
Joe Gomez. How did he get onto a pay-per-view?
Shout out Scott Keith's blog of Doom. Joe Gomez is the favorite wrestler of that community.
This is great. So this will be a ton of fun in a few weeks, and we'll have some fun talking Rumble before that. So DZ, Andrew Champagne, love you boys again. It was a blast talking about this one with you. Darin, give us your plugs first, and then Andrew.
Yep, at the Track 7 over there on Twitter. Always giving out some thoughts in the world of horse racing. We got some big stuff coming up this weekend with the Pegasus World Cup, and then getting into, obviously the end of the NFL playoffs, the Super Bowl, a whole bunch of NFL. You saw the prop bet that I lost, Gino.
Oh God, it was a nasty.
Andrew, did you see this prop bet that I got beat on?
I did not know, but I want to hear the story.
So, I go through the game, the Brown versus Chief game, and I basically handicap the game, whereas I don't think the Browns are going to be nearly as explosive offensively as people think they are, and I think that basically the Chiefs are just going to put up a pile of yards. So I think it was either a 5 or a 6-way prop parlay that included the Browns being under 10.5 points in the first half, which hit. The total being under 29.5 points in the first half, which hit. Travis Kelce being over his yards, which I believe was somewhere around 95.5. Tyreek Hill being over his yards, which was 86.5. Baker Mayfield being under his yards for the game, which was 260.5. The last part of the equation was Patrick Mahomes going over 320.
Oh no!
It was nasty.
And he was at 255 with about 5 or 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. So there's no way that he was not getting another 65 yards.
That's a nasty bait. That's as bad as they get.
The odds on the parlay were plus 2,608.
And you lose that way. You lose because of an injury.
It's the 8 that's the killer. 2,600 would have been whatever. 2,608?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. And you get everything else to go right for you. That's just a sour.
You handicap that so well, and you're right on every single point of the game. And when I saw that guy try to get up and wobble, I went, "You've got to be kidding me!" Come. And listen, that's why it's gambling. I know that more than anybody else. We had some good opinions. Hopefully, we can get back on track and land something good. In the championship games, and then ultimately in the Super Bowl. But we'll have lots of good stuff coming up with racing, football, heading into baseball, March Madness. At the Track 7 on Twitter.
At Andrew Champagne on Twitter. Lots going on here as well. Pegasus World Cup, as Darin mentioned. This week's edition of Champagne and JD will have Barry Spears joining the show to talk about the Saturday card at Gulfstream. A lot going on elsewhere as well. It's the one thing I will say, I'm still a little bit rattled by Darin's story is, as a Michigan fan, I was moved by the fact that after, my goodness, what seems like 30 years away from his alma mater, Chad Henne finally got revenge against the state of Ohio.
Here we go. That's great. I didn't even put that 2 and 2 together.
Hail to Michigan. Hail our victors valiant. We're a basketball school now. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
That is great. Well, fellas, this was a lot of fun, and you'll hear Darin and Andrew each and every week here on the Old Wrestling Rewatch and plenty of other things. I take advantage of these guys and for as many different things to cover as I possibly can. So, fellas, have another great one, but folks, don't go anywhere. There's plenty more still here on That's What G Said.
That'll do it for this week's episode. Big thanks to Chris Griffin, to Sam Sherman. Big thanks to Chad Koopaloop this week in wrestling. Andrew Champagne, Darin Zoccali with the Old Wrestling Rewatch. Make sure to follow me along on social media at It's Me, Gino B. We're going to be talking a ton of Sam Houston this weekend, in particular on Sunday. Really be covering that big card on Twitter. And then, of course, with the Royal Rumble rolling right on afterwards. So, folks, I hope you had a nice time along with us here. Another long ride of That's What G Said. Have a great weekend. Good luck in all your wagers. And we'll be back again with a couple episodes next week. Joey, buddy, let's close it out.